In the year 2046, the VR MMO Thean Koi was about to merge with reality. The horrors from the game ravaged humanity. War swept across the world, civilization collapsed, and all life was destroyed. Humanity's strength was nothing before the gods and demons from the game. At this point, humanity was on the brink of total extinction. Only a single mage remained, stubbornly holding on. It was supposed to be just a game. Why did its horrors become real? No one was immune. They were the last warriors. The world had become a living hell. There was no hope left for humanity. But if he had to die, he wanted to go out like a hero. He would trade his life for a single gem. Tamak unleashed a barrage of attacks on the death god. But the death god's scythe closed in. Tamak could only scream in despair. "I won't accept this." Suddenly, his surroundings shifted. It was the same scream, but this time, it was in a classroom. "Tamak, what are you doing? A nobody like you is lucky to even be here. Now sit down and don't disturb everyone else," the teacher yelled. Tamak was still dazed, unsure of what was happening. Then he heard an announcement. "The college entrance exam will begin in 5 minutes. Please check your papers for any errors. Then fill in your name and number." The exam. Could I have been reborn? 10 years in the past? Right before Thean Koi launched? Is this real? Suddenly, Tamak's hand brushed against something. My Thean Koi ring. It came back with me. This ring lets you log into the game. Does this mean I can get in early? I don't know how I came back, but just then, Tamak noticed the teacher's scathing words. "You worthless trash, born but never raised. Do you hear me? Tamak, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or just playing dumb? Do you want me to kick you out of here right now? Hey, all that comes out of your mouth is trash. You keep telling me to shut up and get out. You think you deserve respect? I remember you, Teacher Tan. In the apocalypse, you were a deserter who betrayed your own students." With that, Tamak turned and left, walking right out of the exam. He ignored the teacher, whose face was red with rage. When Tamak returned home, he found the house empty. There was only a note left on the table. "Son, your father and I have left on a research expedition. Please take care. I've sent money to your account, so you can buy anything you want. We'll bring you gifts when we return." Reading these words, a warmth spread through Tamak. At least he was given a second chance. "Mom, Dad, I'll make sure you both survive this time." It was 11 a.m. Tamak decided to try logging into the game with his Thean Koi ring. The game hadn't officially launched yet. If he could log in just 1 hour before the rest of the world, he believed he could change the course of destiny. It was all on this. This has to work. Filled with hope, Tamak gently turned the ring. It worked. He successfully logged into Thean Koi. "Welcome to the world of Thean Koi. Your current location is the Ha Kwok region on the Thean Than Ngoi Long server. Warriors of humanity, the future is in your hands." The beginner's tutorial started. "I did it. I really got into the game early." The guide then asked, "Young warrior, please choose your class." Tamak laughed. "I choose anything but a mage. This time, I'll be a versatile healer. I'm never playing that money-burning mage class from my past life again." Command error. Class cannot be changed. "What the hell? Why can't I change it? I haven't even chosen anything." The guide replied, "Warrior, perhaps you should check your status window first." Tamak immediately opened his status window. Name, Mokthan. Class, Mage. Level 1. Experience, 0%. Health, 100. Mana, 50. Magic attack, 15. Defense, 5. Speed, 5. What the hell? Is this a mistake? I inherited my old account, but they wiped my level and stats? Tamak furiously questioned the guide. "Is this your fault? Do you have any idea how hard it is to level up a mage? It's a complete money pit. Since you already have an account, why not start your adventure?" With that, the guide quickly fled. "He just ran off? I was reborn. Don't I get some kind of special reincarnation bonus?" That reminded him. He checked for his old equipment and supplies, but when he opened his inventory, it was completely empty. What kind of restart is this? I'm stuck with the money pit mage class, so why didn't I get to keep my gold and gear? As Tamak was cursing, he noticed an item in the corner of his inventory. Death God's wrist bone. Quality, unknown. Level, 0. Attributes, none. The description read, "When you gaze into the abyss gazes back." The item description confused Tamak. What the hell is this? It doesn't have any stats at all. It's completely useless. So much for a special reincarnation bonus. Congratulations. Mokthan has become the first player in the world of Thean Koi. You've obtained the exclusive first player title, the fastest man. You've received a novice mage gift pack. Title, the fastest man. Movement speed plus 20%, casting speed plus 20%, evasion plus 5%, defense plus 5%. After the notification, Tamak was teleported to the novice village. At first, he was annoyed by the title, but when he saw the attribute increases, he happily accepted it. Just then, a herd of boars charged at Tamak. "Long time no see, little pigs. I've missed you all." As he spoke, he launched a fireball at the herd. The fireball hit a boar directly on the head, but did zero damage. Tamak had forgotten one thing. He was just a level 1 newbie. As Tamak was running for his life, he heard a girl scream. A massive, giant boar was chasing her from behind. "Help me, warrior, please save me." At that moment, Tamak received a quest. Main quest received. Hero saves the beauty, defeat the boar king, and save Tu Hoa. Reward, 20 gold, 500 EXP. A special quest with such a low trigger rate. Am I destined for greatness in this life? Dealing with those stupid little boars wasn't for nothing, after all. Tu Hoa ran toward Tamak, saying joyfully, "Warrior, you're finally here. Come on, baby." One would think Tamak would open his arms to embrace the beauty, but he didn't. Just as she was about to jump into his arms, he slapped her right across the face. Both Tu Hoa and the boars froze for a full 5 seconds. "Warrior, what are you doing?" "I was just." Before Tu Hoa could finish, Tamak cut her off. "You were just picking mushrooms when you met the boar king, and he chased you." Tu Hoa was surprised. "Warrior, how did you know?" "I also know that you stole your grandfather's treasures for candy as a child, and that you poisoned old Wang's well next door. I also know you're a demon trying to lure me in. See? You can't hide it anymore. You know too much. You saw right through me." The beautiful Tu Hoa revealed her demonic form. She gave Tamak a wicked smile. "This is knowledge paid for by the blood of past warriors," Tamak replied. He saw Tu Hoa's claws reaching for him. Tamak immediately bolted. As he passed the boar king, he shouted, "Hey, piggy, she's all yours. Get lost." Tu Hoa screamed. The boar king roared in anger, but before it could do anything, Tu Hoa killed it instantly. Then she dashed after Tamak. "You're next," she shrieked, quickly catching up. Tamak suddenly stopped and pointed at Tu Hoa. "You're exposed." The trick actually worked. Tu Hoa stopped to look down. That was his chance. He blasted her with a fireball and then turned to run again. The fireball deals 100% magic damage to a single target. It has a 10% chance to trigger Skyfire. Enraged, Tu Hoa resumed the chase, and so Tamak kept running, occasionally launching fireballs back at her. According to the strategies from his past life, the demonic Tu Hoa's magic comes from the corruption in the forest. She cannot leave this area. If she moves more than 10 meters from the forest, she'll be completely paralyzed. So, Tamak stopped running. He beckoned to her provocatively. "Come and get me. I'll tear you to shreds." Tu Hoa roared and lunged at Tamak with her long claws. But just as her body was inches away from him, she was stopped by an invisible force, unable to move. "Why? Figure it out yourself." "Well then, I won't be polite anymore." With that, Tamak attacked Tu Hoa with another fireball. But this was different from before. Instead of one fireball, hundreds rained down from the sky, slamming into Tu Hoa and knocking her to the ground. Congratulations. Player Mach then has defeated demonic Tu Hoa. Reward, 500 gold, 1,500 EXP. Congratulations. Player Mach then has completed the special main quest Hero Saves the Beauty. Reward, 200 gold, 500 EXP. Congratulations. Player Mach then has completed the hidden quest Demonic Tu Hoa. Reward, 1,000 gold, 10,000 EXP. Congratulations. Player Mach then has leveled up to level 2. Tamak couldn't help but laugh. Skyfire had a 10% activation rate, and it triggered at the perfect moment. Tu Hoa, you were destined to fall to me. Not a bad hidden quest. It leveled me up instantly. Let's see what other rewards I got. Suddenly, the Death God's Wristbone item appeared from his inventory. Death God's Wristbone. Quality, unknown, level 1. Attribute, Death's Gaze, inactive. Description, when you gaze into the abyss gazes back. The Death God's Wristbone leveled up with me. But why does it need to be activated? I never heard of this item in my past life, and the name looks very strange. As Tamak pondered, another notification appeared. Death God's Wristbone, inactive. Materials needed. Essence of the Godly Tree, 3,000 mummy wrappings, 3,000 frostworm fluid. Collect them to activate this attribute. Are you kidding me? It needs that many materials to activate? I'll forget about it for now and focus on leveling up. These materials can all be farmed from monsters in the novice village. I'll just get them later, he thought. At the same time, Tu Hoa slowly woke up. Seeing Tamak, Tu Hoa spoke gratefully. I was possessed by that vile demonic energy. Thank you for saving me. Please accept this gift. He received the Heavenly Fire Staff, unidentified, and Tu Hoa's hairpin. I was counting on your demonic energy. Otherwise, how could I have triggered this hidden quest? Tamak smirked to himself, then excitedly admired the new staff. This Heavenly Fire Staff is purple. The hidden quest was definitely worth it. I'll get its attributes appraised in the village. I bet they'll be amazing. Tu Hoa then spoke up. Can you take me back to the village? My grandfather will surely be grateful. A quest prompt appeared. Accept main quest. Flower Guardian. Escort Tu Hoa to Than Vu village to meet the village chief. Reward, 100 gold, 100 EXP. Tamak, of course, accepted the quest. My granddaughter. The village chief was overjoyed. Thank you, warrior. Let me introduce myself. Don't. Let's skip the pleasantries. No need for formalities. Just give me the quest quickly. Tamak spoke hastily. His past life experience taught him that, if not rushed, this old man would chat idly about pointless things. The village chief smiled. There's still some demonic energy in Tu Hoa's body. It needs the blood of a demonized zombie to be completely removed. I hope you can help us, warrior. All right, fine. I'll take this quest. I know where to find that item. Quest accepted. Zombie blood. Go to Luklone Forest. Defeat 30 demonized zombies and bring their dried blood to the village chief. Reward, 100 gold, 500 EXP, and a novice green staff. If I'm going to grind monsters, a mage needs to be prepared. So Tamak didn't rush off to the quest. He went to find the alchemist first. A moment later, Tamak took a deep breath and entered the potion shop. The beautiful alchemist saw Tamak and immediately tried to flirt. Come here, little brother. Tamak quickly turned his head away and said, I need 28 small blue potions. He thought to himself, one small blue potion. It costs 50 gold coins, which is equivalent to real money. I only have 1,500 gold in total. This is why you shouldn't play a mage if you're not rich. The female alchemist kept trying to flirt, even offering a discount, but Tamak firmly refused. As he left, the alchemist pouted. This kid is no fun at all. He didn't take the bait. He doesn't know what's good for him. Tamak, holding the items, replied, I can't afford to mess with a big-shot blacksmith's girl. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Who are you talking about? Tamak saw the burly blacksmith and stammered, I was saying how mighty and strong you are, Sir Blacksmith. Give me an appraisal scroll, thank you. I wish you and Alchemist Bak Nian a happy life together. You're a smart kid. With that, the blacksmith gave Tamak the appraisal scroll. Tamak got what he needed and left. He found a quiet corner, used the appraisal scroll, and successfully identified the Death God's wrist bone. Death God's wrist bone. Quality, purple. Level 1. Attributes, magic attack plus 40, mana plus 25. Special effect, spell power, increases magic damage by 3%. Special effect, focus, 30% chance to refund mana cost when casting a skill. Holy crap, it has a top-tier spell power effect. This is a huge score. With his preparations complete, Tamak set off on his quest. In the zombie forest, another group of zombies fell under a rain of fireballs, leaving Tamak thrilled. The 10% chance for Skyfire seems really high for me. Did the Death God's wrist bone change something? Or am I just that handsome? Excellent. I've collected 6,000 dried blood samples. I've gathered enough materials to upgrade the wrist bone. The servers will officially open around 12 o'clock. After that, it'll be 100 people fighting over one zombie. Time passed. As the clock struck 12, the Nkoi officially launched. Hundreds, thousands of players logged into the game. The once peaceful scene became bustling with activity. Damn, this game is so realistic. Brothers, go touch the alchemist. She's at least an E-cup. Don't. I got killed by the blacksmith in one hit after touching her. NPCs can do that? I touched her a few times and got killed every time. My EXP is in the negative now. Why is this village chief so good at eating melon seeds? He hasn't given me a quest yet. Tamak stood nearby, listening to the newbies talk. He chuckled to himself. Enjoy your fun time in the novice village, rookies. Meanwhile, in the world chat, many people were complaining about having quests, but not seeing any monsters. Of course, no one knew it was because Tamak had cleared them all out. The wild monsters will respawn in half an hour. Everyone, just wait patiently. Tamak thought to himself while setting up a stall to sell items. It seems I've really become rich. After killing all those monsters, I have 113 white grade items, 21 green items, 6 blue items, and over 100 red and blue potions. This is way better than working part-time for 30,000 an hour. My level is also much higher. This is great. Speaking of levels, Tamak, level 4 mage, suddenly remembered something as he set up his stall. I should hide my level and equipment info to avoid attracting attention. After hiding his information and gear, Tamak started to hawk his wares. Come take a look. The gear isn't pretty, but the prices are high. I've got all the good stuff here, don't miss out. His shouting immediately caught the attention of the newbies. Look at that idiot. Instead of fighting monsters, he's setting up a stall here. He can't possibly sell anything for a few bucks when the server just started. Yeah, and his name is Mokthan. Wood God. More like Mokthan, kin, nerve god. Let's ignore him and go kill some zombies. If we can kill 30 of them, we can make a lot of money for our healthcare. Tamak found the insults from these shallow people amusing. With your stats, you couldn't beat a zombie even if you formed a team. You're dreaming. Just then, a voice rang out. The gear isn't pretty, and the prices are high. The owner of the voice was a stunningly beautiful girl, Thin Thuyet Uyen Ni. That ID, It's her. In the future, she'll be one of the top 10 mages in the Hakwak region, a top commander in the highest level safe zone after the apocalypse becomes reality. Her guild, Thin Thuet Tu Truk, is backed by a massive, mysterious corporation. Initially, Thin Koi didn't have an appearance adjustment feature. Your character's look was 100% your own. It seems her real-life appearance. Uyen Ni's real-life looks must be otherworldly too. I can't believe I'm meeting this goddess here, Tamak thought happily. Thin Thuyet Uyen Ni was initially just curious about Tamak's stall, but then she was shocked. The server just started, and he has so much equipment. He's even selling zombie blood. Everyone is frantically farming in the zombie area. Where did he get so many drops? Thinking this, Thin Thuyet Uyen Ni asked, how much for all this? The blood materials are 5 gold each, the white gear, 100 gold per piece, green gear 500 gold per piece, blue gear 3,000 gold per piece. In total, 54,800, 800 gold. Let's round it up to 55,000. Thin Thuyet frowned. People who buy in bulk usually get a discount. Why are you raising the price for me? If you think it's too expensive, there's a way to get a discount. And that is, at this point, Tamak looked like a pervert and made an offer. Let me touch your leg for a bit, and I'll give you a 20% discount. His words were immediately met with a scolding from Thin Thuyet. Pervert, shameless. Tamak shrugged. If you don't want to, then forget it. I gave you a chance. After you leave this village, you won't find another shop like this. This guy clearly wants to take advantage of me. Although Thin Thuyet Tu Truk isn't short on money, but while Thin Thuyet was hesitating, a group of young men appeared, aggressively bidding, I'll pay 100,000. I want all of it. Looking at the group, led by Kung Yan Chien Fan, Tamak couldn't help but sigh. Oh, great, it's these troublemakers, the guildmaster of the Kung Yan Guild. Even after a lifetime, the memory is still vivid. In his past life, Kung Yan Chien then was one of the top 10 warriors on this server. He was arrogant and ruthless, stealing boss kills and attacking others. He killed me and took my gear several times. It was a problem. The level difference between him and the rest of the players was huge. What a small world. But this time, I'm not afraid of you anymore. Thin Thuyet turned to look at Kung Yan Chien Fan. Kung Yan Chien Fan, the owner and I have already agreed on a price. What do you think you're doing? This girl is really good looking, but if she's competing with me for items, that's not okay. Thinking this, Kung Nan Chien Fan smiled and replied, Little sister, you haven't made the transaction yet. Whoever bids higher gets the items. This is very normal. Whoever bids higher gets them. Then I'll bid 150,000. Kung Nan Chien then didn't back down. I'll bid 200,000. Let's make the trade quickly. Tamak watched them from the side. It seems both Thin Thuyet and Kung Nyan's forces came prepared. They're willing to spend a lot of money on supplies to be the first to clear the upcoming dungeon. Although it's a bit expensive, buying this equipment can significantly improve the strength of Thin Thuyet Tia Truk's core players. This way, they can suppress all other guilds in the early stages. I can't let Kung Nyan Chien then take this opportunity. It's just a game, but we have to win the first dungeon clear. Thin Thuyet calculated in her head, then shyly agreed to Tamak's initial request. You said it yourself, no takebacks. Tamak's eyes lit up like stars as he looked at Thin Thuyet, then waved Kung Nyan Chien then away. Did you hear that? I'm going to sell it to this beautiful lady. You guys can leave now. Kung Nyan Chien then was furious, but could do nothing but leave. But in his heart, he held a grudge. When the time was right, he would make Tamak pay. Back to our hero. Although he talked about copping a feel, he didn't make any inappropriate moves. It was purely a transaction of items and money. Just taking the money? That. In response to Thin Thuyet's question, Tamak was tempted to tease her a bit, but didn't go too far, then explained. I have a grudge against Kung Nyan Chien Than and didn't want to sell to him anyway. Consider this, me helping you out. After the transaction, they went their separate ways. Thin Thuyet watched Tamak leave, wondering to herself, to be able to get so many supplies right from the start. I don't know where this mock then came from, but a lone player like him has now offended Kung Nan's organization because of this deal. In the future, if necessary, I should help him out. Back in the village, Tamak turned in the zombie blood quest to the village chief. He received 100 gold, 500 EXP, and a novice green staff. Thank you, brave warrior. With this dried blood, the demonic energy in Tuhoa can definitely be cleansed. I heard many people in the village were attacked by monsters, and we don't have enough bandages. Don't be long-winded. All right, go get some bandages. Tamak accepted the quest. This bandage can also be used. Main quest. Quest description. Go deep into the green forest. Luke Lone, kill 30 demonized mummies and bring their wrappings back to the old village chief. Reward, 200 gold, 1,000, 500 experience points, and 200 potential points. Right, I still haven't used the 400 potential points from leveling up to 4. I'll put them all into magic attack. With that, Tamak opened his attribute panel to check. Mokhthan, Mage, level 4, experience 41%, gold 122, HP 230, mana 180, magic attack 120, defense 38, speed 13. My experience and gold have far surpassed the newbies, as expected of Tamak. No more thinking. I need to get back to questing and widen the gap even more. It's just demonized mummies, although they're a bit tougher to deal with. At this point, Tamak suddenly remembered he had forgotten something important. I almost forgot I could make a fortune off this old chicken thief. The saying is true. If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a what again? So Tamak went back to the village chief and lay down, writhing on the ground. Oh, I suffered internal injuries while saving Tiu Hoa, her hairpin. Please help me return it to her. Tamak did this because the hidden quest reward was her hairpin. Using the hairpin directly would only give 50 affinity points, but giving it to the village chief would yield a hidden reward. As expected, as soon as he returned the hairpin, the village chief said, "Rest assured, brave warrior. The road of Tien Koi is long. I won't let you die. Congratulations. Mokhthan has received the village chief's permanent blessing. It includes a 10% critical hit rate, 10% movement speed, automatic recovery of 10 HP per second, ignores 50 points of defense, and increases reputation by a certain value." Tamak received the reward and left happily. Some newbies who didn't know about the hidden quest saw Tamak get a reward just by lying on the ground. They also started lying down and whining to the village chief. "Village chief, I want a golden light too." Tamak heard them and burst out laughing. "You guys are so naive. I'm off to kill monsters. Tonight, I'll be the first to clear the dungeon." Tamak went to the ghost swamp, deep within the Blue Bay forest. As soon as he entered, his HP started to drop continuously, and a notification appeared. The area ahead is infested with demonic energy. Players should proceed with caution. In a demonic energy-infested state, you cannot use potions to restore HP. HP will decrease by 5 points per second. You can use purification potions to remove the negative status, losing 5 HP per second, and you can't use HP potions. Normal players probably wouldn't last 30 seconds. Each purification potion mentioned by the system costs 200 gold. You have to use them continuously to resist the demonic energy's corrosion and stay alive. Luckily, Tamak had the village chief's blessing to offset the lost health without spending a single coin. After walking a bit further, Tamak heard a scream. A man and a woman were being chased by a horde of zombies. The girl was unfortunately caught, and the young man, just a few steps from Tamak, was also taken out by a zombie throwing a bandage with a sharp weapon attached. Tamak glanced at the info panel of the level 5 demonized mummy, a long-range monster with S-rank attack power. A complete newbie killer. No wonder those two died, but the demonized mummy's speed wasn't fast. Tamak decided to take advantage of this. From a distance, he fired a fireball at a charging demonized mummy, blowing it away. The other mummies saw this and furiously chased after Tamak. "I can catch all of you in one go. The quest materials are practically delivering themselves to me. Come on, you guys can't even catch me, can you?" Tamak intentionally lured the mummies to a swamp in the dead forest. Then he jumped across the swamp where they couldn't reach him and started firing fireballs at them continuously. He kept taunting them. "Why'd you stop chasing? Scared?" The mummies roared and threw their sharp spears at Tamak. Then they all jumped across to attack Tamak. But Tamak was an expert at dodging, easily avoiding their attacks. He even managed to collect the bandages they threw. He ran around the tree trunks, trapping the mummies. In the swamp, they couldn't move. Just as he was about to incinerate the mummies with a flame, a notification appeared. Blacksmith's Bounty. Special event activated in all novice villages due to the blacksmith's wrath. The blacksmith has issued a special bounty for warriors. Time to serve justice. Quest description. Kill 100 players who have touched the alchemist 3 or more times. Upon completion, you will receive a mysterious bounty reward. Special note. The completion reward is limited to the first player. All novice villages have activated the blacksmith's wrath. It seems the alchemist's touch is really fragrant. This is the charm of Tien Koi. It proves that men, both in the past and present, except for me, are no good. But this special bounty is exactly what I wanted. Killing 100 vulgar male players at their current newbie level. After I'm done with these mummies and hit level 5, with my experience advantage, killing 100 people will be like taking candy from a baby. With that, Tamak used his fireball skill to attack the immobilized, demonized mummies. Luckily, this time he triggered Skyfire again, creating a rain of fireballs that burned the entire area. This saved Tamak a lot of skill casts. He just had to wait for the demonized mummies to be destroyed and collect the waves of experience. System announcement. Congratulations to player Mokhthan for defeating a demonized mummy, receiving 69 experience, 4 gold, and a skill book, Toy Tin. Item details. Skill book, Toy Ting, quality, white, level 5. Description. Consumes 10% mana, increases defense by 50%, physical attack by 5%, and basic attacks. Normal attacks have a chance to ignore 10% of the target's defense. Cooldown, 15 minutes. Tamak took out the skill book and smiled. I can't even use this book. The skill is pretty average, but I can still sell it for a few thousand gold. Suddenly, a system notification caught his attention. Killed a player harassing the alchemist. 1 out of 100. Tamak looked surprised at the fire rain still falling in front of him and chuckled. An unlucky player must have wandered into this area, killing monsters on one side and conveniently taking out scummy men on the other. This is so relaxing and fun. Soon after, a few people started complaining in the world chat. The little mushroom picked by the girl, a big uncle typed, I spent 1,000 gold on a purification potion, and before I could even hit a mummy, I was killed by a fire spell. I have 3 wives, me too. What kind of setup is this? Cute little rabbit, can any kind big brother give me a purification potion? The demonic energy in the mummy area makes you lose health. It hurts so much. At the same time, a group of players from the Kungnan Guild, led by Kungnan Qian Than, appeared at the edge of the ghost swamp. A bunch of newbies. They're trash themselves and blame the game's design. Let me handle this difficult pioneering work. Brothers of Kungnan, follow me into the mummy area. Forward. With that, Kungnan Qian Than and his hyped-up members charged into the ghost swamp, drawing the attention of nearby players. This Kungnan guy has some charisma. You can tell by his name. They will definitely form a guild in the future. Of course. Look at the white light on them. That's the effect of a purification potion. That stuff is expensive. They're so rich. When guilds open up at level 10, the one founded by this Kungnan guy will probably be the strongest on our server. Let's hurry up and level up so we can join them. Hearing the surrounding players' discussions, Kungnan Qian then smirked contemptuously and muttered, a bunch of poor slobs. Watch how we, Kungnan, sweep through this quest. Just then, he spotted a demonized mummy wandering nearby and pointed, shouting, target spotted. Everyone, follow me. But before they could act, a fireball flew out of nowhere and killed the demonized mummy instantly. Kungnan Qian then exclaimed in surprise, a fireball, a fragile mage can survive in this place. Is this mage from another faction? But girls like Thin Tuyet are still grinding at level 3. Could there be another player who's spending money on the game like us? Suddenly, a guild member pointed to the sky and shouted, everyone, be careful. There's fire from above. The group looked up in confusion and were shocked to see a rain of fireballs about to crash down on them. Someone screamed in fear. What's going on? Run. The other members of the Kungnan Guild also fled in terror, but the range of the fire rain was too wide, and no one was lucky enough to escape. One after another, screams of agony rang out. Damn it, it's so hot. Help, the system announced. Killed Kungnan Qian Than. Bounty target met. Kill progress. 8 out of 100. Killed Kungnan Tam Kiem. Bounty target met. Kill progress. 15 out of 100. Seeing the continuous notifications, the unwitting perpetrator of the massacre, Tamak, was hiding behind a large tree, chuckling. I just wanted to deal with some monsters. Why do people keep seeking death? This Kungnan army is truly fearless. Speaking of which, the new skill unlocked at level 5, Frost Flower Dance, is really good. An active AoE damage skill with a freezing effect is very useful. Frost Flower Dance deals ice damage to all targets within a 50 m radius and applies a slowing effect. Mana cost, 50. Range, 40 meters. Cooldown, 30 seconds. 50% chance to apply a strong freeze effect on the target. The next wave of mummies will respawn in a while, so I can just rest and organize my inventory. Over 100 pieces of equipment and 12 skill books are enough to make me a lot of money, right? I should send a trade message to Wu Yanyi. When you find something good, you naturally think of a good girl. My spring has come again. With that, Tamak sent a message to Thing Thuyet Wu Yanyi and leaned back against the tree behind him, smiling. He thought to himself, I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder if Miss Wu Yanyi is looking forward to it too. Unfortunately, the 100 man-kill quest is still short by a dozen. If another foolish Kungnan group comes for me to handle 2 to 3 times, that would be enough. Speaking of the skill book that dropped from them, it's a good item for a mage. He took out the skill book to examine it. Item details. Skill book. Wind Shadow. Quality. Blue. Level 1. Usable by mage. Description. Consumes 50% of current mana, increases movement speed by 30%, and provides a defensive shield equal to 10% of mana consumed. 30% movement speed increase. Whether for escaping or chasing, it's incredibly smooth. I'll learn it right away. With his decision made, Tamak immediately used the skill book. System announcement, congratulations to player Than for learning the skill Wind Shadow. After that, Tamak said softly, after reaching level 6, I'll log out to eat. The first clear of the first dungeon in Thian Koi is waiting for me. In another area of the foggy swamp, a team of 4 players was grinding monsters. After dealing with the last monster, Ngu Muk spoke up, I have enough quest items. The team is dismissed. Tu Che said, just Ngu Muk, don't go. Let's stay as a team and keep grinding experience. Vong Nin Tung and Thuong Bok U Han chimed in. That's right, beautiful Ngu Muk. Boss 2K is right. With both men and women, life is never tiring. Yes, beautiful Ngu Muk. Your healing was so timely. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to defeat these mummies. Tu Che smiled and said, Sister Ngu Muk, don't always look so cold. Vong Lin Tung added, That's right, beautiful Ngu Muk is number one. Hearing these words from the three men, Ngu Muk's face showed no expression, but in her heart, she scoffed. Men are all equally disgusting on the outside, except for him. Seeing Ngu Muk still silent, 2K suggested, Just Ngu Muk, I'll be forming a guild soon. Why don't you join? I'll make you the Vice Guild Master. Vong Lin Tung laughed. That's right. If we have a beautiful Vice Guild Master like you, we'll definitely become the most famous guild on this server. Ngu Muk suddenly turned her head and shouted, Quiet! At the same time, she raised her staff and shot a beam of light through 2Ka, dealing a small amount of damage before continuing onward to kill a newly spawned monster. 2K gritted his teeth, trembling slightly as he backed away, cursing to himself. Damn, when did a new mummy spawn? How did this woman notice it? Also, since we're in a party, how can I lose health when hit by her skill? Ngu Muk spoke up. You can't even remember the monster respawn locations, and you want to be a guild master? With that, she turned and left, thinking to herself, taking damage from my attack. As expected, he's one of those perverts who harass the alchemist. I can't waste any more time with these people. I need to level up quickly, and then where do I find him? There are so many Thean Koi servers. Is Tamok even in the same region? Behind Ngu Muk, the three men watched her, whispering among themselves. Boss 2Ka, don't be angry. She's just a girl. Let's go pick her up and introduce her to the boss. After all, this game is very realistic. Hey, that's right. That's right. She's just a pretty face. Think she's so strong? Let's show her what a real man is. What do you guys know? Ngu Mu, she's got personality. I'll definitely make her mine one day. Boss 2K is so handsome, he can definitely make any girl fall for him. In the future, our guild will have Boss 2K. With the beautiful Ngu Muk by his side, our guild will definitely become the top guild on all servers. 2K clenched his fist, smiling sinisterly. A voice said, She's not just a pretty face. She can remember the monster respawn locations and times so quickly. Her senses are very sharp. Outside the Ghost Swamp, the Kungnan guild members had respawned and immediately ran back, shouting, This Mokhthan guy is just killing monsters. Why does he have to kill other people? That's right, I was just passing by and got killed for no reason. We need to find him and demand an explanation. We were just killing monsters. Why did this Mokhthan guy randomly kill people? As for Kungnan Qianthan, he was grinding his teeth in anger. He thought to himself, the whole team getting wiped out is too embarrassing. There must be some mechanic in the swamp's demonic energy that I don't understand. When he comes out, if I don't kill him 10 times, my name isn't Kungnan Qianthan. He went straight to the world chat and started cursing. World chat, Kungnan Qianthan, cowardly turtle Mokhthan. If you have the guts, come out and face me. I'm waiting for you outside the fog. Cowardly turtle. Cowardly turtle. Seeing Kung Nanshian then spamming the world chat, a player remarked, a megaphone costs 100k. Who is this Mokhthan? To be worth Kung Nanshian than spending so much money to curse him. At this moment, Thin Thu Yet Uyen Ni arrived with her guild members and spoke up. Kung Yan Qian Than. If you have the guts, go in and find Than. What's the point of shouting out here? Kung Nan Qian then angrily questioned her. Thin Thuyet Uyen Ni, do you really want to protect that Mokhthan guy? He cursed to himself, damn it, I've wasted too much time and lost EXP from being killed. Our levels are now completely behind these girls. Thin Thuyet Uyen Ni replied, can't I? We, Thin Thuyet, will protect Mokhthan. You Kung Yan guys can consider fighting us first. She thought to herself, Mokhthan has sent me a new batch of equipment for trade. I have to secure them for Thin Thuyet Tu Truk. I have to seize every opportunity to get stronger. Before that, this Mokhthan can't be suppressed by this Kung Yan group. Kung Nan Qian then wouldn't dare start a guild war when his side was at a lower level. Thinking of the person who caused all this, he angrily faced the Ghost Swamp and roared, Cowardly turtle Mokhthan, you still need a woman to protect you. If you're a man, come out and face me. World chat, Kung Yan Qian Than. Cowardly turtle Mokhthan, you need a woman to protect you. If you're a man, come out and face me. Cowardly turtle Mok then still needs a woman to protect him. If you're a man, come out and face me. Mokhthan, which brat is looking for your grandpa? At this moment, Tamok walked out of the ghost swamp and said, oh, so it's this good-for-nothing grandson? Kung Nan Qian then angrily pointed at him and shouted, Mokhthan, enough with the nonsense. Since you dared to come out, prepare to get beaten. Tamak didn't waste any time talking nonsense with him. He snapped his fingers, revealing his personal information and equipment effects for everyone to see. Character attributes: Mach Than, class, mage, level 7. The surrounding crowd was stunned and pointed at him. Damn, a level 7 mage. Where did this lucky guy come from? He even has a purple weapon. It even has focus and spell power. Look at his buffs. What the hell is the village chief's blessing? This equipment, this level, these buffs. This guy is definitely not playing the same game as us. Report him immediately. Kung Nan Qian then was also stunned, his face frozen. He thought, this Mach then is on a completely different dimension from us. How can we fight this? Than smiled at him and said, Grandson, your grandpa is here. What's next? He told himself not to be afraid. Kung Nan Qian then gritted his teeth and pointed at Tamak, shouting, Mach Than, you brat. You've been killing innocent people indiscriminately. Let us deal with you. Then we'll let this go. If not, we'll hunt you down until you don't even dare to leave the novice village. The nearby players heard this and immediately raised their weapons, shouting, You must give us an explanation. That's right, Kung Nan Qian then smugly thought to himself, So what if this kid is high level? He can't fight dozens of us. The advantage is mine. Tamak cleaned his ears and said, I attacked innocent people? You guys were the ones touching the alchemist, becoming targets for the bounty quest. How can you blame me? The female players in the crowd heard this and started whispering. So they were the ones who did that to the alchemist. How disgusting. Yeah, that's so shameless. Even if Mach then really did attack them, he was doing a public service. Kung Nan Qian Than's face turned red as he shouted, I'm not. I didn't. Don't listen to Mach Than's nonsense. He cursed to himself. Damn it, this Mach Than guy made me lose face in front of the ladies. I can't let him go. Enraged, he took out his weapon and stared at Tamak, shouting, Enough with the nonsense, Mach Than. If you have the guts, come fight us, Kung Nan. Tamak showed no fear. He also took out his weapon and smiled. Bring it on. Your grandpa's hands are itching for a fight. Thin Thuyet Uyen Ni looked at Tumak and said, They want to gang up on you. We, Thin Thuyet, will help you this once. Consider it a thank you gift for selling me the items. Tamak smiled and said, Thank you, big sister Uyen Ni. But it's better to save that favor, he thought to himself. This Uyen Ni, she's not as cold as she looks. After that, Tumak told Thin Thuyet Uyen Ni to lead her people away, then turned to the Kung Nan group and enabled all-out combat mode. He laughed coldly to himself. You think you can win with numbers? That only works when your strengths are equal. Thin Thuyet Uyen Ni said, Then do as you please. She thought, I really don't know if this Mach then is too arrogant or actually has the strength. I'll just watch for now. Tamak smiled and began to channel his skill. A system notification appeared. Attack mode has been switched. All-out attack mode. These newbies will only cost me a little bit of money. With that, Tamak swung his staff. Instantly, not just one, but multiple fireballs appeared, shooting towards the Kung Nan Guild players. Follow my command, warriors, raise your shields. Following Kung Nan Qian Than's command, a few warrior players moved to the front and raised their shields, forming a barrier that blocked the incoming fireballs. Kung Nan Qian then shouted again, Mages, archers, fire. What are you standing around for? Immediately, a barrage of fireballs and arrows were fired, aimed straight at Tamak. Tamak remained calm and smiled. Is this all you Kung Yan guys have got? Relying on his years of experience from his past life, along with the speed and evasion bonus from his fastest man title, his body moved nimbly, dodging everything. This idiot Kung Nan Qian Than had his subordinates use all their skills. Now that their skills are on cooldown, they're just waiting to be trampled by me. With that thought, Tamak vanished from the Kung Nan Guild player's sight. Where did that Mach Them brat go? Boss, his speed is too fast. We can't even see him clearly. They shouted, their eyes darting around, searching, unaware. That Tamak was hiding right behind the large tree in front of them. Against so many people, it's best to use an AoE ice crowd control skill. It would be even better if the AoE CC effect can be triggered. I might as well use these Kung Nan guys to test my new skill. Thinking this, Tamak used his Frost Flower Dance skill on the Kung Nan group, and before they could even react, Tamak's skill had arrived and exploded like a blooming ice flower, dealing damage and applying a debuff within a 50 m radius. Damn, it's so cold. I'm frozen. Warriors, raise your shields. Brothers, we're all about to die. What are the priests doing? Heal us. Boss Kung Nan Qian Than, our shields are still on cooldown. Boss, our healers can't keep up. Our health is dropping continuously. The screams were endless. After Tamak's skill, most of the people were frozen solid. The lucky ones who weren't frozen still had a debuff on them. Kung Nan Qian then pointed at a warrior next to him and roared, Everyone's dead. What are you still raising your shield for? The warrior stammered, Sorry, boss. I wasn't paying attention, he thought to himself. Mach Than's attack is so terrifying. Isn't it normal for me to raise my shield? I don't want to die yet. Tamak, hiding behind the tree, smirked. So stupid. The shield was blocked. I'll use these few seconds to serve them a big fireball. He calculated the time in his head for a moment, then shouted loudly, "Grandson, look up." Surprise. The Kungyan Guild players heard this and unconsciously looked up at the sky. A second later, their faces were filled with terror as they once again saw a rain of fireballs crashing down on them. Watching each of his guild members being buried in a sea of fire, Kung Yanqian then could only watch helplessly. He sighed in despair. It's over. The warrior's shield and the priest's skills were all used up. This time, we're really done for. He himself could only survive by constantly chugging recovery potions. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. What the hell? Damn it. What kind of damage is this Mokhthan guy doing? Was he not just using some kind of bug in the ghost swamp before? He was about to retreat when Tamak ran out from his hiding spot to block his path and asked with a smile, "Why are you running? Weren't you so arrogant before?" Kongnan Qian Than was a little scared and shouted, You stay away. If you come any closer, I'll get serious." He thought to himself, everyone's dead. I can't hold out without them. But just a few seconds later, he remembered his elite team of over 30 people had just been wiped out by Tamak, and his anger surged again. "I'll fight you." He roared, raised his weapon, and used his whirlwind slash skill, creating multiple wind blades that flew towards Tamak. Tamak thought, warrior's early skill, whirlwind slash, 4-0-second cooldown. After using this skill, he can only use basic attacks for the next 40 seconds. I just need to keep my distance from Kungnan Chen Than. His body nimbly dodged all the wind blades and then swiftly circled behind Kungnan Chen Than. Tamak shot a fireball at his back and laughed. "Hey, grandson, you're too slow. Your grandpa is over here." Kungnan Qian then angrily turned around, swinging his weapon down hard where Tamak had been and shouted, "I'll kill you." Tamak shot another fireball at Kungnan Qian Than and quickly jumped back, laughing. "Come on, Kungnan Qian Than. You're not going to let me down, are you? A man can't say he can't do it." Kungnan Qian then cursed to himself in anger. This Mokhthan guy, how can a mage be so agile? Just as he was about to attack again, Tamak suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Wait." Kungnan Qian Than's movement paused, and he laughed out loud. "Wait for you, my foot. Do you think I'm stupid? My skill cooldown has just refreshed. It seems your speed can't last forever. Want to beg for your life? Taste my whirlwind slash again." He thought to himself, Mokhthan is a fragile mage. He can't take much damage. A few of my hits. The opportunity is here. Tamak spoke up, shattering his illusion. "I was saying, have you checked your HP bar?" Along with that, Tamak fired another fireball. Kungnan Qian then heard Tamak and looked up at his health bar. His eyes widened when he saw it was almost empty. A second later, a small explosion was heard as the fireball hit him in the head, taking away the last of his health. Tamak waved his hand and smiled. "Oops, my bad. A bit too much damage. I was just planning to play with you for a bit, Mokhthan. You wait for me. You're not done with me." Kungnan Qian Than. With those parting words, Kungnan Qian Than's soul left his body, returning to the respawn point. At this point, the surrounding players started chattering. Are we and Mokhthan even playing the same game? A single mage wiped out the entire elite team of Kungyan. I wish I could get carried by Mokhthan. I'm also a mage. Can you take me as your disciple? From now on, Mokhthan is my idol. So strong and handsome. Yes, yes. The great god is so handsome my legs are turning to jelly. Thin Thuyet Uyen Ni stood in the crowd, deep in thought. Mokhthan, is he really that strong? System announcement. Congratulations to player Mokhthan for completing the blacksmith's bounty order and receiving a mysterious reward. 3 consecutive announcements across all Thien Koi servers made every player pay attention to the name Mokhthan. On the Wuxi Zhangguo server, players were talking. Mokhthan? Never heard of him. Killed 100 people. So scary. Who is this Mokhthan? On the Yanyu Jiangnan server, a young man who had just dealt with a player who had touched the alchemist saw the announcement and was furious. He raised his sword to the sky and cursed. Damn it. I was still halfway there. Why did this Mokhthan get there first? Mokhthan, huh. If I get the chance in the future, I'll have to meet you. On the Wanli Didu server, a member of the Z Battle team was saying on their live stream, "What a shame. We were only 20 kills away from completing the 100-man slay. Guys, do you want to send some small gifts to console your streamer?" At the same time, this person thought to themselves, Mokhthan, interesting. He managed to complete the mission before even an esports pro like me. It seems our Z team isn't the strongest after all. On the Qingtian Wanlong server, players looked at 2 Mok in front of them and exclaimed, Mokhthan. He completed the 100-man slay. And in another place, New Muk, with a progress of 90 out of 100, whispered, Mokhthan. I thought I would be the first to get the bounty reward, but someone was even faster than me. Mokhthan. To Mok? Is that you? At this moment, Tamak sneezed and muttered, "Is someone thinking of me?" Then he smiled and turned to look at Thin Thuyet Uyen Ni. "Big sister Uyen Ni, we've agreed on the trade. This is the second time. What do you say now?" He gestured to the side, suggesting they find a place to talk. Thin Thuyet Uyen Ni agreed and followed him. She thought to herself, this mock then is definitely going to suggest some strange condition again. A moment later, Tamak spoke. "There are 1,512 mummy wraps, 151 white equipment, 51 green equipment, 19 blue equipment, and 10 white skill books. The mummy wraps are 10 gold each, white equipment is 50 gold, green equipment is 500 gold, blue equipment is 3,000 gold, and white skill books are 1,500 gold. Thin Thuyet Uyen Ni asked in surprise, "How did you get so many items?" Tamak looked like a pervert, staring at Thin Thuyet Uyen Ni's legs and said, "Total is 112,610 gold. I'll give it to you for 110,000. Do you want a discount this time, big sister Uyen Ni?" Thin Thuyet Uyen Ni blushed and replied, "No, I don't need that kind of discount. 110,000 is fine." She thought to herself, "This guy, I knew it." Tamak sighed, "What a pity. I was going to give you a surprise for free if you let me touch them." Thin Thuyet Uyen Ni quickly asked, "What surprise?" Tamak took out a skill book and said, "How about this? I'll sell it to you for 10,000 gold. This is a friendly price." Thin Thuyet Uyen Ni was shocked. A green priest skill book. She thought, how lucky is this Mokthan? Green skill books are extremely rare at this stage. You can't buy them even if you have money. Then she brushed her hair back and asked shyly, "What are the conditions for this friendly price?" Tamak smiled and replied, "You have to agree to let me touch your leg 10 times in the future." Thin Thuyet Uyen Ni fell silent, suspiciously thinking, in the future, he's so sure we'll meet again. Tamak handed the skill book to Thin Thuyet Uyen Ni and said, "Then I'll take that as a yes. Pleasure doing business with you, big sister Uyen Ni. By the way, here's a friendly reminder for you." "Huh? I haven't agreed yet." "Huh? What reminder?" "The treants in Luklone Forest are weak and give a lot of experience. You guys can focus your energy on grinding them for levels." Hearing Tamak's words, Thin Thuyet Uyen Ni asked, "Why are you telling me this? What's your purpose?" Tamak laughed and said, "Big sister Uyen Ni, you're too sensitive. If I said this is related to a hidden quest, would you help me?" Thin Thuyet Uyen Ni said, "I can, but I can't help for free." She thought to herself, confused. A hidden quest. How does Mokta know information that even the company doesn't? Tamak held out his hand to her. "Then it's a deal, big sister Uyen Ni. Don't worry, you guys won't lose out." Thin Thuyet Uyen Ni looked at Tamak's hand and pondered for a moment. "It seems I have to maintain a good relationship with Mokthan. Mokthan, you're making me more and more curious." Thinking this, she smiled brightly and shook hands with Tamak. "At the novice village respawn point, you trash. You let Mokthan kill all of us by himself. Next time you see that brat, kill him on sight. Understand? Boss Kung Nan Chien Than, we know we were wrong. Boss, don't worry. We'll definitely grind hard. Next time, we'll beat that Mokthan until he pees his pants." While scolding his underlings, Kung Nan Chien then heard a notification for a private message. "Who's looking for me?" he muttered, opening the private chat. "Mokthan, hey Kung Nan, take your people and go clear out the trance for me. Don't stop until I say so." Kung Nan Chan Than, "This Mokthan guy. Despicable. Why would I listen to you? Mokthan, if you don't, I'll hunt you until you delete your character. I'll even screenshot and post about it every time. I'm coming to find you now." Kung Nan Chien Than, I'll go. Big brother Mokthan gave me a task. I'll definitely complete it well." Closing the chat window, he comforted himself. "A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. When I get stronger, I'll make sure you can't even play this game." On the other side, Tamak was leaning against a strangely shaped tree in the death swamp, pondering. Having Thin Thuyet and Kung Yan help isn't enough. To unlock the hidden dungeon, I need to kill every single treant. I can only manage by using the world chat to get everyone to come. With that in mind, Tamak opened the world chat. World chat, Mokthan. Everyone, prioritize killing treants in Luklone Forest. If you don't, I'll give you a taste of my ice and fire. Thin Thuet Uyen Ni. We, Thin Thuet, will support you all the way. Kung Nan Shan Than. Yeah, I was just about to go kill treants. Brothers of Kung Nan, let's go kill treants with me. Looking at the chat, Tamak chuckled softly. Being protected by Uyen Ni like this doesn't feel too bad. After a long while, Tamak looked up at the tree he was leaning against. These guys have been fighting for so long. The treants should be almost cleared out by now. By the way, can I really find rare equipment here? I've been sitting here for a long time. The secret guide from my past life said that looking up at this tree gives you strange ideas. After seeing it for myself, this has to be the right place. It's not a lie, right? It's not me, is it? Not even a bird poops in this place. Just as he said that, a drop of something fell on his face. A second later, Tamak angrily pointed at the strangely shaped tree and shouted, "A bird pooped on me? So why isn't the equipment working? Bullying an honest person. You liar, liar." System reminder. All novice players in village #Haitan 8. In 30 minutes, you will face the vengeful tree ant god together. Success will grant all players a mysterious reward. Failure will result in a loss of 100,000 experience points for all players. The Wrath of the Tree Ant God. Quest countdown, 29 minutes and 57 seconds. Seeing this, Tamak cheered up. The final hidden quest has been triggered. Then, he spat and cursed. What secret expert? That despicable liar. Don't let me meet the person who posted that in this life. If I find them, I'll see if I can't deal with them. World chat. Kung Nan Tu Ho. Mock then. You told us to clear out the trance, and this is what we get? Kung Nan Tu Nak. This quest looks really hard. Mock then tricked us. Hua San Vong. Failing the quest means losing 100,000 experience. We're doomed. Seeing everyone's discussion in the world chat, Tamak smirked. I'll use this half hour to log out, eat a meal, then go back and hide. Perfect. A few seconds later, at the novice village, Tamak had just teleported back and was immediately surrounded by a crowd of angry players. Mokthan, you have to give us a satisfactory explanation for the Tree Ant God's revenge. That's right. Our current level doesn't even have enough points to deduct. Do you have any self-awareness, Mokthan? You should pay a large sum to hire mercenaries. Tamak was a bit surprised. What? You don't need such a big welcome from me. You all think the quest will fail? So, negative. The players were skeptical. Could it be that Mokthan is confident he can complete this quest? Mokthan's confidence is blinding, like the sun. Tamak said, it's easier to work after eating. Someone, go make some food. The players looked at each other. Strange, why do I feel hungry after hearing him say that? Maybe this is the aura of a master, if it's someone like him. Let's all eat quickly, and then go do the quest. Great God Mokthan, I will always support you. In the real world, Thean Koi was the hottest topic. You could see advertisements and hear discussions about it everywhere. Have you played Thean Koi yet? It's super realistic. The NPCs feel just like real people. Haha, I not only played, I got beaten up for harassing the pharmacist. I set up a stall selling materials and made a few thousand. What beautiful NPC. She just affects the speed at which I make money. At a fast food restaurant, Tamak was scrolling while eating. The game capsule has been scheduled for delivery. Later, I'll go back to the game, get the first kill on the Tree Ant God, and get the Tree Ant God's spirit. Or maybe I can upgrade my Death God's wrist bone. It seems more and more people are starting to play Thean Koi. The public participation is higher than in my previous life. I just hope humanity can change its fate this time. At the same time, the girl with the account Ngumuk was also entering the store with her friends. As soon as she entered, Ngumuk saw Tamak sitting alone and eating, so she walked over and said, Tamak. Tamak heard someone call his name and turned his head. Seeing this, Ngumuk said, it really is you. Meanwhile, some guys in the shop were whispering, look at Ngu. That beautiful pharmacist isn't so special anymore. You wouldn't know. She's the school beauty from next door. Don't even think about it. Man, that kid is lucky to be on a date with her. Is he better looking than me? What's he got that I don't? Just then, Ngu walked over to Tumak's table. Tumak, I heard you walked out of your exam today. Your homeroom teacher was furious. Tumak gave a short reply. Yeah, Mu thought to himself, only he would pull something like this. It's just like him. But Tumak was a little surprised. The school beauty, Kwang Tring Yu. I don't even know her that well. Why is she talking to me? Kwang Chi Nu made an offer. Tamak, want to come eat with my friends? It's my treat. Tamak replied, can't. I'm busy, he thought to himself. Whatever. I'll never see Kwang Tring Nu again anyway. We won't have any contact. I should just hurry home and get in the game. So, Tamak finished the rest of his food and left the table. I'm done eating. See you around, Kwang Tring Yu. As he left, Kwang Tring Yu quickly asked, Tamak, are you also on the Thean Than Noi Long server? Tamak pretended not to hear and kept walking. Kwang Tring Yu frowned, confused. Tamak, why are you so cold to me? Her friends came back to her side and started grilling her. Qin Yu, who was that? Why was he so distant with you? Did our Qin Yu fall for him? Let me see. That's the outcast of your school, Tamak. Tamak? You mean the guy who ditched his high school graduation exam today? Just to go back and play Thean Koi? Qin Yu likes a game-addicted loser like that. A school beauty with a school idol. A top student with a reject. Isn't that perfect? Huang Qingu spoke up. Stop messing around. Thean Koi isn't just a normal game. At the same time, she was confused. Tamak, you appeared in my sight several times. So why do you seem to be avoiding me now? Elsewhere, Tamak walked out of the store thinking, Kwang Chi-nu. My past life memories tell me I need to stay away from this woman. I'm not a hero who saves the world, but I can't sacrifice my own safety. Not long after, Tumak was back in his room. The game pod had been delivered. After setting it up, Tumak immediately lay down inside. This is amazing. So comfortable. Playing Thien Koi in a game pod is the only way to go. This was worth every penny. In my past life, it took me forever to get one of these. This time, I must advance step by step. I will explore the profound path of destiny. With that, Tumak activated the Thien Koi ring to enter the game. System notification. Entering the world of Thien Koi. Enjoy the game. Wrath of the God Tree. Mission countdown, 1 minute remaining. The moment the character Mach then appeared in the starter village, other players spotted him. Their faces were filled with worry and anxiety. Mach Than, there's only 1 minute left until the God Tree's revenge begins. The official website said those tree monsters are all level 5. We can't beat them. The God Tree boss is a level 10 monster. Even you can't handle that, Mach Than. You've doomed us all. Tumak sighed to himself. These inexperienced rookies are so noisy. Then, he spoke up. It's just a hidden quest. Don't panic. The players shouted back. We don't want to fail the mission and lose levels. Mach Than, think of something. Why all the noise? If Mach Than said it's possible, then it's possible. Meanwhile, in the real world, many people were watching a live feed. It was broadcast directly from the scene by Thien Koi officials. In an office, a man named Mokviz watched the stream. He spoke to his secretary. Closely monitor the actions of Starter Village 818 on Thien Than Muai Long. If they succeed, arrange for our people in other starter villages to activate this dungeon too. In a net cafe, 2 young men talked while watching the stream. This is a large-scale regional quest. A player from the Han Nation wants to get the first clear? That's a joke. Even the pro players from our Jua Nation's top team wouldn't dare challenge this right now. In the world of Thien Koi, the countdown finally hit 0. A heavy pressure immediately descended upon the entire starter village. This is terrifying. Thien Koi's 100% simulation effect is too scary. Don't be scared. Honey, I'm here. To the first line of defense. I can't take it anymore. I'm logging off. I'll come back when you guys are done fighting. Let's retreat too. We can't handle this. Let's log off. Amidst the players' screams, Tumak was surprised to see NPCs. The blacksmith and the potion master were present. The boss map for this quest actually triggered NPCs to join the fight. I don't remember this happening in my past life. Strange. As he was deep in thought, the village chief suddenly stepped forward. Dear young warriors, for the village, for tomorrow, fight. With that, the village chief raised his hand. The book in his hand shot out a beam of light. It split into many small threads. They entered the bodies of the players. System notification. Elder Village Chief's encouragement. Plus 10% attack, plus 10% critical hit, plus 20 defense, plus 100 HP. Duration, 30 minutes. A moment later, the players and NPCs reached the first line of defense. The blacksmith stood at the very front. They didn't have to wait long. A large number of tree ants ran out from the forest ahead. They charged straight towards them. Let me handle this. Get lost. The blacksmith roared. He smashed the tree ant in front of him with one swing of his hammer. With him leading the charge, other NPCs and players joined the battle. For a moment, screams and the light from skills filled the area. This is insane. Thien Koi just launched today. Most players haven't even reached level 5. How could they be a match for an army of level 5 tree ants? Soon, players were continuously defeated and sent back to the respawn point. But it wasn't over. The unhindered tree ants immediately swarmed into the starter village. They surrounded the respawn point. The moment someone respawned in their 1-5-second invincibility wore off, they were killed by the vines again. This repeated over and over. The players broke down. I can't take it anymore. Don't come over here. Mach Than, where's the plan you talked about? You liar. I never thought my glorious life would end at a respawn point. I'm not playing anymore. Logging off. After the 1-5-second invincibility, I'll just be killed by a train again. This is too scary. This is impossible to fight. Where is Mach Than? That braggart, get out here and take your punishment. This scene was also witnessed by the livestream viewers. In Starter Village 526, players were watching the stream. Damn, this mission is terrifying. Luckily, our server doesn't have this kind of trouble. Oh my god. Look at what happened to Starter Village 818. They're pretty much done for. The players' levels must have dropped back to level 1. In the real-world office, the secretary spoke. The number of these tree ants is truly overwhelming. Even our people would have a hard time completing this mission. The man, Mark Vest, spoke. Record all the details for future use. Suddenly, his expression changed. On the live stream screen, a rain of fireballs appeared. They rained down on the tree ants, setting them ablaze. Back in Starter Village 818, the players' eyes widened. That's the mage skill, Heavenly Firestorm. What? Such insane damage? This has to be a cheat. Then, their jaws dropped. They saw ice flowers bloom one by one. They formed a wave of frost that froze a large area of treants. It was like a sheet of glass, and then it shattered into tiny pieces. Frost flower dance. A grand mage really came to save us. It's Mokthan. It has to be Mokthan. He used this skill before when he fought the Qnan guild alone. Amidst the players' cheers, Tamak appeared. He drank a potion to restore his spent mana. Then he spoke. I was going to let you guys train a little more. As soon as he finished speaking, Tamak dashed forward. Flames erupted from his staff. Everywhere he passed was scorched by fire. These treants were a much lower level than Tamak. Hitting him was like hitting air, but he didn't care. He charged into the forest of god trees like a madman. Outside, the players watching this scene couldn't help but cheer. How much health does Mokthan have? He's making the treants run for their lives, and he hasn't lost a single drop of health. In the midst of the battle, Tamak finished his rampage. He glanced back at them. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. Hey, what are you all standing there for? Let's go together. The moment he spoke, the players became energized. They charged forward with renewed vigor. They began to slaughter the god trees. At the same time, outside the game, everyone was stunned after watching this battle. A wave of confusion and awe spread through the crowd. At the respawn point, the 3 members of Thin Thuyet Uyenni had just respawned. They were shocked. Thin Thuyet Zaza frowned and muttered, "The treants over here are all gone." Thin Thuyet Uyenni nodded in agreement. It must have been him. With suspicion, the 3 of them walked forward. They saw a crowd of people shouting and charging ahead. Thin Tiet Tu To sighed. I'm also a mage, but my damage is so much lower than Mokthan's. At this point, Thin Thuyet Jia frowned and asked, what should we do? Everyone has gained a lot of experience. Thin Thuyet Uyen Ni thought for a moment before speaking. Let's go kill the treants. We'll regain the experience we lost. At the same time, Tamak was giving orders. Everyone, get ready. Warlocks, clear the status effects. Following his instructions, 2 men and 2 women stepped forward. They used their skills to sweep the battlefield. Thin Thuyet Uyen Ni happily called out, Mokthan, we're here to join the fight too. Tamak glanced at her. She gave him a playful smile. Then she raised her staff and shouted, Warlocks can register to join our party. Coordinate with me in the main teams. Tamak nodded slightly. All right. Mages and archers, get ready. On my command. Fire at range. Attack. The moment he spoke, thousands of fireballs rained down from the sky. The players below didn't stand idle. They charged forward, fiercely attacking the god trees. Outside, watching this scene, people began to discuss. Look, Starter Village 818 is actually counterattacking. Cries of astonishment echoed through the crowded square. Who is that Mokthan? He just cleared out the respawn point. Could Starter Village 818 actually complete this mission? Elsewhere, Qnan Xianthan was also watching the fight. He frowned heavily and muttered, I need to get the Qnan members back online. Otherwise, all those deaths will have been for nothing. Immediately after, he summoned the Qnan guild members online. He raised an eyebrow and smirked. Killing a treant gives 100 experience points. Even assisting gives 20. Going online now is a great chance to recover our losses. In another place, at the Duok Nation VSA research area, a man watched the battle. He spoke in a serious tone. The god tree's revenge is nothing special. I thought it would be a real challenge. Then, he glanced at the person beside him and gave an order. Johnson analyzed the data from Starter Village 818. Thien Thanangoy Long. Have our people start killing treants now. Activate the god tree's revenge. Hearing this, Johnson's face showed unease. He hesitated. Sir, this mission is very difficult. Our current average level is 3. I'm afraid we can't defeat it. The director scoffed. Say that again? We are number 1 in the world. Our Duok Nation will definitely do better. Johnson's expression grew even more grim. Starting this mission now is really, but the director didn't understand his concerns. He glared and ordered, have the soldiers start the god tree's revenge. If not, I don't mind replacing you. Johnson could only nod in reluctant agreement. At the same time, in Starter Village 818, under Damak's leadership, they had successfully made all the god trees flee. Joyful cheers echoed everywhere, but their joy was short-lived. A world-shaking sound suddenly erupted, startling them. When they looked closely, giant tree roots suddenly appeared in the forest. They snaked through the trees. Before long, they merged into one. They became a colossal god tree. Its single, blood-red eye was terrifying. It let out a roar. Become my nourishment, humans. As it finished speaking, it swung its arm towards the crowd. The unprepared players were sent flying, but it wasn't over. Another arm swung down. Seeing this, Thin Tiet Wien Ni's face turned pale. She cried out in terror. It's over. The other arm is attacking. We can't dodge it. In an instant, the god tree's 2 giant arms slammed into the ground. Rocks flew everywhere. A cloud of dust blinded them. But Tamak and Thin Thuyet Uyen Ni were unharmed. In that split second, Tamak had grabbed her and dodged. They had escaped death. Thin Thuyet Uyen Ni looked at him gratefully. She whispered, "Thank you, Mok Than." Tamak paid it no mind. He just told her to be careful. Then he was lost in thought. The God Tree Lord's attack seemed to be aimed at him. At the same time, other players were desperately attacking the God Tree, but their damage numbers were extremely low. This frustrated them. Annoyed cries were heard everywhere. This God Tree boss's stats are ridiculous. 30,000 HP, a binding skill, and a healing skill. How are we supposed to fight this? Meanwhile, smaller tree ants began to appear beneath the God Tree Lord. They seemed to be buffed. They were extremely ferocious. They opened their large mouths, threatening everyone. Seeing this, the players immediately retreated. They all looked towards Tamak. Thin Thuk Yuyen Ni was no exception. She whispered, "Mok Than, do you have a strategy?" Facing this dangerous situation, Tamak wasn't scared at all. He confidently reassured them, "Don't panic. You all handle the smaller trans like before. I'll take care of the big guy." Hearing this, Thin Thuyet Uyen Ni immediately responded, "Then you must be careful. Leave this side of the battlefield to me." He nodded slightly. "Okay." Immediately, she shouted with authority, "Everyone, don't panic. Assemble quickly. Warriors and assassins, follow Thin Thuyet Sa. Mages, archers, and Thin Thuyet Tu Tho, act together. Warlocks, please follow me." As she gave the orders, everyone formed up in 3 directions. She quickly commanded, "Trans at 10 o'clock and 1 o'clock. Warriors, suppress them. At 3 o'clock, ranged units focus fire. Warlocks, form a circle." Tamak watched from behind as everyone acted in an organized manner. He was extremely satisfied. As expected of Jiang Van, she could hold a safe zone in the future. Is she already starting to show her talent? Just then, the God Tree Lord suddenly turned its gaze towards him. Immediately after, a barrage of vines, sharp as blades, shot towards Tamak. He couldn't help but click his tongue. "I don't know why the God Tree Lord's target is always me. Although it's a high damage, high regen boss, he knew its weakness, the sole lord of the Luke Lone Forest. It was once a friend to humanity, but it was corrupted by demonic energy. Its weakness is its heart." With a clear goal, Tamak's figure moved swiftly through the air. He ran straight towards the God Tree Lord. He launched a fireball at its heart. Unlike the others, the damage he dealt was much higher. Someone couldn't help but cry out. "Our attacks only do 12 points of damage. How can Mok then hit so hard? He's a monster," but they didn't know. Tamak wasn't satisfied with this at all. He grumbled, "This God Tree's skin is really thick. I'll have to hit it with 50 fireballs to kill it. What a pain." However, damage to its corrupted heart cannot be healed by recovery skills. Thinking of this, Tamak used Wind Shadow to fly into the air. Without hesitation, he fired another fireball at the God Tree Lord's heart. As long as he wasn't hit and could maintain his mana, he could defeat it in a one-on-one fight. But he couldn't let the boss fight disrupt Thin Tiet Uyen Ni's rhythm. Tamak decided to lure the boss away. With that thought, he shouted to her, "Uyen Ni, I'm leaving this to you." Thin Thuyet Uyen Ni nodded when she heard this. Then she continued to command the others. "Split off a team of warlocks. Go to the respawn point and heal everyone." After giving her orders, she looked towards Tamak. A hint of worry appeared in her eyes. On this side, the God Tree Lord continued to attack Tamak with its vines. Even more surprisingly, the vines grew very quickly. However, they couldn't touch Tamak at all. Besides Wind Shadow, he also had movement speed bonuses from the village chief's blessing and the fastest man, so these attacks were useless against him. At the same time, Tamak noticed something. These new thorny vines were thinner, but they were still connected to the God Tree's heart. Instantly, without hesitation, he cast a fire matrix. It burned all the vines. The pain from the heat made the God Tree Lord roar non-stop, but it wouldn't die that easily. Tamak knew this. He retreated several meters from the scene. At the same time, he cast Heavenly Firestorm. The God Tree Lord's entire body was engulfed in flames. It seemed to want to escape this place, but its feet were bound by 2 layers of frost. It couldn't run even if it wanted to. Seizing the opportunity, Tamak spun his staff. He smirked. "How do you like the taste of ice and fire?" Not far below, Thin Thuyet Uyen Ni was still commanding the players. They were fighting the God Tree Lord's minions. At the same time, she noticed the boss's health was down to 1/3. She let out a sigh of relief. Mok Than probably needs another 2 minutes to finish it off. Soon after, Uyen Ni looked at the others and commanded, "2 more minutes, everyone. Hold on a little longer. Maintain your formation. 1 more wave of attacks. Don't let a single small monster get past our line." Thanks to everyone's support, Tamak's side was going smoothly without any obstacles. He successfully froze the God Tree Lord. Its health was now very low. This made him very satisfied. Tamak nodded and smiled. The Frost Flower Dance's binding effect came at the perfect time. Now for the final blow. As he finished speaking, a brilliant flame shot from his staff. It flew straight towards the God Tree Lord. It only had time to scream 4 words, "Despicable human," before being burned to death. Its entire body was destroyed into small pieces. Then it dissipated into the air. Even if it admitted its mistake now, it was too late. The moment the God Tree Lord collapsed, the God Trees on the ground also quickly fell. The players, who were in a frenzy, were a bit surprised by this scene. At the same time, the system announced, Tamak has achieved the world's first solo kill of the God Tree's revenge. He received the world's first kill solo treasure chest. Not just him, but all players in Starter Village 818 were also rewarded for completing the mission. In an instant, joyful cheers erupted everywhere. Thin Thuyet Uyenyi smiled with satisfaction. He did it. The people watching this battle from the outside were also extremely shocked. 200 potential points for all members? Doesn't that mean their free distribution stats are 2 levels higher than ours? Not only that, the internet also exploded. A flood of amazed comments appeared continuously. They completely took over today's hot searches. Tamak, of course, didn't know about this. He was examining his reward. After a while, he smiled. Essence of the God Tree. With this, the materials to activate the Death God's Bone Hand are ready. Immediately after, he began to level up. He quickly reached level 9. Next is to activate the Death God's Bone Hand. Let's see what secret this thing holds. The moment the Death God's Bone Hand was activated, Tamak had to consume 3,000 dried blood and 3,000 mummified corpses. It also consumed the essence of the God Tree. Purple light continuously surrounded the Death God's Bone Hand, making it float in the air. But the strange phenomenon didn't stop there. The light suddenly surrounded Tamak as well. His body froze. He cried out in alarm. What's happening? I can't move. Tamak suspected that this hidden quest might not be over. Soon after, he saw something approaching from the other side of Luklone Forest. It looked like a dense, demonic fog. The surrounding players were in a similar situation. They also had a Death's Gaze debuff on them. Thing Thuyet Uyen Ni quickly spoke. Everyone, check if you have a new buff on you. Hearing this, everyone looked up. Sure enough, everyone had it. They cried out in alarm. I can't move. Damn it, I can't move either. I want to log off. The place quickly descended into panic. Before they could understand what was happening, a strong wind blew in. Darkness suddenly enveloped the area. Their health bars also began to drop. In just a few seconds, their health bars were completely drained. But they didn't die and returned to the respawn point. Then Tiet Yuanyi listened to the panic sounds of everyone. Her face was a bit serious. It seems that after the health bar is cleared, we won't die. Everyone, be patient. Maybe the server is still debugging the parameters. Everyone thought what she said made sense, so they waited quietly. Only Uyen Ni was very worried. She didn't know why Tamak hadn't returned. Was he in danger? As for Tumak, he was now deep in the Luklone Forest. It was pitch black all around. He frowned and muttered, What is this? What kind of debuff is this Death's Gaze? While Tamak was confused, a pair of red eyes suddenly appeared in the darkness. As soon as Tamak saw them, he cried out in shock. Those eyes. The pair of eyes drew closer and closer to him. Its target seemed to be him. Tamak's face immediately changed. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He trembled and muttered, It's the God of Death. Isn't the God of Death a boss that appears in the hardest dungeon, the Death God's Temple, when the apocalypse is near? No one has cleared the Death God's Temple yet. Hien Koi is about to descend. Then the God of Death will also descend upon the world. Could it be that activating the Death God's Bone Hand caused the God of Death to descend early? Tamak knew very little about the God of Death. In his past life, he didn't even have the qualifications to enter the Death God's Temple. While Tamak was thinking, a world-shaking sound erupted. He flinched instinctively. His eyes filled with even more fear. That sound. It's unmistakable. It's the God of Death. This is the sound he heard before he died in his previous life. Before long, a figure with glowing red eyes and a wide mouth appeared before Tamak. The evil aura around him was immense. It was oppressive to anyone who got close. Tamak was even more terrified. He trembled and said, This giant scythe, the God of Death, is really here. Am I going to die again? Rebirth? What kind of cruel joke is this? I just got started. Remembering his past life, Tamak's body trembled uncontrollably. He wanted to move, but couldn't. He bit his lip hard, cursing in anger. Damn it, I can't break free from this restraint. I can't move. At this moment, the God of Death's deep, dark voice rang out. The light is not here. Darkness descends. The gods have fallen. The God of Death rules the sky. Tamak instinctively looked up. He saw the being staring intently at him with a fierce gaze. Its wide mouth moved continuously, emitting a frightening sound. Young mage, do you want to live? I will give you a chance. He wanted Tamak to join the Death God's Temple. He would help him become a Death Grand Mage. With the power of Thien Koi's World King, you can ascend the throne. Tamak's fear turned to shock. What is this situation? Is this a joke? The God of Death? Is the God of Death talking to me? And since when did Dian Koi have a weird class like Death Grand Mage? What an overpowered stat line. The system gave Tamak two choices, one to join and one to refuse. He looked at them and his eyes widened. It sounds like a gift from heaven, but in reality, both choices are very difficult. The first choice would make him an enemy of humanity. The second choice would get him killed by the god of death directly. Tamak's first kill reward and the evil dragon armor he worked so hard to get, he couldn't lose them. While Tamak was hesitating, the god of death's deep voice sounded again. Young mage, make your choice. Tamak shouted in a panic. Wait, this choice is a bit difficult. Let me think carefully. I'm thinking, betraying humanity, joining the enemy, and falling into darkness forever. That's impossible. He could only stall for a little longer. He had to hold out until the death god's bone hand progress reached 100%. Then he'd decide. But the god of death kept pressuring him. Make your choice. But the death god's bone hand activation was only at 95%. Tamak bit his lip hard. His rebirth was full of disasters. Thinking this, he looked up at the being. Tamak pursed his lips and spoke. Fine, I'll tell you my choice now. I refuse. Hearing this, the god of death's face immediately contorted with rage. He roared furiously. Die, you ignorant fool. An ant is just an ant. To protect the laughable light, you dare refuse my invitation. Tamak scoffed. So what if I'm an ant? An ant with great ambitions. A life as thin as paper, but with an unyielding heart. How could I bow down and serve my killer? A gentleman would rather die than be disgraced. He told the god to kill him again if he dared. Worst case scenario, he'd just start over. The god of death snorted in anger. Then die, ant. Instantly, the sharp tip of his scythe lunged towards Tamak, but he wasn't worried. In 3 seconds, Tamak would be a hero again. But just as the scythe was about to strike, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the sky. Its speed was too fast for the naked eye to see. It directly slammed into the god of death's scythe. This sudden change shocked Tamak. Just then, a voice came from within the light. A mere projection of the god of death dares to cross boundaries to kill? Do you really think my divine temple has no one? Hearing this voice, the god of death recognized who had arrived. He let out a strange laugh. Michael, oh Michael, do you think you can save him? At this moment, Tamak couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. The figure with angel wings before him was truly unbelievable. This is the great leader Michael of the Divine Temple's Angel Legion, the supreme commander of the Divine Temple's Angel Legion. Go back to hell, Michael said coldly. A ray of divine power appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he struck at the god of death. In a flash, the god of death's figure vanished. But his strange laughter still lingered. He is a cursed one. Sooner or later, he will join our death god's temple. The situation changed too quickly. Tamak couldn't hide his surprise and muttered. Is this the power of the supreme commander of the Divine Temple's Angel Legion? One strike destroyed the god of death's projection. The Divine Temple is one of the two major factions in the world of Tien Koi. It's the center of the Divine faction. The Angel Legion is a prestigious fighting force within the Divine Temple, and the Death God's Temple, of course, is the central administrative body of the Demon faction. I only activated the Death God's bone hand. Not only did it summon a projection of the God of Death, why did it also call the great leader, Michael, here? While Tamak was thinking, Michael's voice suddenly rang out. Young warrior, your choice was incredibly correct. Tamak looked at him, startled. Then he realized he could move his body again. He quickly greeted him. Hello, great leader Michael. Tamak didn't know if he was greeting him correctly. In his past life, he had never interacted with an NPC of this level. Michael smiled kindly at Tamak. He spoke cheerfully. Your choice is worthy of the Divine Temple's praise. If you can complete my trial, I will grant you the title of Divine Temple Mage. Tamak looked at the title in surprise. Even at level 100, this was still a primary title. Moreover, only by obtaining this title could one receive the Divine Temple's hidden quests. The more he thought, the more excited he became. He happily said, I am willing to accept your trial. Michael nodded with satisfaction. He said frankly, this is a spoil of war I obtained. I now grant it to you. I hope you can complete the trial. With that, he took out a necklace and gave it to Tamak. Holding it in his hand, his eyes widened. This is the damaged evil dragon necklace. While he was stunned, Michael continued to speak. I hope it will help you open a path to greater strength. May the light of Thien Koi shine upon you. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared into the air. The area returned to its bright light. Tamak looked at the sky in contemplation for a moment. Then he clenched the necklace in his hand. He jumped for joy. I know this. In my past life, only one top player had this armor set. This is a huge win, and I got the necklace from that set. If Tamak successfully purifies it to legendary quality, this rebirth will be totally worth it. Once he has the necklace, it means the other parts of the set will also fall into his hands in the future. Then he will become invincible. After a moment of joy, Tamak decided to check the Death God's bone hand, the thing that almost made him reset his character again. What on earth was it? It had finished activating. Tamak had received many skills and equipment. He was so happy he could cry. He muttered, "I've struck gold. I've struck gold. My efforts in this new life weren't in vain. Thien Koi isn't bullying me." But Tamak's happiness didn't last long. He saw the condition to upgrade it. It needed 5 million experience points. He cursed angrily. This is clearly bullying, and this is just the experience for one level. Tamak breathed heavily in anger. Setting that aside, Tamak decided to open the God Tree's treasure chest to see the rewards. He needed to quickly reach level 10. He also had to get the first clear of the Mokhthan Temple dungeon. Soon after, in the deepest part of the Luklone forest, Tamak began to check his items. He glanced through them. Finally, he decided to check the God Tree's wish first. He immediately opened the wish. A blurry image of the God Tree appeared. It spoke in a low voice. "Warrior, thank you for rescuing me from my suffering. I was once the lord of this land. Now I am about to disappear. There is one thing I hope you can do for me." Immediately, a quest was presented. Tamak accepted it without hesitation. Then, he couldn't help but sigh. This coincides with Michael's trial quest objective, the Demon Star Apophis. In the vast universe, Earth moves silently. However, after hundreds of observations, it was determined that this planet will reach its closest position. It will align with the eastern hemisphere of Earth at 4:49 a.m. GMT +8 on the 14th of April 2129. The probability of collision with Earth around 5:20 a.m. GMT +8 is 2.7%. If a collision occurs, 6.4 quadrillion kilojoules will be released. This is equivalent to over 1 ton of energy from a TNT explosion. Although the collision is not certain to happen in the future, after Thien Koi descends upon reality, the first invader of the destroyer God Legion will be Apophis, not to mention how humanity will prevent Apophis's descent in the future. For now, I have to face the final boss of this simulated battle in the dungeon. Even though it's greatly weakened, it's still incredibly hard to beat. And the 3 mini-bosses before it can't be underestimated. In my past life, it was a level 15 professional pay-to-win team from Duok Nation that got the first clear. Thinking of this, Tamak clicked his tongue. This game isn't as simple as I thought. Putting that aside, he continued to check the other God Tree reward chests. This time, Tamak received quite a few things. 50,000 gold, 300 potential points, a level 10 Fong Hoa Tam Lian necklace, a purple universal skill book, and 1,000 divine temple reputation points. Seeing these things, he cheered happily. Awesome! I got a purple universal skill book for all classes, and divine temple reputation. The Fong Hoa Tam Lian necklace is also a decent piece of equipment. I've hit the jackpot. Tamak didn't hesitate. He quickly learned the purple universal skill book. He received the skill Spirit Burst. This skill can increase attack power by 100. The effect lasts for 5 minutes. Tamak was stunned. He exclaimed in surprise. During battle, I can summon a clone? That's amazing. As for the divine temple reputation, the more intimacy points I have with divine temple NPCs, the easier it is to get on their good side. Divine Temple reputation can't be obtained from normal quests. The higher the reputation, the higher the drop rate. Finally, the world's first solo kill treasure chest. He received a lot of items from it, including the Guild Blessing Rite. This is a great item that provides buffs to players. When I create a guild later, I'll have a head start. There's also the Demon Slayer title. This is specifically designed to defeat evil-type monsters. The more he looked, the happier he became. Tamak exclaimed excitedly. Now, it's time to add points. Mages, of course, should go for a glass cannon build. I'll put all my potential points into magic attack, a glass cannon mage, 1 fireball. To teach them a lesson, I'll find time to do this accessory activation quest later. The extra stats on equipment are also very good. For now, I'll go back to the city and appraise my gear. On the other side, at the starter village's respawn point, a group of people were whispering about the recent event. Just then, Tamak respawned. The moment they saw him, everyone started running over to thank him. This enthusiasm startled him. Tamak quickly backed away, smiling humbly. Everyone, keep working hard to level up. Let's make our starter village 818, the first group of players to reach the main city. At this moment, whatever he said, they would listen. They nodded obediently. Elsewhere, the director of VSA was extremely angry. He roared in fury. Damn it. The world first clear should have been the glory of our Duok nation. Johnson, report the current progress. Johnson quickly reported from the side, but the more he heard, the angrier the director became. He roared again. If you can't beat it, then you don't need to do it anymore. Johnson was also a bit helpless. The difficulty of this mission is just too high. Inside the game, at the potion shop, the beautiful potion master stood at the shop entrance and waved at Tamak. This time, he came to buy 100 bottles of purification potion and holy water, but it was really expensive. Tamak felt the pinch. Purification potion is 200 gold per bottle. Holy water is 100,000 gold per bottle. Even with all the gold he got as rewards, purifying the evil dragon necklace was going to hurt his wallet. The shop owner quickly handed the items to Tamak. Then she said sincerely, "Thank you for helping me punish those male players, and thank you for protecting the village." Tamak smiled at her. "Don't mention it." Soon after, Tamak found a place to purify the necklace. He kept muttering, "It has to be legendary quality. I've never even seen a legendary grade item in my past life." Before long, the necklace was successfully purified. Seeing its glow, Tamak was overjoyed. "Gold! It really is legendary quality. I never thought I'd be this lucky after reincarnating." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a card. He smirked. "This perfect appraisal card finally has a use. Let's use one and see. Give me explosive stats." Explosive stats. In an instant, the evil dragon necklace was enveloped in a faint golden light. The appraisal process was successful. The necklace was truly legendary quality. The stats were also very good. Tamak was ecstatic. The magic attack of a single necklace is higher than his purple weapon. It also has elemental enhancement and resistance. Moreover, his current stats had also increased dramatically. Clearing the ancient Mokhthan temple will be no problem. However, to complete the hidden quest of clearing it without taking damage, I still need to work a bit harder. So Tumak decided to level up. The forest was quickly cleared by Tumak. But at this moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the sky. He frowned and muttered, "It's here, the destroyer star, Apophis." The moment that ray of light descended, the surrounding players also saw it. They discussed in surprise, "What's going on? Why is it suddenly so hot? What is that? Something is crashing down here, a meteorite?" In a flash, the entire forest heated up, engulfed in a brilliant flame. The heat was too intense, causing players to flee in disarray. The beasts in the forest also ran to find shelter. At the same time, Tamak stood on a cliff, observing everything. This is still just a simulation effect from the world of Thien Koi. The destructive power has been greatly reduced. If this were real, everyone would be killed instantly. The flames quickly spread to Starter Village 818. The players in the village also quickly fled, shouting non-stop, "Run! The fire is coming this way. It's not safe in the Starter Village." At this critical moment, a swift footstep suddenly appeared. Looking closely, the owner of the footstep was the village chief. In his hands, waves of water appeared. It danced continuously in the air. Then it collided with the spreading flames. Seeing this scene, the players were immediately shocked. The old village chief is this powerful. He's a dual-class player who knows both warlock and water magic skills. Before long, the fire in the Starter Village was extinguished by the village chief's water. The players immediately cheered and praised him. "The village chief is a hidden master, right? Great master. Please give us some hidden quests." Hearing this, the village chief glanced at them. A moment later, he chuckled and said, "The demon star Apophis has invaded. To protect the world of Tien Koi, we must not let it leave the Luklone forest. I am here to bless all warriors who fight Apophis." As soon as he finished speaking, the system immediately issued a quest. The players excitedly shouted, "Look! A quest has appeared above our heads." Tamak, from a distance, also saw this quest. He was a little surprised. The first dungeon of the world of Thien Koi has opened. In the game, Apophis wants to find an ancient item in the ruins of the ancient Mokhthan temple in the Luklone forest. In my past life, when Apophis descended upon Earth, it went on a killing spree. It was also frantically searching for some kind of material that the Destroyer Star Legion needed. But deep in the Amazon rainforest, there is indeed a place like the ancient Mokhthan temple. In the world of Thien Koi, many scenes and special items actually exist in reality. They either haven't appeared yet, or they are in a very dangerous area. Even if these secrets from my past life were revealed now and passed on to the country, it would be useless. To resist the invasion, humanity's current strength is still too weak. As a reincarnated person, I will do my best to become stronger. When Thien Koi becomes reality, I will find a chance to fight. For now, this ancient Mokhthan temple dungeon cannot be cleared just by spending money. You have to understand the mechanics and have enough strength. However, the appearance of the dungeon will definitely create a new wave of excitement. The players who are passionate about exploring will have to be brave. Tamak decided to let them suffer a bit first. In the meantime, he would log out and take a nap to recharge. In the real world outside, after a quiet night, light once again began to shine in the city. At the same time, in an apartment complex. After a long sleep, Tamak finally woke up. He stretched and yawned. That was a good sleep. Sleeping in a game pod is not as comfortable as on a bed. Let's check the forums and see how the newbies are doing in this dungeon. The Thien Koi forum was extremely lively at this time. Everyone was discussing the ancient Mokhthan temple. Tamak casually scrolled through it. Then he snorted coldly. "This is nothing. The strange things that will happen later will scare you to death. All nations are trying to conquer the Mokhthan temple. The fastest progress in the world is Team Z from the Van Lai De Du Dai area of Han Nation. They have reached the first boss but haven't defeated it yet." Thinking this, Tamak once again entered the game pod. He quickly appeared in the starter village. Uyen Ni slowly walked over. She said in surprise, "How are you still only level 9? Tamak smirked. It seems you've been drinking a lot of experience-boosting solutions. At this point, he suddenly remembered something. He quickly asked, I have some blue equipment and white skill books. Do you need them? Wu Yi hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, I do. Thanks to the resources you provided, our Tin Thuk guild is developing quite well. We plan to challenge the ancient Mokhthan temple once we reach level 10. Are you coming? Are you scared of being a third wheel? Tamak raised an eyebrow and asked her. Actually, I'm just kidding. He was still thinking that with Wu Yi's special status, getting direct information was a given, but Wu Yi thought he was serious. She nodded and smiled. Don't worry, our Tin Tiat guild is full of beautiful girls. It's all up to your own skills. Tamak couldn't help but tease. But I'm only interested in you. She shyly lowered her head and said in a low voice, as long as you cooperate, I can get information and share it with you. I can also give you 3 shares of the reward. Tamak instinctively raised an eyebrow. With such confidence, the power behind her company must be formidable. Wu Yi was really spending a lot to recruit him. She wasn't hesitant to reveal all this information. Thinking this, Tamak said in a serious tone, Dungeon information that the whole world wants is indeed priceless, but I don't seem to be interested. Hearing this, Wu Yi was a bit surprised and asked, Why? Tamak glanced at her. He kindly reminded her, Big sister Wu Yi, I advise you to focus on leveling up first. Even at level 10, don't touch the dungeon. You can't beat it. I'm going to go grind. Goodbye. With that, Tamak turned and left. Wu Yi watched his retreating back, a bit speechless. This guy. I have information and strength. My team is full of well-equipped, beautiful women, and he still refused. An hour later, the game's world channel was in chaos. People were constantly tagging Tamak's name and talking. Tamak actually saw it. He replied very frankly, I'm on my way to kill the demon apes now. The players were immediately confused. Then, one by one, they started to stay away from the areas he passed through. However, Tamak didn't care much. He just kept hunting monsters. He had now reached level 10, unlocking the new enhancement features. He cheered happily. Brothers, I'm level 10. Soon after, Tamak returned to the starter village. He ran to the village chief's house. He said boldly, Village chief, I want to create a guild. The village chief looked at Tamak calmly. Warrior, you have truly met my expectations. An outstanding warrior like you should establish your own guild. You are a great leader. That will be 300,000 gold. Hearing this number, Tamak's expression changed. He pursed his lips. So expensive. Are you trying to rob me? The village chief smirked. Warrior, if Tamak wants to be a great leader, you have to invest in the early stages. Tamak thought in silence. This time, he would no longer rely on others. He would establish his own guild and recruit capable players. They would become his strength to command. Immediately after, Tamak chose to create a guild. He gave it a powerful name, Fong Then Kok. He walked out of the village chief's house happily. Fong Then Kok will surely become a powerful force to protect the Ha Nation when the apocalypse comes. At the same time, the surrounding players also received the notification that he had created a guild. Wu Yi couldn't help but sigh. Mokhthan has created a guild. He's still faster than us. I didn't expect Mokhthan to want to be his own boss. Chinu was also very surprised to see this notification. She seemed to be calculating something. Elsewhere, a group of people hunting monsters received the news. One of them hastily exclaimed, Boss, I didn't expect this kid to beat us to creating a guild. The boss snorted. Our Qunyan guild is the strongest. Before long, many people had applied to join Tamak's guild. He frowned at the number. Then he muttered, I'll use the level 1 blessing reward for the guild that the system awarded earlier. After that, Tamak began to bless. The stat buffs from the guild's blessing are random and last for 24 hours. The first one each day is free. Subsequent refreshes will cost diamonds or contribution points. After finishing everything, Tamak went to find the blacksmith. Give me 2 regular appraisal scrolls. But the blacksmith snorted unhappily. 200 gold. Tamak was a bit resigned. Isn't it just the potion master who likes to talk to you? But Tamak still took the 2 scrolls. Then he appraised the Fong Hoa Tam Lian belt and boots. Looking at the stats of these 2 items, he couldn't help but feel disdain. Do I need to run away? What kind of useless special effect is this? But at least the stats still provided a decent boost. Now to collect the Fong Hoa Tam Lian helmet to increase the effect. He quickly posted a message on the world channel saying he wanted to buy the Fong Hoa Tam Lian helmet. After that, Tamak checked his guild warehouse. He sighed helplessly. It's all a mess. It seems that wanting these rookies, who haven't reached level 10 to drop a level 10 purple item, is asking too much of them. Not only that, he also received something even more special. A shirtless photo of a man. This scared Tamak quite a bit. What kind of weirdo is this? I'm a good, decent man. A moment later, he received a message from a stranger. The person said he had the Fong Hoa Tam Lian helmet. Tamak immediately private messaged the person but received a reply that made him furious. I don't want to sell. I plan to use it myself. Tamak pursed his lips and cursed. If you're not selling, why did you send the message? What the hell? Are you crazy? The more he argued with the person, the more dissatisfied Tamak became. This assassin is even greedier than me. His greed is off the charts, isn't it? But before he could block him, the person sent another message. Seeing this message, Tamak couldn't help but snort. Just a purple item to get into Fong than cock. But realistically, Tamak had already accepted the person into the guild. A great man knows when to bend. That's how you get things done. But it didn't take long for Tamak to have a bad idea. Than. I've never heard of him. Maybe after I get the equipment, I'll bless him and then kick him. Just then appeared in front of him. He greeted cheerfully, "Boss." Tamak lowered his head and thought to himself, "Why do I feel so ashamed? Maybe I should just kick him quickly. Besides, he can't beat me." At this moment, Than ran over and asked, "Boss, why does our guild only have 2 people now?" Tamak didn't answer. He smiled to himself. "In a moment, there will only be one. Little friend, society is cruel. Don't blame me." But Tamak's plan was quickly abandoned because this guy made a wise decision. And then said cheerfully, "Why is our guild's fund so low? I'll add a little." This little of his was 10 million gold coins. It shocked Tamak so much he almost fainted. And yet, the guy seemed dissatisfied. "Boss, is 10 million enough for now? If it's not enough, just give me a call." Tamak's eyes lit up. "You should get the guild's blessing first. You can unlock some stats." Then quickly did as he was told. He also gave the Fong Hoa Tam Lian helmet to Tamak. Now he had 4 purple items and 1 orange item. With this, he could challenge the ancient Mach Then Temple dungeon. While Tamak was thinking, then sent a message. "Boss, I've prayed over 100 times and finally got the attack boost and speed boost stats." Then came a long string of messages. Tamak felt he talked too much, but he could only grit his teeth and endure it. "Don't worry, I'll take you with me. The difficulty of this dungeon is very high. I need to prepare a bit, but you have to level up. Level 6 is too troublesome right now." After sending him away, Tamak sent an invitation to Uyen Ni. Seeing the notification surprised her. "Mach Than is inviting me to a dungeon. The entry fee is 200,000 gold. A moment later, Tamak arrived at the meeting place. He waved at Uyen Ni and smiled. "Long-legged big sister, have you made up your mind? Are you getting on?" She turned to look at Tamak, a hint of suspicion in her eyes. "Are you kidding me? Are you really sure you can clear it?" Uyen Ni frowned and said slowly, "Everyone is stuck at the first stage. When the monster is about to die, it enters a berserk state. No one can withstand it." Tamak said nonchalantly, "That's because you guys are too weak." His eyes were full of confidence. He smirked. "Anyway, if you join my team, bring the ticket money and find me at 9 o'clock. I guarantee a clear." Uyen Ni was still very hesitant. She continued to ask, "What if we can't clear it?" He shook his head and smiled. "There's no what if. If we don't clear it, I'll give a full refund. If we clear it, I want to touch." Tamak's words made Uyen Ni furious. Realizing he had gone too far, he immediately ran away, not forgetting to joke. "I was kidding, big sister Uyen Ni. Don't be mad. I'm leaving first. I'll wait for you." Half a day later, in an empty lot, Tamak and Uyen Ni were already waiting. A moment later, Than ran over, shouting, "Boss, I've leveled up." But he quickly realized someone else was there. He exclaimed in surprise, "Such a beautiful girl. Is she also our teammate? I'm so happy." "Boss, can you introduce me?" "Hello, miss. Since we're fighting together, we can get to know each other first. If you have time, go shout on some megaphones for me to get some business." Tamak glared at him with a warning. Then he turned to Uyen Ni and smiled. "Big sister Uyen Ni, welcome to the team." Uyen Ni just nodded slightly without replying. At this moment, then quickly grabbed a megaphone and started shouting, "Mach Then is here to slay the dungeon boss. 200,000 gold. Only 2 spots left. First come, first served." Tamak watched this scene, a bit speechless. But it actually worked. People quickly started talking about it. However, the previous disaster was still fresh in their minds. They decided not to go. After waiting for a while, Uyen Ni suggested, "Let me have both spots. I'll bring my friends." Tamak thought anyone was fine except for people from the Kunyan Guild, so he agreed. A moment later, Thin Thuk Zaza and Thin Thuk Tu Tho quickly appeared. Although Thin Thuk Zaza didn't believe Tamak could clear the dungeon, they joined for Uyen Ni's sake. Thin Thuk Zaza quickly approached. Than immediately smiled and said, "My boss is very strong. You guys can just lie down and get carried." She couldn't help but chuckle. This little assassin is a bit interesting. Lie down and wait for death? Then smiled at the two of them. Then he glanced at Tamak and asked, "Boss, can I pretend to be cool?" Tamak was a bit confused. "What do you want to do?" This guy was being all mysterious. Then he spammed a series of announcements on the World Channel, causing everyone to go crazy. Tamak's group was stunned. 1,000 gold per megaphone, and this guy used 1,000 of them in one go. This move was truly speechless. Tamak really wanted to say, "Big brother, if you have so much money, just give it to me directly." A moment later, In front of the dungeon's portal, a group of curious players gathered to watch. No one believed that their team of 5 could accomplish anything. Mach then didn't care much. He led everyone through the portal. Before long, they successfully entered the ancient Mokhthan temple, and then exclaimed excitedly, "This place is huge." Thin Thuk Sha heard and immediately reminded him, "Don't be noisy," so he immediately shut his mouth. The group continued deeper inside. When they saw several doors, they stopped, and then quickly spoke up. "Boss, the internet says the first stage is a maze. Which way should we go?" Thin Thuk Za from behind also chimed in. "Do you need me to tell you the way? If you said you'd lead us to the first clear, then let's go straight to the first boss. How about it?" Tamak heard this and snorted. "How about you go your way, and I'll go mine?" Zaza shouted angrily. "Then why did you charge 200,000 gold per spot? Is this it? If the team leader hadn't invited me, I wouldn't have come." He shrugged nonchalantly and smiled. "If you're not willing, you can leave the team at any time." "Oh, right. If you leave on your own, there's no refund." Wei Ni heard this and became even more displeased. And then from the side happily chimed in. "Ladies, my boss said we'll get the first clear, so we'll get it. Just lie down and get carried," she retorted angrily. A pay-to-win player with so much to say. The argument was finally stopped by Wei Ni. After that, Tamak led them inside. The deeper they went, the scarier the scenery became. On both sides were streams of blood-red liquid. A pungent metallic smell filled the air. Amden couldn't help but cover his nose, feeling nauseous. This smell of blood is too realistic. Why did the art style suddenly become so creepy? Ni also reminded them, "Be careful, there's a blood demon behind this waterfall. It moves very fast. It's very hard to hit them." Even Team Z had trouble dealing with them. Only Tamak, who was leading, was extremely calm. "Don't be afraid. As long as we don't attack them, this passage is a freebie." Thin Tia Tu, though, asked skeptically, "Is that true? Mokhthan wouldn't lie to us, right?" His attitude made Ni a bit suspicious. These blood demons look scary, but it seems they really don't actively attack players. How did he know that? Just as Tamak said, they reached another door without any obstacles. Amden was extremely proud and smiled. "Ladies, do you believe it now? Listening to my boss is always the right choice." Tamak ignored them and entered a door. Inside was a dark basement filled with human bones, and then couldn't help but shiver. It seems a great battle once took place here. These skeletons won't come back to life, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the bones below suddenly began to tremble. They quickly got into a fighting stance. Thin Thuk Saja couldn't help but scold him. "You jinx," and then never imagined his nonsense would come true. He stammered in panic. "My bad." Before long, a group of skeletons appeared in the basement. These were all level 7 skeleton soldiers. They had been buried for many years. They hadn't tasted fresh blood in a long time. They got closer and closer. Sasha snorted and cursed. Tin Tu yet Tua Tho were not pushovers. As she finished speaking, she fired an energy blast. The skeleton that had just rushed forward immediately fell, but it didn't stay down for long. Its eyes suddenly turned red, as if it had been injected with rage. It swung fiercely at Sasha. She quickly created a protective shield. This monster has high health and defense, making it very difficult to deal with. Wei Ni quickly said, "Tu Tho, fire support." Tu Tho immediately rushed over and launched a fireball. Taking this opportunity, Zaza also severed the arm of a skeleton, but at the same time, another one slashed her shoulder. Seeing this, Ni quickly healed her. Tu Tho attacked the skeletons. A series of ice shards shot towards them like lightning, but the damage wasn't high. Realizing this, she immediately cried out, "The defense of these skeletons is too high. I can't do any damage." Her ice shards did nothing to them. Zaza became even more anxious and shouted, "Damn it. What's with this thing? Mokhthan? Didn't you say you'd carry us through the dungeon? You liar." As she finished speaking, a fireball shot from a distance. It burned several skeletons at the front. The one who attacked was, of course, Tamak. He said calmly, "Don't worry, I'll take action myself." Immediately after, he spun the staff in his hand. A thick layer of frost appeared, freezing the skeletons. But that wasn't all. Tamak then launched a fire matrix. One ice, one fire. The skeletons died in agony. Seeing this, the other 4 were immediately shocked. Zaza couldn't believe it and cried out, "Is this damage even possible?" Ni now believed it. The first clear he talked about. Maybe there's really hope. On this side, Tamak had defeated the skeletons. He said calmly, "Skeleton soldiers have no elemental resistance. They are relatively easy to kill. Please pick up the dropped items." The 4 of them quickly ran to pick up the items. They got quite a few things, but they all went to Tamak. This made Sasha unhappy. These items all belong to the team leader? That's so greedy. He shrugged nonchalantly. Tamak replied frankly, "I'm very short on money. By the way, your fighting just now wasn't bad. Very brave." She heard this and snorted. Don't think. I don't know. You're being sarcastic. Tamak pouted slightly, ignoring them. He turned and left. Amthan quickly smiled and said, Ladies, don't dawdle. Let's follow quickly. This money was well spent. Zaja cursed angrily. I spit on you, money grubber. A moment later, the group arrived at a cliff divided by two elements, ice and fire. Uyenni was a bit surprised and said, This isn't the path Team Z took. Hugh, though, was very scared. She trembled and said, If we go left, I'll become a frozen bunny. If we go right, I'll become a roasted bunny. Sa also said doubtfully, Can you jump this? Are you trying to die? But Tamak said calmly, I'll go down alone. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Uyenni, lend me your shield. Uyenni immediately did as she was told and created a shield for him. Amthan asked confusedly, Boss, where are you going? But Mokhthan didn't answer. He quickly jumped into the fire pit. His figure moved swiftly. Although he encountered some obstacles, Tamak successfully dodged them. Above the cliff, the four of them had no choice but to wait. Zaza asked doubtfully, Where does Mokhthan want to go? Uyenni shook her head slightly. I don't know, but he seems to know where the monsters appear. At the same time, Tamak finally reached his destination. He stopped. Tamak raised his staff high. He destroyed a block of ice that was encasing a flame in the distance. Before long, he returned to the cliff. Uyenni asked doubtfully, What did you pick up? Zasha pouted and snorted. So mysterious. It must be a treasure he wants to keep for himself. Tamak chuckled softly. He took out a small chicken from his inventory. Uyenni said vaguely, No one has ever mentioned this item in the reports. What does it do? He replied calmly. You'll know in a bit. Soon after, they entered the ice and snow area. This place was too cold. Their stats were significantly reduced. A moment later, the ice surface suddenly shook violently. Tamak immediately shouted, It's here. From beneath the ice surface, a sharp tail appeared. Soon after, the giant body of a centipede slowly crawled out. It was a level 10, human-faced centipede, an elite monster. At this moment, it suddenly let out a roar. Its hiss was ear-splitting. It made Tamak's group cover their ears to avoid being affected. After enduring it, Tamak quickly charged forward. He reminded everyone, Focus your energy to resist the sound wave. Spread out quickly. As he finished speaking, he fired a fireball at the centipede's face, dealing massive damage. But its health was very high. It was barely a scratch. It spat a liquid at everyone. The four of them all took damage. Only Tamak, who was quick, used wind shadow to move. He successfully escaped. Immediately after, he dashed towards the centipede like lightning. He shouted non-stop, Let me draw its aggro. The boss is immune to water. Mages, don't use frost flower dance. Warriors, find an opportunity to attack its belly. Amthan, not hearing his name, asked hesitantly, What should I do? Tamak continued. The thin-blooded assassin should stay on the side. Don't cause trouble. Tamak had successfully positioned himself in front of the centipede, but as he looked up, he saw it opening its mouth wide, about to spit something at him. Tamak quickly dodged. If he was hit by this skill, even with his current HP and defense, his health would drop to 0. Clearing the dungeon without taking damage is the God Tree's quest. He absolutely could not be touched by this monster, not even a single drop of blood. Thinking this, he immediately raised his staff. Then he commanded everyone, attack. Everyone launched their skills at the centipede. Its health began to drop. Tamak nodded with satisfaction. Good job. Its belly is stunned for 3 seconds. Seizing this opportunity, everyone attacked in unison. Its health bar dropped by more than half. Its stun time was about to end. They hit it with another wave of attacks. Then they moved away. Just then, the human-faced centipede attacked everyone, and then quickly ran for his life. He cried out in fear. Don't! I haven't even hit you yet. Don't let me find your grandfather. Uyenni quickly reminded them. Everyone, be careful. Tamak then rushed forward to block. You guys get away quickly. Its aggro is on me. As he finished speaking, his figure flickered in and out of sight like a ghost. He weaved through the tornadoes created by the centipede. At the same time, he also attacked it with fireballs. The people outside watched in amazement, constantly sighing. Is Mokhthan using his speed hack? As expected of my boss. Such graceful movement. Under Tamak's fierce attacks, the centipede's health was only 750 left, and at this moment, its eyes had turned red. Realizing this, Uyenni quickly shouted, Mokhthan, the human-faced centipede, is about to go berserk. At the same time, it let out a deafening berserk roar. Its body thrashed wildly in the air. Before long, it coiled into a giant circle. Tutu cried out in fear. We're doomed. It's happening so fast, and it's a berserk state. Zaza said worriedly. A berserk, human-faced centipede is immune to all damage. Amthan, on the other hand, was very calm and smiled. What's there to be afraid of? My boss can defeat it in just a few minutes. Just then, blue rays of light shot out from the centipede's body. In an instant, The entire sky was covered by the energy beams it fired. Chuto cried out in fear. This barrage of attacks. We're dead for sure, but Tamaki wasn't afraid at all. He threw something and said, "Go, Pikachu." The thing Tamaki threw was the chicken he got from under the cliff. In that instant, the chicken emitted a blinding light. Everyone had to cover their eyes. When the light faded, the mini chicken had become a giant golden rooster. It spread its wide wings to protect Tamaki's group. All of the centipede's attacks were blocked. Seeing this, Ni couldn't help but exclaim. So the first boss had this kind of hidden mechanic. The others couldn't hide their shock either. At the same time, the centipede's berserk state ended, and it didn't have much health left. Realizing this opportunity, Tamaki launched a fireball, and just like that, the centipede was burned to death. The boss dropped a massive amount of loot. Tamaki stared in shock. A purple-grade item had appeared. Ni was also thrilled. She quickly made an offer. "That's a purple item for a sorcerer. I want it." She offered 50,000 gold. Sasha nodded slightly. Their luck was good. The first boss dropped an item Ni could use. Tamaki decided to agree with the offer, but before he could finish, and then cut him off. "Wait a second. I'll pay 100,000 gold. Sasha immediately snapped at him. "Do you even know how to play? Why are you bidding on a sorcerer's item?" Ni nodded in agreement. "Little brother, you can't use this item. Please let me have it." But then just smirked. "Yesterday, I met a really cute female sorcerer. I want to give this to her." Tamaki sighed. "I'll start an auction. You guys can bid for it yourselves." Tamaki set the starting price at 100,000. Immediately, they started bidding. Ni added 20,000 and then added another 10,000. After a few rounds, the price hit 200,000. Then glanced at Tamaki and asked, "Boss, the money from this auction goes to you, right?" Tamaki nodded. "The item is mine, so the money is too." Then smiled. "Got it." With that, then turned to Ni. "We only just met yesterday. Besides, I feel like you and your sisters don't admire our boss enough." He then bid 500,000 gold. Ni sighed in defeat. "Forget it. That price is way too high. With enough time and money, she could get the item later." Sasha grumbled in frustration. This guy is definitely crazy. But then didn't care. All that mattered was making Tamaki happy. In Ni's group's eyes, he was a complete idiot. Tamaki felt helpless. He never expected a female item to fall into the hands of an assassin. The equipment auction was just a small interlude. They continued deeper into the dungeon. The sounds of Than and Sasha arguing echoed through the halls, but it was mostly Sasha getting angry. Tamaki didn't pay them any attention. He walked forward. He touched the next door. Instantly, a blinding light flared out. Before them was a large forest. Tamaki spoke in a low voice. "The forest ahead is the boss area. This stage has no minions, but the boss has a special mechanic. Everyone pick a stone pillar and stand under it. Don't move around. Don't attack." As he warned everyone, he activated the boss mechanic. Then he reminded them again. "Remember what I just said. Wait for my signal to act." Ni's group of 4 listened. They found 4 pillars and stood there. Tamaki walked alone toward the building in front of them. This hut was once the home of the workers who built the temple. It was also the entrance to the temple's interior. On the day the temple was completed, the workers celebrated here. Tamaki pushed the door open. A dark aura emerged. The system's voice began to chime. However, they seemed to have touched something they shouldn't have. They were cursed with evil. The 48 workers were trapped inside the hut. After countless years, these 48 souls had merged into one. The moment Tamaki stepped inside, dozens of dark energy streams surrounded him. Eerie sounds filled the air. Outside, then couldn't help but shiver. "Hey, do you guys hear that weird sound?" Sasha couldn't resist mocking him. "Is the little assassin scared?" Then bit his lip fiercely. "Who's scared? I'm not scared." But she just clicked her tongue in contempt. What a coward. "You get scared that easily? Why are you even playing Thian Koi? This is a hyper-realistic game." Earlier, there was a room full of hanged ghosts in one of the maze passages. She had scared him by saying they were right behind him. He had been terrified. Hearing them argue again, Ni spoke up. "Quiet down. I did hear something just now. We should be careful. This thing isn't simple. The system just said those 48 workers have fused." Inside the hut, Tamaki stood perfectly still. He watched the dark energy swirl around him for a long time. Then, he slowly stepped inside. But at that moment, a sound came from the door. Tamaki frowned instinctively. The monster of this stage had some intelligence. Its spawn location wasn't fixed. If he didn't need to clear the stage without taking damage, he wouldn't have to be this cautious. Tamaki hadn't walked far when he encountered a giant. It was a cursed worker. It charged straight at him to attack. Luckily, Tamaki dodged just in time. That was close. He was almost hit. He casually threw a fireball at the creature. It killed the giant on the spot. But as soon as this one fell, others swarmed out. The sound of heavy footsteps rushed toward Tamaki. Their numbers grew larger and larger. Seeing this, his expression changed. "What's going on? Weren't these monsters supposed to come out one by one? Tamak had no other choice. He used a frost spell to freeze the mutated workers, but their numbers were overwhelming. He was a bit shocked. Why did they all rush out together this time? The space inside the house was too small, but he couldn't leave the wooden house. Otherwise, the monsters would reset. Although Tamak's damage could kill them all, he could get hit if surrounded. The hidden quest would fail, but there was another way. That skill he learned before. With that thought, Tamak used Spirit Energy Burst. His attack power increased by 100%. Soon, a clone of Tamak appeared. Then, one man and one clone began to attack the monsters. In the blink of an eye, fireballs flew continuously. He could kill a monster with one fireball, but his reflection needed two. Even with half the damage, it was barely enough to stop the monster's advance. But the skill consumed too much mana. Before long, Tamak's mana was running low, but to successfully complete the mission, there was only one way. Thinking this, he looked at his clone. He suddenly said mysteriously, "Brother, I'm sorry." As soon as he finished speaking, Tamak kicked his clone forward. While the monsters tore the clone to pieces, he quickly drank a mana potion. Then, Tamak quickly created ice spikes to freeze the monsters. The number was enough to trigger the next phase. He was ready for stage 2. At that moment, the remaining monsters turned and ran back through the door. In an instant, streams of dark energy poured out from within. Tamak frowned at the sight. They're starting to fuse. The fusion process was irreversible. If interrupted, the mutated workers he just killed would revive. He would have to fight them all over again. Only when they completed the fusion could they be truly killed. However, if there weren't enough workers within 10 minutes, the workers would resurrect indefinitely and kill the player. Immediately, Tamak turned and walked outside. Am then saw him and quickly called out, "The boss is coming out. Don't leave your positions. Even if a monster rushes you, you can't run." Uyen-ni hesitated. "What if a monster kills us?" And then raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Then you still can't run. Just do what the boss says. Stop asking so many questions." But at that moment, Sasha complained loudly. "Can't you just shut up for a second? You're clearly the lowest level, the biggest noob here. Your gear is the worst, but you talk the most." Their argument was cut short by a deafening explosion. Within the thick smoke, countless arms wriggled and writhed. In a flash, the monster's grotesque body was revealed. It was a mutated fusion, a level 10 elite monster. Seeing this thing, the faces of Yu and Ni's group turned grim. Sasha cried out in horror. "Can you even call that a monster? It's so disgusting." Yi quickly yelled, "Quick, check its revival status." Just then, the monster let out a loud roar. Its massive, round body rolled forward. Tamak, standing to the side, was a bit surprised. He quickly dodged behind an ancient tree to avoid it. Then he threw a fireball at the monster. This boss had very high toughness. His explosion rate wasn't low, but getting a critical hit was difficult. As Tamak was thinking, an arm shot towards him like a vine, and then yelled in shock, "Boss, be careful." His shout made Tamak turn his head. He fired another fireball at the arm. In an instant, it was consumed by flames. The severed part of the arm sizzled. He instinctively dodged to the side. He'd almost forgotten this thing's blood was highly corrosive. He had to lead it to the pillars as soon as possible. Otherwise, its revival skill would make any damage useless. At that moment, the monster's other arms lashed out again. Tamak continuously fired fireballs to attack it. While doing so, he warned everyone, "Be careful of the blood. Its poison damage can't be cured." Over by the pillars, Uyen-ni's group was also trying to fend off the incoming arms. Only Am then had climbed up his pillar in fear, but its claws could still reach him. Luckily, Tamak came to his rescue in time, saving him from disaster. Am then finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm saved. Good thing the boss was here." "Don't mention it," he replied dismissively. Tamak continuously spun the staff in his hand. Just then, the monster's many legs rushed toward him. Am then cried out in alarm, "Boss, it's..." But he hadn't finished his sentence. Tamak had already used Frost Blossom to freeze the arms rushing towards the 4 pillars. But they weren't safe for long. A scene unfolded that made their eyes widen in shock. Even though Tamak had frozen some of its arms, it had many more. They continued to lunge forward, trying to grab him. Seeing this, everyone was on the edge of their seats. The 3 girls with Uyen-ni immediately shouted, "Mu Than, get out of there." But Tamak didn't dodge. He charged straight ahead at his top speed. The monster didn't let up, relentlessly chasing him. Its health was now down to half. Tamak ran straight towards the 4 pillars. He shouted loudly, "Now's the time. Attack." As soon as he spoke, the 4 players placed their hands on the pillars. A purple light emanated from their hands. In an instant, the 4 pillars were also enveloped in this light. Tamak quickly ran away, but kept reminding them, "Stay in the light. Don't move." Before long, a magic array formed in the sky, created by that purple light. Immediately, it shone down on the monster's body. Bolts of lightning suddenly struck down, causing the monster to roar in pain. Seeing this, Am then immediately exclaimed, "These special effects are so realistic. I can't believe this is just a game." Sasha also nodded in agreement. I never thought I'd see something like this in a game. Just then, Quinn suddenly shouted, "Look, the boss has a new buff." Tamak also noticed it had a new buff, but he paid it no mind and immediately gave an order. The boss's revival skill is useless under the purple light seal. Unleash all your skills. Victory is ours. Understood. Let's do this. The four players answered in unison, then charged forward together. Sasha and Am then landed two heavy blows on the monster. Uya Ni and Tu Tho created fire magic. The fire cage began to burn the monster. Under their powerful assault, the monster's health was quickly depleted. Its giant body rapidly disintegrated. Am then cheered happily, "Boss, you're amazing." Sasha also laughed excitedly. "We got the first kill on the second boss." But their joy was short-lived. Uyen Yi cried out in alarm. "Wait, the corpse is moving." Hearing her, Em then immediately turned to look. But there was no monster on the ground, only the workers, who had returned to their normal forms. They immediately bowed their heads to thank Tamak. "Thank you for rescuing us from the darkness. We know we've committed an unforgivable sin, but we have received our due punishment." They also wanted to offer their wealth as thanks. As they spoke, countless treasures began to fall. It wasn't just a little. There were two large chests and an uncountable amount of gold and silver. Seeing these things, Tamak nodded in satisfaction. "The spoils of battle aren't bad," Em then also exclaimed excitedly. Another purple item dropped, and there are two of them. Tamak quickly went to open the chests. Inside were the icy glaze belt and the icy glaze boots. The expression on Tu Tho's face immediately changed. She cried out in disbelief. "No way." Amdan was no exception. He spoke with emotion. "The boss has great luck. I'll take these 3 items to give to that girl." Tamak was a bit troubled. He quickly said, "It's better if I just auction them directly." No sooner said than done, he put the items up for auction. Amthan, without hesitation, bid 500,000 gold for each item. He looked at Uyen Ni with a smile. "Big sister, do you need them?" Uyen Ni immediately shook her head. "I don't need them." Hearing this, Amthan became smug. "That's good. I was thinking if you wanted them, I'd raise the price again." The 3 members of Thin Tui Tiu Truk were speechless. Sasha grumbled. "This guy really treats money like dirt." Tamak stood to the side, watching everything. He couldn't help but sigh. They had one sorcerer in the party, a female sorcerer, no less. Yet not a single one of the 3 female sorcerer items went to her. Uyen Ni's mood must be about to collapse. He really didn't know where this guy came from. He had tried to search his memories from his past life, but this guy had no reputation at all. Putting that aside, Tamak continued to lead the way to the next stage. This time, it was a dark staircase. Looking at the decorations on both sides, Tamak couldn't help but marvel. The ancient, mysterious murals are truly awe-inspiring, and then nodded in agreement. Maybe the stories recorded on them are real events that happened in the past. Just then, the system's voice sounded. "You have entered the main hall of the ancient tree temple. Believers wishing to worship the high god must complete the trial in the main hall. Those who fail will taste death." The system also kindly reminded them not to look directly into the eyes of the serpent demon. Death here would result in infinite respawns, with no loss of items or experience, and then instinctively raised an eyebrow. "This stage has infinite respawns?" Tu also said excitedly. "Isn't this a great benefit?" Sasha couldn't help but scold her. "Don't be so naive." Amthan, not wanting to back down, glanced at her and sneered. "You talk like you know everything. You're a noob who talks too much." "Boss, do we need to stand in position this time?" Hearing this, Tamak suddenly became serious. "In this stage, you're on your own. I can't help you." And then asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Tamak looked at the inexperienced newbies and raised an eyebrow. "Do you know what infinite respawns means?" He paused for a moment before slowly explaining. "Infinite respawns means you have to experience infinite deaths first. Following me, you haven't really experienced the game. In this stage, you should get a taste of it." The other 4 were immediately terrified but still bravely walked forward. Level 8 dust snakes began to appear. At this time, Quinn quickly spoke up. "Use area of effect skills. Full force attack." But Amthan replied nervously. "I don't have any area of effect skills." But no one paid him any mind. Tamak's group of 4 had already activated their skills. They simultaneously attacked the swarm of dust snakes rushing toward them. However, the more they fought, the stronger the snakes' attributes became. Their bodies also began to mutate. Tamak frowned in silence. Without a critical hit, he couldn't one-shot them. This regeneration skill was really tough to deal with. With that thought, he immediately activated Flowing Fire Heavenly Descent. A meteor shower of fireballs appeared instantly, burying the nearby dust snakes in a sea of flames. Amthan, having no area of effect skills, could only attack with his dagger. He shouted fiercely, "Die, you wretched snakes!" But the damage he dealt wasn't significant, and he was hit back. In a critical moment, his body was suddenly enveloped in a green light. It was a protective shield created by Uyen Ni. He smiled gratefully. "Thanks, long-legged sister. You're pretty kind, you know." Time passed quickly. They finally dealt with the swarm of snakes. Their bodies were scattered everywhere, but before they could celebrate, a whirlwind suddenly appeared, sucking up the corpses of the dust snakes. When the whirlwind dissipated, a large snake was revealed inside. Tomak smirked slightly. "It's here, the faceless serpent demon of the third stage." At that moment, its eyes suddenly flashed with a green light. "Don't look," Tomak quickly warned, but it was too late. The people around him were hit, their bodies were paralyzed, they couldn't see. Their health was constantly dropping, as if they were in endless agony, unable to resist. A moment later, his health bar was empty, and then let out a scream. Tho and Sasha followed suit. Only Uyan still had some health. The poison damage was too painful. As a support with the most health, she could last for a short while, but not for long. Her health ran out and she died. At the same time, Am then respawned, but he died again just as quickly. An endless loop began. The four of them endured endless torture. Tomak just stood by and watched. When he felt they had suffered enough, he spoke up. "All right, now, close your eyes and back away." With his cover, they finally returned to normal. Tomak raised an eyebrow and smiled at them. "So, how was your taste of Koi's fun?" Am then replied tremblingly. "Boss, I admit I'm the biggest noob who talks the most. Next time, just carry me, please." Chuckling softly, Tomak found them a bit amusing, but his expression quickly turned serious. The boss is about to finish its devouring phase. Prepare to open your eyes and enter a state of combat. Hearing his words, the four of them opened their eyes, but faced with the snake's current form, they couldn't help but tremble. The normal snake from before had become the faceless serpent demon. Its body was terrifying. At this time, Tomak spoke again, instructing, "Keep your distance and use ranged skills." "I don't have any ranged skills," and then said softly again, "I don't have any ranged skills." But still, no one paid any attention. They charged forward together to attack the faceless serpent demon, but it dodged. But one fireball hit the faceless serpent demon's body. Tho cheered happily. "I hit it." The faceless serpent demon was a bit annoyed by their attacks. It opened its large mouth and spat venom at them. Seeing this, Tomak immediately shouted, "Watch out for the venom." He quickly grabbed Tho next to him and ran. Then he shouted an order. "Sasha, protect her. Assassin, retreat 30 meters." Everyone quickly followed his words. Sasha created a protective shield in front of Yi, blocking the incoming venom. At the same time, Tomak carried Tho and ran. His speed was very fast. The venom couldn't touch him at all. Am then quickly ran further away, hiding behind a wall where the venom couldn't reach. He was temporarily safe. At this time, Tomak had thrown Tho behind him. Then he created a fire arrow. He fired it at the snake without hesitation. Immediately after, he summoned his clone and gave an order to Tho. "Tho, use your frost for support. Increase our attack to burn down its health." She nodded dazedly in agreement. Without hesitation, she immediately created ice spikes to bind the faceless serpent demon's legs. Seizing the opportunity, Sasha and Am then quickly charged in. 3 simultaneous attacks directly reduced the faceless serpent demon's health by half. At that moment, its eyes suddenly flashed. Then they merged into one, becoming a giant eye. Not only that, but tiny green dots appeared inside it. Seeing this, Tomak immediately shouted, "Not good. She's about to use Curse of 10,000 Snakes." As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of green snakes shot out from the faceless serpent demon's mouth. The damage wasn't high, but the sheer number was terrifying. They slithered on the ground, swarming towards the group. They backed away in fear, their faces showing utter horror. Tomak was a bit serious. In his past life, he fought the faceless serpent demon over 100 times, but the activation rate of this skill was very low. Why did it appear now? Unless the whole team had strong firepower, it was impossible to kill them all. Tomak had to think of a way. Just then, he had an idea. Tomak looked at his clone with a wicked smile. "I'll have to trouble you to make a small sacrifice." As soon as he finished speaking, Tomak kicked his clone straight forward. He shouted fiercely, "Brother, it's all up to you. It's do or die." The clone flew straight into the mouth of the faceless serpent demon, successfully blocking its attack. Seeing this, Wu Yanni's group was stunned, speechless. "You can play like that? What kind of move was that?" Tomak ignored their reactions. He immediately shouted, "While it's weak, take its life. Attack." His words snapped the 4 stunned players to action. They quickly attacked the faceless serpent demon in unison. The clone's shadow could only last for 3 more seconds, but the boss's health was already low. Before long, the clone finally vanished. Tomak quickly shouted, "Ignore the small snakes. Just focus on the boss. Full power." He was just a little bit away from killing it, but his acceleration skill was on cooldown. If he got bitten, even for a drop of blood, he couldn't complete the Old Wish quest. But there were too many of them. Tomak couldn't dodge anymore. He could only bet it all on one shot. Thinking this, he immediately fired a fireball. The flames instantly erupted, burning the swarm of small snakes. The faceless serpent demon was also affected. It had only a sliver of health left. Tomak quickly shouted, It only has a little bit of health left, but before he could finish, a small snake lunged at him. It opened its mouth, showing its long tongue and fangs about to bite down. It made him extremely alarmed. The others were also very worried. Luckily, Tuto reacted in time, using Frost Blossom to freeze the small snake. Before they could bite Tamak, they were frozen solid. At the same time, the final fireball reached the faceless serpent demon. Its remaining bit of health was depleted. The faceless serpent demon's body quickly collapsed, and the swarm of small snakes vanished into thin air. Tamak breathed a sigh of relief. It was over. Just then, a bright light suddenly flashed. The system sent out a series of messages. You received a red refinement ore. Using it will grant you 10 red refinement crystals. Tamak smiled in satisfaction. Looks like my luck isn't bad. Wing Yi asked with some doubt. We succeeded? I thought your mission had. Tamak chuckled softly and said casually, sorry for making everyone worry. With that, he went to pat Tutho's head in praise. Thanks, Tutho. You're very reliable. Let's go check the rewards. Immediately after, they went to look at the ore stones in front of them. Mthan looked them over and asked doubtfully, what's this red refinement ore for? Tamak slowly explained, this is something that increases the success rate of equipment enhancement. It's a great item. You can't even buy it if you want to. Just then, a sound came from the dungeon ceiling, startling everyone. Uyen Ni cried out in alarm. What's that sound? Tamak didn't answer. He looked at the door in front of him. The door suddenly and slowly opened. White mist swirled in front of everyone. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. The temple door has opened. Worshipping the statue is the highest reward. And then frowned and asked, Boss, is this the last stage? Tamak nodded slightly. It's the last stage. Behind the stone door was the true culprit, the one who made countless people tremble, the one who brought a massacre, creating mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the god of destruction, Apophis. At this time, Am then suddenly spoke up. Boss, aren't you tired after fighting through 3 stages alone? Tamak glanced at him. Why? How about you guys take on the 4th stage? Hearing this, Am then immediately waved his hands in protest. No way. We couldn't even beat the 1st stage. Tamak pouted and said casually, this stage has no time limit. Everyone, rest here and let your skills cool down. As soon as he finished, he sat down to rest. Seeing this, Am then quickly turned to Uyen Ni and said, go give my boss a shoulder massage. He's tired. Sasha, hearing this, immediately shouted in disapproval. How rude of you, telling her to give a massage. Shrugging carelessly, and then sneered. What else? Otherwise, you guys go fight the 4th stage yourselves. Uyen Ni hesitated a little. Tutho spoke up to stop her. No, we can't let Sister Uyen Ni go. Tamak, hearing their noise, was a bit speechless. This Emden guy was really something else. A rich fool, but quite interesting. He actually had the nerve to tell Uyen Ni to give a massage. He thought the scene would be very interesting. But before that could happen, Amthan had to survive Sasha's wrath. She was relentlessly chasing him, threatening to beat him up. A while later, after resting, they finally entered the last door. Inside was a large, rocky area. Quindui looked around and asked doubtfully, what happened here? Amthan sneered. The 3rd stage had such a huge god statue. It even said something about killing the disrespectful without mercy. At that moment, a deafening roar suddenly echoed. Amthan hid behind Tamak in fear. Tamak scolded him in disgust. Even the girls aren't scared. What kind of man are you, being so afraid? They stood still and waited. A few seconds later, an arm with sharp claws suddenly emerged from the ground. Its giant body turned the ground into a pile of rubble. In front of them was a large dragon with 2 pairs of long wings. It hovered in the air, its red eyes staring at everyone. But its body was covered in wounds from lightning strikes, with fresh blood dripping. It was the earthly black dragon. Uyen Ni's face was a bit serious. So the destroyed statue was the temple's master. This black dragon is his mount. Just then, the earthly black dragon opened its mouth and spoke in a deep voice. You are the master's followers. Tamak nodded without hesitation. Yes, we are definitely his followers. Heaven and earth can bear witness. The gods can attest. Hearing this, the earthly black dragon spoke again. You must avenge the master. Kill the disrespectful without mercy. When the alien star descends, you must not let the relic in the abyss be stolen, even if you have to die. Now, receive my baptism. It let out a roar, and then beams of green light shot out from its mouth. In an instant, the light enveloped the 5 of them. The earthly black dragon's buff increased their stats significantly, but the turn-off mechanic was too complex. Explaining it to newbies was a hassle. A wrong move would result in being controlled, attacking teammates with their boosted stats. The god statue was destroyed, so the black dragon would die. The temple's relic was related to the continent's survival. To complete the hidden quest, he absolutely couldn't make any mistakes. It seemed he could only rely on himself to fight. Just then, a sword suddenly descended from the sky. It directly pierced through the earthly black dragon. This single strike beheaded the earthly black dragon. The powerful sword plunged into the ground, causing it to shake continuously. The black dragon, which was hovering in the air a moment ago, now had its head fall to the ground. Immediately after, another tall figure appeared from nowhere. It fiercely stomped on the black dragon's body. Fresh blood splattered everywhere again, causing looks of horror to appear on Tumok's group's faces. The one who attacked was the god of destruction, Apophis. Am then looked at the giant figure in front of him and trembled. If it weren't for the black dragon's shield, I would have been killed by that Apophis guy just now. At this time, Tumok warned them. Do not leave this pillar of light, not even one step. Ni said hesitantly. Our stats are very strong right now. Let's fight together. The others also wanted to follow. Hearing this, Tumok couldn't help but smile wryly. He thought to himself, if only after the calamity descends, everyone could still unite like this in the face of mortal danger and stand up bravely. How great that would be. But now, they couldn't. Their strength didn't allow it yet. He charged out alone and ordered, stay here, don't come out. This is the team leader's order. And then saw this and quickly called out to him. But Tumok was resolute. He scolded them coldly. Shut up. Anyone who takes one step out, I'll kick them from the team. To ensure we clear this stage without taking any damage, I can only rely on myself. I'm begging you. Immediately, he rushed forward, standing opposite Apophis. At that moment, its attribute panel also appeared. Seeing this, the faces of the 4 people behind him immediately changed. They kept exclaiming in shock, 2.8 million attack, 5 million health, 5,000 defense. Is this a joke? Just then, Ni suddenly shouted, wait, look at the grievous wound status on him. He took a critical hit from the earthly black dragon. All his stats are reduced by 90% for 30 minutes. Seeing this, they immediately became happy, but not for long. Ni called out again. Look, another status on Apophis. True damage is fully replicated, 100% pain sensation, and then immediately panicked. In other words, fighting this boss, although we won't really die, will feel 100% of the pain. At this time, Apophis spoke in a deep voice. Human mage, why do I smell the scent of the Reaper on you? Tumok sneered back. I was about to ask why this Reaper thing follows me around like a ghost. Apophis heard this and snorted coldly. Then where are your foolish teammates? Come out and die. In front of me, you humans are just food. Tumok pointed his staff at him and said coldly, to deal with you, I alone am enough. His words angered the beast. It gritted its teeth and cursed. Weak, arrogant, foolish, shameless. As soon as it finished speaking, the sword in its hand was enveloped in a faint purple light. Tumok snorted impatiently. Less talk, more fight. As soon as he spoke, Apophis swung down fiercely, sending rocks flying. It spoke in a deep voice. Destruction is the end you humans deserve. At the same time, Tumok used Wind Shadow to dodge the rocks flying towards him. Then, he casually threw fireballs at it. Apophis had no elemental resistance. His current spells, with their elemental damage, would be quite painful for it. Apophis couldn't keep up with his speed. It kept swinging at the air, making it frustrated. Human, why don't you dare to face me directly? Tumok cursed silently. Face him directly? I'm not an idiot. Before he enters his next form, I'll use the hiding spots from my past life to chip away at his health. Tumok decided to use Frost Blossom on him. The damage from the ice spikes was immense. Just a few hits dealt over 9,000 damage. Apophis grew even angrier. It roared in rage. Despicable, cunning human. Immediately after, it plunged its sword into the ground. In an instant, streaks of blood-red light swirled around the sword. Seeing this, Ni's group behind him grew worried. Tutho quickly cried out, an area of effect attack. Can Muthan escape? Am then bit his lip. If he can't escape, he'll have to feel 100% of the pain. At the same time, players outside fighting other monsters received a notification. The team led by player Muthan is in a fierce battle with the god of destruction Apophis at the ancient tree temple. The entire player base was shocked to see this announcement. No one believed Tumok could reach the final stage. All the game's first kill missions were appearing from the Xia Kingdom server, regardless of whether Tumok could successfully defeat Apophis. Whether he got the first kill or not, the Xia Kingdom could already hold its head high. Meanwhile, at the VSA research facility in the Yao Kingdom, Alexia saw the announcement and couldn't help but speak. Someone from the Xia Kingdom has reached the final boss. Johnson also nodded in agreement. And it's Muthan again. The director at that moment was extremely angry. He cursed in frustration. It's that Muthan from the Xia Kingdom again. This is a humiliation. You useless bunch. I gave you so many resources, and you're all worthless. Then, the director gave an order. Alexia, immediately arrange for our people in the Xia Kingdom. Tell them they must find this Muthan and invite him to join the VSA team. Alexia quickly nodded. Yes, Director Kevin. Biting his lip fiercely, Kevin thought to himself, he's just a Xia Kingdom citizen. He'll surely submit to the power of the Yao Kingdom. He thought Tumok would have no choice but to obediently work for the Yao Kingdom. At the same time, In other countries, leaders had the same idea. They were willing to pay any price to recruit Tamak to serve them. Tamak was unaware of their intentions. He was still engaged in a fierce battle with Apophis. Although this skill was a wide-area damage attack, it had a damage nullification mechanic, and that was to go into the water. When the shockwave covered the ground, it wouldn't hit underwater, so he had already jumped into the nearby stream. Wu Yanni's group outside was extremely worried. And then cried out in panic. Did something happen to the boss? How long has this skill been going on? It should have stopped by now, right? Just then, Wen Ni suddenly noticed something. She quickly spoke up. Look, Muthan's health bar is still full. He's fine. They couldn't believe he had actually escaped the demon sword's shockwave. After unleashing its ultimate move, Apophis would fall into a weakened state. Seizing this opportunity, Tamak would unleash more skills. No sooner said than done, Tamak leaped out from the river. He then continuously activated Flowing Fire and Heavenly Descent, launching a barrage of attacks at Apophis. This caused its health to drop by half. But just then, something strange happened. Apophis pulled its sword out again. Then, not even 2 seconds later, it stabbed it into the ground once more. The blood-red light instantly shot out again. Tamak saw this and cried out in shock. What? How can Apophis use the demon's sword shockwave twice in a row? He quickly jumped into the water to dodge, cursing under his breath. Damn system, are you cheating? You can't win, so you secretly changed the difficulty, didn't you? At this time, the deep, angry voice of Apophis rang out again. Die, foolish human. Then, it walked to the edge of the water where Tamak was hiding. He quickly swam further away to avoid the attack. At the same time, in the gaming pod, Tamak was trembling from lack of air. He could only force himself to hold it in. If he breathed now, his character in the game would also drown and lose health. The no-damage quest, his old wish, had come this far. He couldn't give up, no matter what. Persist. Tamak, you can't give up. Don't give up. But not long after, he couldn't hold his breath any longer. He finally had to surface. Tamak turned to look at Apophis, which was frantically slashing at the ground. Chaos rose in his heart. That was dangerous. A situation different from my past life occurred, but it won't be able to use the demon's sword attack again. With that thought, he immediately jumped ashore. The staff in his hand continuously shot out fireballs while activating a special flashbang effect. This could blind Apophis for 5 seconds. Physical attacks would also be ineffective for 5 seconds. It roared in anger. Human, you annoying ant. Tamak was fearless at this moment. A true man would face it head-on for these 5 seconds. But how could Tamak do that? He weaved behind a small rock. The 5 seconds ended. He avoided a direct confrontation and continued to fight from the side. Meanwhile, outside, Wu Yanni's group watched Tamak fight with awe. Sasha couldn't help but exclaim, Muthan is really strong. I really want to know how he dodged that terrifying shockwave. Wen Ni had the same thought. In the future, he would stand at the pinnacle of Tien Koi. Tien Koi was more than just a game. The future belonged to Tien Koi. So what role would she play in that future? Tamak used his speed to get behind Apophis. Then he unleashed another round of Flowing Fire Heavenly Descent, causing its health to plummet. Seeing this, the 4 outside cheered loudly. Go, boss. Go, Muthan. But in the battle, Apophis was extremely angry. Foolish human. Do you really think you can defeat me? It said it would show him its ultimate form. As soon as it finished speaking, Apophis was enveloped in flames mixed with blood-red energy. Immediately after, it raised its sword to the sky and roared. World-ending thunder fire. In an instant, bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. They were quickly absorbed by Apophis's sword. The ground was also shattered by the lightning strikes. Apophis's destructive power was too strong. The surrounding ground was almost entirely consumed by its lightning and fire. Even the 4 inside the Black Dragon's protection were affected, but it wasn't too dangerous. But not long after, the pillar of light was eroded by the thunder fire. Amvan couldn't help but cry out. So this is why the boss didn't want us to leave the pillar of light. They were also very worried about Tamak. Wen Ni quickly opened the health bar to check. She exclaimed in surprise, Muthan's health is still full. Sasha also couldn't believe it. She slowly speculated. Could it be that Muthan is already dead? He got teleported out. But Wu Yanni shook her head in denial. No, Muthan's name is still lit up. He's definitely not dead. He must have dodged it. In the battle, the world-ending thunder fire swirled around Apophis's body. It spoke coldly. Foolish human, how dare you dream of confronting an alien star? Hearing its voice, the expressions on the 4's faces froze, and then quickly called out, Where's the boss? Is he gone? But no one answered. They could only wait. And just then, Apophis's body suddenly knelt down. Its health was very low. It bit its lip and cursed. Damn Black Dragon, if you hadn't wounded my body. But before it could finish, a faint laugh suddenly echoed in the air. Apophis, you piece of trash. You're already done for? Some alien star lord. You're nothing special. Apophis looked up in surprise. On the other hand, the 4 on this side were overjoyed to hear that voice. Their faces lit up again. They cheered. Mu then is still alive. He actually dodged that massive area attack just now. Where is Mu Than? Everyone quickly looked around. They saw Tamak standing at Apophis's feet. It cried out in frustration. You're completely unharmed. They never would have dreamed it. That he was hiding right under its feet. Ignoring everyone's reactions, Tamak summoned his clone again. Immediately after, he shouted fiercely, Die. At the same time, Tamak also activated the arm of the Reaper. All damage increased by 100%. Without any hesitation, one fire and one ice spell quickly struck Apophis, dealing massive damage. Its health bar quickly hit 0. The sword in its hand also fell. Apophis knelt on the ground, trembling. You humans don't understand. We are the rulers. We are the kings. Snorting lightly, Tamak stood on its shoulder and said coldly, Rulers, you can rule your own place. What gives you the right to come to our world? You are nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, a murderous intent flashed across his face. Without a moment's hesitation, Tamak stabbed down at it. Before disappearing, Apophis left one last sentence. We will meet again. Immediately after, it collapsed to the ground, dead for good. The sky instantly cleared up. A beam of light shone down from above. Under the golden light, on the ruins, with the remnants of smoke and fire still lingering, the invader was destroyed. Tamak stood within that light, looking incredibly heroic. Than, outside, cheered in adoration. My boss is so cool. Uye Ni was also moved to tears. She was now completely convinced that Mu Than would become a powerhouse that would astonish all of humanity in the future. Apophis's body was quickly consumed by the purple light. Then, it dropped a lot of item chests. Tamak's eyes lit up. A total of 12 purple-grade items dropped. He immediately opened them to check. Then he looked at everyone and said, The last 2 pieces of the icy glaze set finally dropped. As usual, I'll start an auction. And then nodded slightly. I'll buy these 2 pieces right now for 1 million gold. Just then, the system sent out a notification. Everyone successfully defeated the god of destruction, Apophis. You have foiled the alien star's plan and protected the world of Thean Koi. They received 100,000 gold, 2 million experience points, and 1,000 potential points. Then the system gave individual ratings. Everyone else got a D rank. Only Tamak got an SSS rank, and then cheered happily. We got carried to victory. Our boss's SSS rating is well-deserved. At the same time, on all national servers worldwide, an announcement was also made under the leadership of Mu Than. A team of 5 successfully defeated the god of destruction, Apophis. They received the server's first kill reward. The players who were still struggling to fight monsters in the outer stages. They had to constantly respawn and still couldn't pass, yet they received this notification. They never expected any team to pass the final stage. On the Theanthon server, players were also discussing it endlessly. Some didn't believe it, while others felt regret. In short, there were all kinds of reactions. On the other side, inside the ancient tree temple, Am then said cheerfully, Boss, I'm heading back to the city. I can't wait to open the first kill chest. Tamak nodded slightly. All right. Team disbanded. Everyone log off and get some rest. After that, everyone quickly said their goodbyes and disbanded. At the imperial capital of Sha Kingdom, at night, Inujen Mizbija, she woke up from the gaming pod. She took a breath and sat up. As soon as she stepped out, she heard her phone ring. On the other side, at the Apophis battlefield in the ancient tree temple, Tamak was still there. The source of life that let the aliens in is under here. I really want to go down and investigate, but I'm still too weak right now. Just then, a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. The ghost of the earthly black dragon appeared. It spoke happily. Finally, someone has avenged me and my master. Tamak was a bit surprised. He had never heard of a bonus part to the dungeon after it ended. Its voice continued to echo. For 10,000 years, I followed my master, fighting against invaders and evil spirits. I once fought alongside my master to slay the evil dragon Sha Don, using its body to forge a suit of armor as a gift for a hero. As soon as it finished speaking, a suit of armor appeared in front of Tamak. It was the legendary damaged evil dragon armor. Immediately after, the black dragon left a final sentence and vanished. May the light of Thean Koi illuminate all ages. Tamak received the reward and happily waved goodbye. Senior Earthly Black Dragon, farewell. Tamak had nothing else to do. He quickly logged out and returned to the real world. The undying light of Thean Koi would be carried on by them. Humanity's journey would continue. He let out a long yawn and whispered, The real world is more comfortable. A bloody battle is coming soon, so I should enjoy this moment. For now, a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, I'll open the chest in the game. The next day, after a long sleep, Tamak returned to the game. He began to open the first kill treasure chest. He received quite a few things. Tamak nodded in satisfaction. The equipment in this chest is really good. An equipment expansion, skill, temple reputation, all rare and hard to find items. At this time, Than sent him a message. It was a flood of messages, which annoyed Tamak. He pursed his lips and grumbled, This guy is so noisy. As for those recruitment offers, Tamak was a citizen of the Xia kingdom. He didn't care for them. He decided to ignore him. Tamak went to check his 9-star staff and his stats. In addition, he also received a fragment of a secret treasure map. This kind of secret realm surely held extremely valuable things. When he had the chance, Tamak would collect all the fragments and go explore. What he was happiest about was his second legendary item. It was time to take out the perfect appraisal scroll he had saved for so long. Tamak quickly appraised the armor. All its stats were quickly revealed. Legend says this armor was forged from the bones of the evil dragon. Each scale was crafted from dragon bone. He put it on and smiled in satisfaction. The stats completely crushed purple-grade equipment. It even surpasses normal equipment. From now on, I won't be a fragile mage anymore. I'm not afraid of close combat either. At that moment, Tamak suddenly received a message. Player Uyen then wants to join the guild. He instinctively frowned in suspicion. Who is Uyen then? Then Tamak received another message from Uyen Than. Mu Than, it's me. The sender was Uyen Ni. She was standing in a corner, sighing sadly, leaving Tutho and the others. I'm still a bit reluctant. The reason she sent that message went back to last night. When she had just left the gaming pod, someone called her. Quinn Ni immediately answered. She whispered, "Boss, what are your instructions?" The other side quickly replied in a low voice. The company has an important mission for you. It concerns the company's status in the empire. You must succeed. Go and get closer to that Mu Than. Hearing this, Uyen Ni's expression changed. As expected, what was bound to happen has happened. The boss on the other end continued to give orders. From now on, you will leave Thin Tuyet and join Fong Lin Kok. Of course, you will still command Thin Tuyet remotely. He said Tamak was not a simple person. The company had been paying attention to him. Moreover, various teams and even countries were also interested. He gave her an ultimatum. He ordered her to keep him at any cost. Back in the present, Tamak had already replied to her message. One of the top 10 mages in the Xia kingdom from his past life wanted to join his guild. It seemed he had attracted the attention of the forces behind Uyen Ni, for them to send her to win him over. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. After careful consideration, Tamak sent a serious warning to Uyen Ni. Although my Fong Lin Kok is small, I will not become a pawn in someone else's hands. So, you should think carefully. Seeing these messages, Uyen Ni replied without hesitation. Don't worry. I will cooperate with the strength of Thin Tuyet. I'll contribute to Fong Lin Kok. Joining Fong Lin Kok is also my own wish. The negotiation was successful. Wen Ni joined Fong Lin Kok. The one who reacted the most strongly was, of course, Am Than. His messages were so numerous that they annoyed Tamak. He ignored them and simply ordered everyone to gather at the guild hall. A while later, Am Than and Uyen Ni appeared at the guild hall. Am then looked at her and greeted her. Welcome, big sister. Do you also think my boss is handsome, cool, and generous? You've got good taste. From now on, follow the boss, and you won't be short of good things. Under his enthusiasm, Uyen Ni didn't know how to reply. He continued to ramble on. So we're all family now. From now on, Mu Than is our boss. I'm number 2, and you're number 3. Tamak couldn't help but interrupt. Stop it. From now on, everyone just contribute well to the guild. Now it's time to consider choosing a main city. Have you thought about which main city to go to next? The structure of the world of Thien Koi was very similar to the real world. It directly used major regions to divide the continent of Thien Koi. The scale and number of main cities on the continent were also related to the size of the national borders corresponding to each major region in the real world. The Xia Kingdom region also had many splendid and hidden main cities scattered everywhere. At this time, Wen Ni said excitedly, I plan to go to Donghuang Fan. Am then was more casual. He said calmly, Boss, you know me. I don't know anything, so wherever you go, I'll go. I plan to go to Lam Dong Fan, Tamak replied bluntly. Wen Ni was a bit surprised. You want to go to Lam Dong Fan of Kolon Mountain? Only Am then was confused. What? The name of this main city sounds pretty good. Wen Ni slowly explained. Our Xia Kingdom region has many main cities of different levels. Lam Dong Fan is listed as an SSS level dangerous main city on the official Teen Koi website. With that, she looked at Tumak and said, the path to an SSS level city is extremely dangerous. Almost every area is a danger zone. Once you choose a main city, you can't choose again until you arrive. Tamak nodded. I know everything you've said. Wen Ni became more anxious. You know when you're still going, some people, in order to level up quickly, gave up on the ancient tree temple. But now all the teams that chose SSS level main cities are stuck on the way, full of regret. Tamak remained very calm. Don't worry, just because others can't do it, doesn't mean I can't. The rewards and resources there are abundant. She was at her wit's end, huffing in anger. You're so stubborn. As soon as she finished speaking, she left. Tamak didn't stop her. He just told Am then to prepare thoroughly. They would go to Lam Dong Fan tomorrow. Am then didn't think much of it and quickly nodded. Then the two talked for a bit more before parting ways. Tamak went to find the village chief. He nodded and smiled. I didn't expect you, brave warrior, to have become a demon slayer. Truly young and promising. It seems it's time to say goodbye. He also thanked Tamak for his outstanding contributions to the village. Perhaps you can use this. Go and explore the wider world. With that, he gave him a magic disguise cube. After receiving it, Tamak left. He also conveniently accepted the main quest line. Head to the main city. Tamak spoke with determination. This time, I must see what Ko-Lan Mountain truly holds. The apocalypse is coming. Only by becoming stronger in the game can one become stronger in the real world. Every step Tamak took, he had to see it through to the end. Fong Then Kok will definitely become a force that helps the world continue to fight in a desperate situation. As for those world powers, thinking this, he sent out an announcement on the world channel. It basically said he wouldn't join any force, let alone work for another country. After finishing everything, Tamak logged out of the game and returned to the real world. Tomorrow, a new journey begins. He wondered how his parents were doing. Just then, Tamak received a message. He exclaimed happily, Dad sent a message. He transferred money to me. He didn't even mention me skipping the college entrance exam. Perhaps my parents' love for me is a bit special. In his past life, Tamak didn't understand why his parents were away from home all year, always leaving him alone. He even blamed them for not loving him. It wasn't until the calamity of Thien Koi descended and they sacrificed themselves to protect him that Tamak understood their greatness. After that, he took some time to rest while watching news about Thien Koi on TV. When he saw the news about the A-level main city, Tamak couldn't help but comment. Gold farming teams, appraisal craftsmen, rich players, it seems the foundations of this complete industrial chain have already formed. At the same time, in an apartment, a slender hand picked up a glass of red wine from the table. The person brought the glass to their lips and took a sip. It was Chinu. She sighed and said, The world of Thien Koi is vast. Where should I choose to go? The next day, Tamak logged back into the game. As soon as he logged in, a series of notifications popped up. For completing the mission, he received quite a few rewards, especially the random purple skill book. Tamak nodded in satisfaction. It was worth the effort of clearing the dungeon without getting hurt. The rewards from hidden quests were well worth it. This opportunity to learn an off-class skill was too game-breaking. Off-class skills couldn't be bought with any amount of money. He quickly checked what this purple skill book was. After checking its attributes, he was extremely happy. Next, he opened the magic disguise cube to use it. If he didn't change his appearance soon, he was afraid those forces would find him in the real world. In the blink of an eye, the cube began to release blue lights that enveloped Tamak's body. When the process was complete, a new handsome face appeared. Just then, a voice came from behind him. Boss, you're online. The person who arrived was Amthan. He smiled happily. Come look at my gear. I collected a full set of purple equipment like you said, and I've enhanced it too. But the moment Tamak turned around, the unfamiliar face caught Amthan's eye, making him stop and ask, Are you my boss? Tamak replied in annoyance, Obviously. It's just a face change. You can do it too in the future. But before he could finish, Am then exclaimed again, Boss, that armor on you, it's so cool. Where did you get it? How much? Tell me. I have to buy a set too. No, you can't buy it. Tamak shook his head, showing off. But his pride was short-lived when he saw Amthan's +9 equipment set. Now it was his turn to be shocked. Wait a minute, a full body of +9 gear? You rich whale, how much did you spend? Hearing this, Amthan did some quick math, then sighed. Let's not count. It wasn't much, just a few hundred. Million. Not even a billion, he rambled on. But Tamak wasn't listening. He cut him off directly. All right, stop talking. Let's go to the teleportation array. Am then immediately cheered up. Are we leaving now? I've been wanting to test how strong my current build is. Tamak walked ahead, glancing at him. Are you really determined to follow me to the SSS level main city? He replied casually. If not, my life is so boring. Inherit the family business, live a dull life. Hearing this, Tamak felt as if his heart had been stabbed. He sighed woundedly. My heart really hurts. Why did I have to ask? The two walked and talked. Soon, they met Uyen Ni, who had just logged in. He asked in surprise, Uyen Ni, can't you just teleport directly to Dong Huang Than? Before she could answer, Am then quickly said, Hey, number 3, this is how it should be. Our guild has a total of 3 people. We have to stick together. By the way, come look, the boss changed his face. Wen Ni said calmly, In my eyes, he is still Tamak. As for me, Am Than gave me the entire icy glaze set. How could I not go with you too? Hearing this, Tamak glanced at Am Than and gave him a thumbs up. Nice. I don't understand this move, but I'm very impressed. Am Than raised an eyebrow and smiled. It's nothing. We're family, after all. After they finished talking, Uyen Ni requested to join the party. Tamak smiled happily. Welcome back. Now we have enough people. And so, The three of them set off together, heading to Lam Dong Fan. Immediately after, a series of notifications appeared. The three of them stepped into the teleportation array, moving to Lam Dong Tang. Before long, the scenery in front of them changed to a snowy mountain, and then instinctively shivered. Damn, it's so cold. The mechanical voice of the system sounded. This place is filled with danger. Many battles between gods and demons have occurred here since ancient times. Countless warriors and demons from the temple have fallen here. The three listened silently to the system's announcement, and then looked around for a bit, then remarked, "The environmental details and temperature are so realistic. Even the feeling of breathing has changed." Qin Yi nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Tamak wasn't paying attention to these things. He was observing the arm of the Reaper. He had thought that the first activation was shocking enough to attract the attention of the Reaper's Shadow and Michael, but he didn't expect there to be a second skill. He originally wanted to level up first, but he didn't expect that activating the second skill required leveling the first skill to level 2. How much experience would this thing eat up? And the upgrade materials were so numerous. At this time, Am then suddenly spoke up. "Boss, there are people nearby. My detection skill is signaling." Wu Yanni, hearing this, couldn't help but sigh. "We just arrived, and we're already being targeted." As soon as she finished speaking, a level 13 snow leopard charged at them from a distance, and then cried out in shock. "There's a snow leopard ambushing us right next to the teleportation point. What a dirty trick!" But as soon as he finished speaking, it died instantly from a single blow. He stared with wide eyes in astonishment. "One shot? Who did that?" Just then, a teasing voice suddenly sounded. "Isn't this the great Mu fan? The one who got 2 first kills?" The person who spoke had the ID Sat Luke Chin Yan and was level 14. He sneered. "Why are you only level 13? Did I get the wrong person?" Tamak stared at him and said coldly, "That's me." Hearing this, the man continued, "Then I must have hit the jackpot, being in the same place as a great god." Tamak sneered, "Did I say I wanted to bring you along?" Hearing this, Satluk Chinan's face twisted into a smile. He pursed his lips. "Do you still think this is the beginner village? Whether you bring me along or not is not up to you. Hand it over." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people who had been ambushing nearby appeared. In an instant, they surrounded the three of them. Qin Ni frowned. Most of the people who chose the SSS level main city have already teamed up, and then cursed angrily. How did these people level up so fast? She calmly explained, "The experience gained from killing monsters here is very high." Tamak was very calm. He asked coldly, "Are you guys trying to rob us?" Snorting lightly, Satluk Chinan sneered. "We all just want to get to Lam Dong Fan quickly. There's a monster spot here that we haven't been able to clear yet, so we need a suicide squad to lead the way." Chuckling softly, Tamak said flatly, "I see. We go and pull the monsters for you, so you can get to the second stage revival point. What if I refuse?" He immediately became disgruntled. "This is my territory. Don't you see what level you are? I guarantee you'll never reach Lam Dong Fan, but if you let Wu Yen then come with me, I might consider letting you join." As soon as he said this, the surrounding players laughed in agreement. These bastards who think with their lower bodies really deserve to die. Tamak glanced at the laughing people beside him. "Well, how about you two sacrifice a little?" Wu Yanni shot back in annoyance. "Get lost." He shrugged indifferently. "All right then." Then Tamak created a fireball and proposed. "This is just a normal fireball. If you can survive it without being killed, I'll admit you have some skill. We'll also be willing to be your vanguard." The expression on Satluk Chinan's face immediately stiffened, but his subordinates around him kept egging him on, urging him to take the hit. "So, a moment later, he said heroically, 'Do you know who I am? Don't talk about one small fireball. Even 100. If you can kill me, I'm right here." But before he could finish, the fireball shot directly from Tumak's hand and slammed into Satluk Chinyan's face. One critical hit vaporized him. He died instantly. It all happened too fast. The crowd was in shock. They screamed in disbelief. "He's really dead. A single fireball killed our leader." Tumak sighed with a smirk. "Killing players in the wild increases your crime value. 500 points turns your name red. Red names mean a 100% item drop rate. So what?" 2 seconds later, Satluk Chinyan respawned. He shouted in frustration, "I was careless. I couldn't dodge. That Mukthang kid must be a hacker. I'm reporting him." But before he could finish, Tamak grabbed his face. He trembled in fear. He forgot the respawn point and teleport point were the same place. He had revived right next to Tamak. Too bad. It was too late for regrets. Tamak sent him to his grave again with another fireball. The nearby players backed away in fear. They whispered amongst themselves, but no one dared to step forward. Just then, Tamak fired ice spikes at them. The entire group was wiped out just like that. After dealing with them, Satluk Trinan respawned again. The others he just killed did the same. They appeared right next to Tamak. And so, the cycle began. He killed them. They respawned. Then he killed them again. It was an endless loop of death. Finally, they couldn't take it anymore. They begged for mercy. I surrender. I surrender. Great one. I was wrong. Another group, watching from afar, was stunned. Isn't that Sat Luke Trinyan, the leader of the Kin Vu Guild? He's the one who bullied us before. They just stood by and enjoyed the show. Tamak raised an eyebrow and smirked. You said if I could kill you, you'd do what? Sat Luke Trinan panicked. Great muck, then. I was just bluffing. Please, don't kill me anymore. He sobbed and told a sob story. He was forced into it. He was a victim too. He'd been stuck here for 3 days. His female teammates were even taken away. Hearing this, Am then nodded. No wonder these hundreds of players were all male. Tamak frowned at him. Tell me everything you know, he said coldly. Sat Luke Trinan quickly nodded. He tried to stand, but Amthan stopped him. He knelt back down in fear. He began to explain. I was in the first group to reach Duong Phuong Min. There are now 14 teams, about 2,000 people. They've already passed the Fox area. Tamak frowned silently. Over 2,000 players were ahead. He didn't know if they were friend or foe. They could be a threat to Wien Ni and Amthan. Taking these guys along would be safer. With that thought, he nodded. Give me the guild leader position. I'll lead you through this map. Sat Luke Trinan saw him as a savior. He quickly led Tamak away. Soon, they arrived at the Tuyet Mang Za's territory, but he had a malicious plan. These Tuyet Mang Za always attacked in groups of dozens. He wanted them to wipe out Tamak's party of 3. He wanted to see how Tamak would handle it. Just then, Tamak spoke up. I know you regret choosing Lamdong City, but if you meet my conditions, I guarantee I can help you. The crowd was skeptical. He spoke calmly. First, you must obey my orders. Second, anyone killed for any reason will be kicked from the team. Third, if you run away from danger, you're out too. Ignoring their murmurs, Tamak continued. You've all seen my guild's blessing buff. There will also be purple-grade equipment rewards. High contributors will receive a commission. There's another benefit, but you'll have to earn it. He even used Wien Ni as motivation. After some hesitation, they finally agreed. Tamak nodded, satisfied. Raising morale was a skill, but it seemed he was just recruiting trash. No wonder other teams used them as cannon fodder. Putting that aside, he gave new orders. Reorganized by class. Than, you're in charge of the 6 night teams. Quian Than, you take the mage team. The rest, follow me. Mages to the front. We're heading to the Tayet Ho area. Tamak led them deep into the area. They found a lot of snake skins along the way. He thought to himself, these skins always gave him the creeps. These Tuyet Mang Za are good at hiding. In the past, many people died passing through here. With that thought, he ordered them to stop. Tamak quickly gave a command. Mages, use fireball on the path ahead. Someone wanted to object, but Ammon scolded them. No questions. The leader said attack, so you attack. Immediately, all doubt vanished. They began their fire assault. As the smoke cleared, pythons erupted from the ground. Tamak feared the formation would break. He quickly calmed them. Don't panic. All archers use flame arrow storm on the Tuyet Mang Za. They did as he said. A barrage of fire arrows was unleashed, but Tamak didn't let them stop. Mages, keep attacking the other snow mounds. Archers, keep breaking their armor. Don't give them time to react. Following his orders, they unleashed fire and ice upon the pythons before them. After a moment, the ice armor finally shattered. Tamak commanded again. If you're out of mana, restore it. Everyone attacked the Tuyet Mang Sha together. They fought to the death. They followed his orders and attacked relentlessly. Outside the battle, Amnon couldn't help but feel amazed. Boss, you put us assassins on the outer ring. Is it so we can land the final blow? Tamak nodded and smiled. A bright student. With Tamak's guidance, they passed through the Tuyet Jia's lair smoothly. The players cheered nonstop. Tamak glanced at them and gave an order. All right, that's enough for today. It's late. Everyone, log off and rest. Be online tomorrow at 10 a.m. sharp. We won't wait. They immediately obeyed and left. But before leaving, Sat Luke Trinyan approached Tamak with a fawning smile. Great muck, Than. There's just one thing. You see that belt of mine? Tamak played dumb. I don't know anything about it. Then, he sent the man away. Finally, only Tamak remained. He wandered around. He headed in a direction based on his past life's memories. Sure enough, he soon encountered someone. A woman in purple stood on a cliff. Her eyes were filled with worry. She asked, Brave warrior, have you seen a man carrying a long saber? Tamak thought for a moment before speaking. I haven't, but maybe I can help you look. Tuyet Lak spoke gratefully. Thank you. That man is my husband. He was taken by the Snake King while protecting me. She explained the Snake King was the leader of the Tayet Mang Sha. It was much stronger than the normal ones. She asked if he was truly willing to help her. Tamak thought silently. He immediately accepted the dangerous quest. The NPC might doubt a player's motives. The hidden story wouldn't trigger. If he refused, he'd be sent away. He had to keep playing the part. Thinking this, he hesitated. The Lord of the Tuyet Mangza is very strong. Before he could finish, Tuyet Lak spoke again. I know this is dangerous. If you help me, I will give you the most generous reward. Tamak smiled faintly. Success. Then Tuyet Lak handed him a scroll. To continue the act, he had to pretend to refuse. But in the end, Tamak coughed and said, however, this scroll might contain an important clue. I'll take it and study it. Then he told her not to delay if she found any leads. And so, Tamak successfully accepted the quest. They moved forward, they stopped at a cliff. Tuyet Lak spoke slowly. It was right there. The two quickly jumped from the cliff. They arrived at a cave entrance. There, they saw a sword. Tuyet Lak exclaimed in shock, that's Lich Duong's sword. Tamak quickly reassured her. Don't worry, he might still be. Before he finished, he saw something. He yelled in alarm, watch out, behind you. Hearing his cry, Tuyet Lak also turned around. A giant snake was charging towards them. It was the Snake King. Level 2 elite monster. Tuyet Lak glared at the Snake King. She roared in anger. You beast. Give me back my husband. As she spoke, she charged forward. She slashed twice with her sword. But just then, a small purple snake shot out of its mouth. Tuyet Lak was startled. She quickly raised her sword to block. But the snake changed direction. She realized where it was going. She quickly shouted a warning. Watch out. It's coming for you. Tamak wasn't afraid. He stood there calmly. Bring it on. Just before the snake's jaws could reach him, a barrage of fireballs shot from his hands. They slammed into the creature, dealing damage. But just as Tamak remembered, normal attacks dealt very little damage to the Snake King. If he could land a fireball in its mouth, he could instantly shatter its ice armor. While he was thinking, the Snake King spat out an ice spike. Tamak's body froze solid. His expression turned grim. He had forgotten. The Snake King's ice spike could freeze a target for 3 seconds. In that critical moment, Tuyet Lak rushed in. She blocked the Snake King's attack for Tamak. He let out a breath. That was a close call. He quickly thanked her. Then he leaped forward and said, Tuyet Lak, hold on. This is a good opportunity. Immediately, Tamak attacked the Snake King. He reminded her, I'll look for a chance to break its armor. But his attack was countered. Tamak was stunned for a moment. Then he sneered. I'm not done yet. With that, he activated his clone. Then he used the Arm of Death. It increased his damage by 100%. In an instant, a massive fireball shot straight into the Snake King's mouth. Just as Tamak predicted, the Snake King's outer ice layer began to crumble. He shouted, Now's the time. As he spoke, Tamak unleashed prairie fire from heaven. Flames rained down. The Snake King's body was engulfed in fire. Under Tamak's assault, its health bar was depleted. Seizing the opportunity, Tuyet Lak charged. You beast, die. She plunged both her swords into the Snake King's eyes. The intense pain made it roar endlessly. Its giant body thrashed wildly. Soon after, it collapsed and died. Seeing the massive body fall, Tamak breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. But Tuyet Lak shouted fiercely, No, I haven't found Liet Duong. It's not over. As she spoke, she rushed forward. She stabbed her blade into the Snake King's body again. She sliced a long line from its head down to its stomach. She only stopped when her sword hit something hard. Tuyet Lak frowned in surprise. I found it. But what she saw was a bloody arm sticking out of the snake's stomach. Tuyet Lak collapsed to her knees. She called out with a trembling voice, Liet Duong. A flashback of their story appeared. Liet Duong chased Tuyet Lak. Tuyet Lak met Liet Duong. Liet Duong was her only obsession. She blamed herself for being just a shadow in the mortal world. Why couldn't they live and die together? Standing nearby, Tamak couldn't help but sigh. Sadly, this wasn't a beautiful fairy tale. The ending was destined to be tragic. Just then, Tuyet Lak spoke up. Thanks to your help, I was able to see Liet Duong again. I have one last wish. I hope you can help me, brave warrior. Tamak looked at her and spoke plainly. Tell me. Tuyet Lak took a deep breath. I hope you can bury me with Liet Duong. Bury us in a place with a view of the distance. Liet Duong loved scenery like that. With that, she drew her sword across her own neck. In an instant, blood sprayed everywhere. Tamak was a bit surprised. Even though he'd heard about this quest, witnessing it was still deeply moving. To live and die together. He sighed helplessly. Then he buried the two of them on the cliff. He looked at their graves for a moment. Then he shook his head with emotion. What is love in this world? To be only a shadow, unable to live and die together. At that moment, a series of notifications appeared. He had completed the quest. He received his rewards. Among them were the Liet Duong Fa and Tuyet Lak Song Dao skill scrolls. Tamak nodded in satisfaction. Skill scrolls were a luxury item. These two were single-use, but their power was terrifying. He would make good use of them. After finishing up, Tamak logged out and returned to the real world. He was resting when he received a call from an unknown number. He put the phone to his ear. A polite voice came through. Hello, Mr. Tu. Seeing that you have refused recruitment from foreign countries, the Empire has decided to reward your performance. Tomak listened silently, not saying a word. He fell into deep thought about the Empire. Through the Thian Than Nawai long server, they found the city Tomak was in. Then, using his in-game appearance, they located him in reality. It was actually quite easy. After thinking it over, Tomak spoke in a low voice. Yen then is one of your people. The person on the other end admitted it without hesitation. Yes, if you are dissatisfied with Jiang Uyen in any way, I will have her leave immediately. No, there's nothing. I'm not dissatisfied. Tomak shook his head slightly, but then he realized something. He quickly asked, you just said Uyen Than's name is Jiang Uyen? The person who saved him in his past life was also named Jiang Uyen. In his previous life, when Tomak was injured, he was carried back on a stretcher. His body was severely wounded. Where is the healer? In that critical moment, a slender hand appeared. It was placed on Tomak's abdomen. It began to heal him. When he groggily opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful figure. Tomak recognized her. She was the one who pulled him back from the brink of death with a healing spell. While Tomak was dazed, her gentle voice rang out. Feeling any better? You're badly injured. A healing spell can't fully cure you. You need to rest well. Thank you. Tomak looked up at her. He wanted to say something, but another voice interrupted. Jiang Yuan, let's go. Another group of demons has attacked Lac Thui Than. They need support. She immediately bid him farewell. My teammates are calling me. I have to go now. May the light of Thian Koi shine upon you. Take care. She was truly like an angel. Because of that, Tomak always remembered the name Jiang Uyen. He snapped out of his memory and sighed. Uyen Than, Jiang Uyen. How could I not have realized? I even bragged to her before. At this moment, Tomak was incredibly determined. She saved his life in the past. He would never forget that kindness, not even in death. He wouldn't forget it in this life either. He would definitely protect her. He would ensure she survived the future apocalypse. The next morning, Tomak logged back into the game, but his surroundings were empty. Not a single person was there. He thought to himself, didn't we agree to meet here at this time? Where did everyone go? Did they all decide to stay offline? He opened the chat window to check. He immediately saw a long string of messages from M. Than. He said he had been killed by other players. Tomak instinctively frowned. What was going on? Am then quickly explained the situation. When their members arrived, they were ambushed by over 1,000 people. They wanted to use them as cannon fodder to advance. Even though they mentioned Tomak's name, they were still killed. Tomak's brow furrowed. Players from Tian Than Ho Long should show him some respect. Unless this was a targeted attack. Immediately after, Am then gave Tomak a very familiar name. It was the Kwangnan Guild. Am then cried and complained to Tomak. He wanted Tomak to get justice for him. Tomak listened and replied, I'm on my way. That Kwangnan Chianthan was always weak in the starting village. He had really underestimated him. He had just built up his team's morale yesterday. Today, it was all ruined. If he didn't crush them, he'd write his name backwards. While Tomak was thinking, Jiang Uyen appeared. She asked with concern, Mukhthan, what happened? Tomak explained. Our guild members were blocked at the respawn point by the Kwangyan Guild. Follow me back to kill them. Do you dare? Elsewhere, at the start of Duong Phuong Min, M. Than had just sent his message when a man grabbed him. He was dragged over to his boss. Leader, this kid was hiding and reporting to Muk Than. We caught him. Huang Nan Xian then commanded arrogantly. You guys, keep giving this little assassin a warm welcome. Don't let him die by accident. Immediately, Kwang Nan's men started beating him relentlessly. Huang Nan Xian Than grew even more smug. If Muk Than doesn't show up, you'll all end up like this, M. Than. But if you post on the World channel asking for Muk Than, I'll let it slide. Meanwhile, on a nearby cliff, Jiang Uyen saw this and said angrily, these people are outrageous bullies. Let's go down and kill them. Tomak replied calmly. Of course, but we can't act rashly. He would make them regret ever being born. With that, he bought a challenge order. Tomak quickly joined the party. Everyone was overjoyed. Someone told him to stay out of the storm. But Tomak just told everyone to kill the enemy healers later. Immediately after, Tomak activated the Sunha Do he got from the Tiat Lac quest. He didn't expect to get the highest reward from the Sunha Do. It also added a useful burn effect. Huang Nan Qian then had spotted Tomak. He sneered. So you actually showed up. Muk Than, long time no see. Hope you're well. I thought you'd hide like a turtle behind a woman's skirt. Tomak scoffed back. Weren't you the one I killed until you were too scared to show your face? Hearing this, the man flew into a rage. Things are different now. I'm stronger. The fact that I called you out is giving you face. Tomak couldn't be bothered with him. His attention was on someone else. The person next to him was Kwang Nan Chien Day, a famous warrior from his past life. But seeing him with this rabble felt out of place. He heard that at this stage, he had already enhanced his weapon to +10. Just then, Kwang Nan Chien then raged again. Speechless? Are you scared? You're nothing special. If you have the guts, don't log off. We haven't settled our debt from the starting village. Tamak was losing his patience. He sneered. Cut the crap. If you're afraid I'll log off, then accept this challenge order. As he spoke, he pulled out a flag and planted it in front of them. The air instantly fell silent. No one expected Tamak to do this, not even Kwang Nan Chien Than. He turned to the person behind him. Chien Di, did the scout team report back yet? He replied flatly. Besides a few loiterers, there are no other enemies around. Hearing this, Kwang Nan Chien then immediately agreed. Fine, a 2-hour challenge is perfect. Watch me strip you of all your equipment this time. Chien Day, prepare for battle. Kwang Nan Chien Day glanced at him. Are you telling me what to do? Chien then was displeased. What's that supposed to mean? As vice leader, are you looking down on me, the leader? He ignored him and walked over to Tumak. I've heard about what you did in starting village 818. I'm not impressed. Attacking your people was Chien Than's idea, not mine. With that, Chien De drew his sword. He frowned. I can stay out of your business, but I have one condition. After they're done, I want a life and death duel with you. Hearing this, Jiang Uyen's expression changed. A life and death duel was serious. He was level 15. She suspected he had more than just a level and equipment advantage. He must have another ace up his sleeve. Meanwhile, Tamak was also hesitating. He was trying to probe how many secrets Tamak had. This was not an easy person to mess with, but Tamak still decided to agree. Chien Day, your life and death duel. I accept. Huang Nan Chien then stood up and pulled the flag from the ground. He grinned smugly. I respect you as a man, but I won't show any mercy. Today, I'll make you regret ever coming to this world. The challenge order was thus established, between the Kwang Nan Guild and Fong Then Kok. In an instant, the area erupted into battle. Smoke filled the sky. Screams echoed everywhere. Tamak shouted a reminder. Everyone, defensive formation. Mages and archers counterattacked their rear. The players of Fong Then Kok immediately formed a protective barrier to block the Kwang Nan Guild's attack. At the same time, on the Kwang Nan side, their mages and archers began to counterattack Fong Then Kok's rear. In addition, the warriors at the front charged for a direct assault. Huang Nan Chien then led the charge. He rushed forward with his axe. He roared, Die, Muk Than. Let me split you in two. Face the reality of our level gap. But before the axe could fall, Tamak's figure vanished. He exclaimed in shock. So fast. How dare you? Everyone, attack together. Surround him. Don't let him get out alive. Immediately, Kwang Nan Chien Than's men began to surround Tamak. But his attack speed was too fast. They couldn't even touch Tamak. It threw them into a panic. They had already taken a lot of damage from him. The healers outside could only try to keep them alive, but Amnon led the assassin squad. They appeared and began to assassinate them. Seeing this, Huang Nan Chien then panicked. He yelled, Fall back and support. Protect the healers. Kill their assassins. Tamak was very satisfied with this. He continued to command, Assassins, use your speed advantage and fall back. Suppress their fire. Healers, move forward 50 meters and buff the assassins. The other two healer teams buff the front line. Seeing his forces at a disadvantage, Kwang Nan Chien then roared angrily. Useless trash. I'll do it myself. The rest of the warriors follow me back to provide support. But before they could return, fireballs rained down from the sky. The men behind Kwang Nan Chien Than were consumed by flames. He glared at Tamak and cursed. You bastard! Tamak chuckled softly. He smirked and said, Seeing you look at your chaotic rear, able to do nothing but rage, I'm very satisfied. His words enraged him even more. He roared, Satisfied my ass. Brothers, surround him. There are so many of us, ganging up on him alone will be easy. The Heavenly Fire Prairie scroll could wait. This situation was more suitable for something else. The Toyot Lak Song Dao skill scroll. With this thought, two blades appeared into Mok's hands, one blue and one red. He smiled in satisfaction. Not bad. This sudden appearance startled the men. What skill is that? Isn't he a mage? But they had no other choice. They charged forward together. But the damage they dealt to Tumak was like a drop in the ocean. They cursed in frustration. Damn it, what is this? A critical hit only did 1 point of damage. Tumak sneered. With the super defense of Tuyet Lak Song Dao, I'll just stand here and let you chop away. At this moment, Kwang Nan Chien then charged with his axe. The moment he reached Tumak swung the ice blade. In an instant, Kwang Nan Chien Than's body was frozen solid. He muttered in disbelief, How is this possible? Whether he believed it or not, he ultimately died under Tumak's blade. Seeing this, his subordinates immediately wanted to swarm and nuke him. Even if each blast did only 1 damage, 100 people would add up. So, they continuously hurled fireballs at Tumak. Unfortunately, their attack speed was no match for his charge. In a flash, Tumak appeared before them. Then, the twin blades in his hands began to unleash a flurry of slashes. Many died under his sword. Looking at the blades in his hands, Tamak muttered with satisfaction. The ice and fire attributes of Tuyet Lak Song Dao are too powerful for ordinary people. Still, I lost more than half my health. Time to recover. But before he could heal, Jiang Uyen healed him from behind. Tamak glanced at her. Jiang Uyen, you're injured too. She shook her head and smiled. It's fine, I'll heal you first. Protecting our MVP is more important. Tamak looked at her, about to thank her. But the scene before him made his face freeze. The bastard Kuang Yan Chen Than had just respawned and killed Jiang Uyen. He laughed arrogantly. Didn't expect that, did you? I'm back. Now that your healer is dead, killing you is just a matter of time. I really overestimated you. At this moment, Tamak's face was filled with rage. He gritted his teeth and shouted, You are all trash. His eyes were now filled with killing intent. Tamak ignored the flames engulfing him. On the other side, Qian Than kept urging his men on. A bunch of cowards. Get him. Mages, archers, focus all your fire on him. At the same time, Tamak was hesitant about using his skill. He still had one more skill scroll. He wanted to save it for later, but he had no choice. With this thought, Tamak suddenly roared fiercely. Lightning crackled around him. This was Liat Duong Fa. A giant sword appeared in Tamak's hands. He shouted, Go to hell. Then, without hesitation, he swung down. The ground was torn apart. Earth and stone flew everywhere, taking the lives of the Kuangnan Guild members with them. In an instant, only Tamak's people were left standing. Meanwhile, Chiende was still outside. The entire battle had unfolded before his eyes. He couldn't help but be amazed. What kind of move was that? Was this really an attack a player could unleash? Was this guy really a mage? How could he be so terrifying? So, what about his life and death duel? In another place, in the real world, in a high-rise building in the city, someone was getting yelled at. A man pointed at another man's forehead and scolded him. Look, this is all you're doing. It wasn't easy for our Kuangnan club to train 1,000 elite players. This person was Tu Hu Fong, the owner of the Kuangnan club. The one being scolded was Lai Thiet, whose in-game name was Kuangnan Qian Than. This argument was because of the duel with Tamak. Tu Hu Fong sighed helplessly. With our strength, we could have chosen an A or S rank city and developed well. But you just had to provoke Tamak. Now it's too late for regrets. At this moment, a woman walked in from outside. Boss, Ha Thien is still requesting the life and death duel. You need to make a decision. In the next room, Kuangnan Xiande, Ha Thien, was still in the game pod. In the game, Tamak looked at him and said, It's our turn. How do we start the life and death duel? Ha Thien sneered. It seems I've underestimated your strength. You're much stronger than I thought. And so? Tamak raised an eyebrow. He knew Qiande was passionate about hidden quests. He was a master of pioneering and destruction. He was often known as the Lone Wolf. He definitely had an ace up his sleeve. This guild battle was dangerous, but fortune favors the bold. That difficult-to-get +10 weapon of his was a real treasure. Just then, Ha Thien spoke again. Our club owner wants me to give up the duel with you. Hearing this, Tamak wasn't surprised. He continued to ask, And what about your choice? He remembered from his past life. He wasn't interested in guild battles or personal fights. Rankings were all fleeting to him. But if his bottom line was crossed, that one time, he single-handedly wiped out an entire guild. He made a name for himself in that battle. This guy was stubborn and hard to deal with. Outside, Hu Fong was desperately trying to stop Ha Thien. I don't approve of you using the life and death duel. Our club has already suffered enough losses. But Ha Thien said flatly, I'm not using a single coin of yours. As he said this, he clenched his fists and bit his lip. I really want to fight him. I want to fight. He was so angry he trembled. Ha Thien, you. But he swallowed his words, because what he said was right. He had no idea how to refute it. Meanwhile, inside the game, Ha Thien faced Tamak. He said seriously, if you don't use that skill from before, I want to fight you. Tamak didn't back down. He smirked and replied, I'll accompany you to the end. As he spoke, the flag planted on the ground was raised. The life and death duel was accepted. The deathmatch officially began. Ha Thien tightened his grip on his sword and charged forward. Ever since you got that first kill, I've wanted to duel you. As he finished speaking, he swung his sword down. A powerful skill shockwave radiated outwards. This was Bang Sun Cham, a skill that could deal massive physical damage. Tamak instinctively frowned. His speed is insane. Sat Luke Tree in hand saw this and couldn't help but grit his teeth. That slash is so strong. Its range and power are far beyond a normal warrior's. Is that Bang Sun Cham? As he finished speaking, a low voice rang out. Of course, it's Bang Sun Cham. Trash gamers like you don't even know that skills can be enhanced. And then turned his head when he heard this. He saw Thiet True. He retorted angrily, Who are you calling trash? You know so much, yet we still killed you. Zhang Yuyan advised, Forget it, don't argue with people like him. Thiet True snorted dismissively. What's with the high and mighty act? Don't think, I don't know who you are. To get close to Muktan, you even changed your name and guild. Am then snapped back. Watch your mouth. He sneered contemptuously. What respect? You should be worried about your Muktan. He's going to lose. Theatru's words enraged the three of them. They told him to shut up. He then had to leave. Meanwhile, in the battle, the shockwaves from Ha Thien's skill were still powerful. This made Tamok's expression grim. He didn't expect his skills to be enhanced. It seemed his weapon also had a special lightning attack effect. In that split second, Tamok used Fong An to increase his speed and defense to dodge the attack. He was only hit by the outer edge of the skill, but he still lost a lot of health. If he were at the center, he would have been killed instantly. While Tamok was thinking, Ha Thien charged again. He quickly dodged. His attacks are sharp, and his movements are fluid. He must have another trick up his sleeve. It seems Tamok had to put some pressure on him. With that thought, he gripped the scepter in his hand tightly. He created a brilliant flame that engulfed Ha Thien's body. This sudden change surprised Ha Thien. In an instant, those flames gathered into a giant fireball. Ha Thien bit his lip hard. He created a protective shield to block it. The moment the fireball hit the shield, it suddenly split into many smaller flames and scattered. In a flash, Ha Thien's shield began to crack. The damage he took increased. His health bar was dropping rapidly. When the shield was completely destroyed, Ha Thien immediately jumped into the air. He gripped his sword tightly. Then he quickly swung down. Lightning bolts crackled in the air. With a loud bang, the ground within a 10-meter radius of the sword was destroyed. Tamok had a hard time dodging. He didn't expect that while others could only use heavy sword strikes on the ground, he could use them in the air. His second attack even used an aerial assault to avoid the slowing effect of the burn. It was unbelievable. Why didn't a reincarnator like him have such a powerful cheat? Thinking this, he quickly used an ice spike to counterattack. But before he could act, Ha Thien shouted again, "Bang San Cham Liat Kong." A sword light shot down from the sky like lightning. Tamok couldn't dodge. He was hit directly. His health bar dropped to a sliver. He bit his lip and cursed internally. Is this even possible? But luckily, he activated his tenacity effect. Ha Thien's fatal blow didn't do full damage. Otherwise, that hit would have killed him. Plus, with his non-mage skills, he could still fight. Tamok didn't have a single enhanced skill, but this guy had two. It was truly unfair. While complaining, he acted. An ice spike shot towards Ha Thien, but it was easily shattered by his sword. At the same time, Ha Thien was also surprised. Both of his charged skills had been dodged. His two enhanced skills combined couldn't even take out 1,000 of his health. He'd have to use that move. With this thought, he began to activate a skill. A blood-red aura suddenly appeared around Ha Thien. In an instant, it covered his entire body. This was the Huyet Te Bao Tao Qian Jiap skill. It could increase physical defense and attack. Seeing this, Tamok was shocked. A warrior's irreplaceable god-tier skill after level 100. 5 seconds of invincibility. It made him suspect he was also a reincarnator. Ha Thien definitely had a cheat. At this moment, he spoke in a low voice. "Muktan, it's over. This is the end." As he finished, Ha Thien's figure suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was in front of Tamok. Without hesitation, he swung his sword down. Tamok's entire body was sent flying. He bit his lip hard. Does he have to be this strong? He had just used Holy Light to heal, and was almost defeated instantly again. "You've lost," Ha Thien said coldly. Then he rushed in front of Tamok and stabbed down. Seeing this, Jiang Uyen's group was horrified. They wanted to help, but Theatru blocked them. "Stay put, or I won't be polite." Immediately after, he cheered loudly. "Qian Dai, kill him. Avenge our Kuangnan guild." At this moment, Ha Thien's sword pierced Tamok's body. With a loud bang, his body slammed into the cliff behind him. Dust filled the air. Seeing this, the Kuangnan guild members were ecstatic. They cheered endlessly. "Qian Dai is invincible. Qian Dai is mighty. The Kuangnan guild is the strongest." In contrast, the people of Fonglan Kok were devastated. Jiang Uyen cried out in grief. "Mukden is dead." At this moment, Theatru spoke smugly. "I'll give you two choices. Hand over all your equipment. From now on, whenever we from the Kuangnan guild see you, we'll kill you." As he finished, a man with a lecherous smile chimed in. "But if this beauty can spend a night with our guild leader, we'll spare you this one time." Theatru was delighted to hear this. Hearing these disgusting words, Am then cursed in anger. "You son of a bitch." Then he wanted to charge forward. But at this moment, something strange happened. A sword suddenly flew down from the sky. It directly pierced through Theatru's body. He lost all his health on the spot. While Theatru was confused about what was happening, a gloomy voice came from within the smoke. "What did you just say?" Hearing this sound, his face immediately turned ugly. Cold sweat covered his forehead. Theatru muttered with a trembling voice. That voice? How can it be? Could it be that Tamok wasn't defeated? Just as he thought, the person who came was indeed Tamok. He glared at Theatru and cursed. scum. The situation turned once again. The members of the Kwangyan Guild fell into a state of panic. In contrast, the people of Fangdan Kok were overjoyed. The winner of the life and death duel was Tamak. The Kwangyan members were so scared that they logged off in droves. They fled like rats from a sinking ship. At the same time, Jiang Uyen, after her initial joy, calmed down. She was a bit confused. Tamak's health was clearly gone just now. How did he still win? What exactly did he do? In another place, at the respawn point, Ha Thien had revived. He looked up at the sky in a daze, then sighed. So, I lost after all. Back to 5 minutes ago, when the air was filled with dust, Ha Thien had stabbed Tamak's body. He breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. But his joy was short-lived. His expression immediately froze. Ha Thien realized that what was in front of him was a clone. While he was stunned, Tamak's voice came from behind. I had to do that to avoid your finishing move. That was really dangerous. Ha Thien turned his head in shock. When did your real body get behind me? Tamak replied flatly. In the last half-second before you swung your sword, he then used Ice Spike to bind him. It made him shout in alarm. My current defense and health can't take this move. Unfortunately, Ha Thien could only struggle in vain. Tamak's flames had already reached him, killing him on the spot. Back in the present, Ha Thien sat up with effort. He sighed helplessly. His +10 equipment was destroyed. Hundreds of thousands of experience points were deducted. Luckily, his skills and potential points were still there. Muktham was really too strong. At this moment, his sword suddenly appeared at the respawn point. It flew from nowhere and stuck into the ground. While he was dazed, Tamak appeared. He said seriously, from now on, Fangdan Kok and the Kwangyan Guild are mortal enemies. Ha Thien glanced at him and replied calmly, winner takes all. Kill me if you want. Spirited, Tamak sneered. Then, a fireball appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he threw it. But the target wasn't Ha Thien. It was Thiet True, who had just respawned. Thiet True never expected Tamak to be here. He was killed the moment he respawned. He cursed angrily. Damn it, Mukhthan. Ha Thien also asked with confusion, what do you mean by this? Why didn't you kill me? Tamak smiled plainly. 1,000 gold is easy to find, but a true rival is hard to come by. From our duel, I can tell you're very different from them. I don't want to be your enemy because of the Kwangyan Guild. With that, Tamak returned the equipment to him. He exclaimed in surprise, what's this? For me? Tamak teased. If you don't want it, I'll destroy it. He quickly cried out, don't. And so, the two completed the trade. After finishing everything, Tamak turned to leave. Before he left, he waved and smiled. I hope we can fight again someday, but not as enemies from opposing guilds. When Tamak returned, Am then asked with suspicion, why did you give him back his equipment? You don't have a single piece yourself. Why throw it away? Tamak replied simply, I'm planning to form a fixed 5-person team. That's all. Actually, Tamak had other thoughts, but he didn't say them out loud. Ham then didn't know. He just kept feeling excited. That's great, boss. I want to be on a fixed team with you too. Tamak nodded slightly. In a fixed team, an assassin was essential. Am then was afraid of being left out. He quickly hugged his leg and cried. Tamak said helplessly, all right, that's a normal fixed team. We're not normal, so of course, we need you as our assassin. After that, Tamak received a friend request from Ha Thien. Of course, he accepted. His name had changed now. It was very effective. Then, the two began to chat privately. Basically, Ha Thien thanked him for returning the equipment. He also told him he had left the Kwangyan Guild. He promised to defeat him when they met again tomorrow. Tamak also told Ha Thien that he would be leading a team to a hidden dungeon tomorrow. Hearing this, his eyes showed a hint of disbelief. In the real world, at the Kwangyan Club, Ha Thien had just left the game pod when Hu Feng started complaining. He went on and on about him leaving the guild. Ha Thien sighed in frustration. You're so annoying. I have something important to do right now. The important thing Ha Thien had to do was related to the hidden dungeon Tamak had mentioned. He had asked Tamak about it and suggested that he bring him along, but he had set a condition. He had to join Fangdan Kok. This put Ha Thien in a difficult position. If he joined Fangdan Kok right now, how could he face others in the game in the future? But whatever, he didn't want to ruin his lifelong reputation for a single hidden quest. While he was still thinking, Tamak sent another message. First, he told him to meet at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Second, he asked him to pass a message to Kwangnan Chen Than. He would crush the Kwangnan Guild until it disbanded. So in the end, Ha Thien still agreed to join Tamak. Tamak wasn't surprised. He was just like in his past life. But if he wanted to join Fangdan Kok, he had to obey his orders. Seeing his request, Ha Thien immediately got angry. The great war god Qian Dai, I won't call you that, but that was just talk. In the end, he still agreed. Tamak had successfully recruited a great expert into his guild. In the real world, at the Kunlun Mountains, a group of people stood before a cave. They seemed to have discovered something here. The Kunlun Mountains, the foremost sacred mountain of Xia country. After sacrificing a team at a painful cost, the researchers finally made a new important discovery in the Kunlun Mountains. They discovered an ice phoenix statue here. They didn't know how it was formed, how long it had existed, and it was even pierced by a long sword. It was truly beyond all understanding. An old man looked at the man beside him and asked, "Thien Duong, is your wife okay?" Thien Duong shook his head slightly. "She's fine, just a little dispirited. She'll be fine after a few days of rest." Uncle Tan mentioned Thien Duong's son. Thien Duong said his son was just playing Thien Koi. Uncle Tan could only sigh and advise, "Don't say that." It became famous worldwide as soon as it launched. Many people have gotten rich from it. But anyway, we have to explore. We have to get going. In another place, in the game world, on Phuong Min Lo, Tumak led his group to the Toyet Ho area. He spoke slowly. "Ahead is the first stage's boundary. Everyone, move forward," Amnan exclaimed in surprise. "This ice and snow cliff is so majestic." Zhang Uyen also nodded in agreement. Below that cliff, the temperature of the blizzard is only over 100 degrees. It can freeze any living creature in a few seconds. But at this moment, a cry for help from afar startled everyone. Amnan muttered in surprise. What was that sound? Who's calling for help? When he looked again, he saw a person buried in the snow, constantly crying for help. Amnan didn't rush. He asked suspiciously, "Boss, did we trigger a hidden quest?" But before Damak could answer, Amnan ran towards the person. He shouted excitedly, "This is an NPC. I'll go pull him out and trigger the hidden quest." But Tamak didn't think it was a hidden quest. He quickly warned him, "You fool, that's not an NPC. Don't get close." Unfortunately, it was too late. Amnan had already run close to the person. In an instant, the person's face suddenly changed. It turned into a terrifying purple color. Immediately after, a thorny tentacle erupted from his mouth. Amnan trembled in fear. What is this thing? Luckily, Tamak had used his clone in time to block the attack for him. Watching the clone being dragged away by the tentacle, Amnan said gratefully, "What a terrifying thing. If that thing had bitten me, I would have died instantly. Thank you, boss." Very quickly, the monster burrowed back into the ground, and then asked in fear, "Boss, what kind of monster was that? Isn't this the Mi-on Tayat Ho area?" Satluk Trinan couldn't help but speak up. "Our team has never encountered this kind of monster." Tamak slowly explained, "It was definitely a real player captured by the monster, used as bait to lure other players." While Tamak was wondering what kind of monster it was, Amnan suddenly shouted, "Boss, look, that snow pile is moving. It can't be that monster again, can it?" In an instant, a pack of blood foxes appeared from the snow pile. Their eyes were bloodshot and extremely terrifying. Tamak immediately calmed them down. "Don't panic. Hold the formation." Someone asked frantically, "There are so many of them. Guild leader, what should we do? How should we fight?" Tamak slowly replied, "The Mi-an Tuyet Ho always jumps back and forth once before attacking. Just use this fixed pattern to predict an attack. If its jump point is on the right, attack the left. If it's on the left, attack the right." As he finished speaking, he threw a fireball and a Mi-an Tuyet Ho. With a loud bang, the snow fox exploded, consumed by flames. Seeing this, Satluk Trinan quickly shouted, "Warriors, defend the perimeter. Ranged attackers hit the openings according to the guild leader's instructions." In an instant, they formed a formation. They attacked the snow foxes with fire and ice. At this moment, Tamak immediately gave an order. "Don't stand still. Fight while moving towards the bridge. Once we cross this bridge, we'll enter the second stage of Phuong Min Lo and activate the next resurrection point." Following his words, they formed a circle and slowly crossed the bridge. Tamak kept giving orders. "Archers and mages first. Get to the other side to provide cover. Then assassins, mages, and finally warriors." They quickly crossed the bridge. Some were scared and didn't dare to cross, but others rushed across. On this side, Tumak was still commanding the fight against the Mi-on Tuyet Ho. After a while, he quickly gave an order. "Almost done. Everyone, go. I'll clean up." Satluk Trinahan quickly obeyed. "Boss, see you on the other side." With that, he led his men across the bridge. Tumak killed a Mi-on Tuyet Ho while glancing at them. He couldn't help but feel impressed. These guys may have low damage, but their actions are quite efficient. But at this moment, a hand suddenly emerged from the snow in front. Tumak's face immediately turned grim. "Not good." He looked towards the bridge and shouted, "There are still people on the bridge. It's going to attack the suspension bridge. Everyone, be careful." The purple monster emerged from the snow, its tentacle wrapped around an ice pillar. Tumak was instantly alarmed. "Oh no, it's the monster from before. It's going to use the ice pillar to destroy the bridge." Just as he thought, the purple monster threw the ice pillar towards the bridge. Those who hadn't crossed yet were thrown down below as the bridge snapped. Tumak, on this side, was also thrown off balance by the shaking. He tried to hold onto the vines on the bridge to keep his balance, The people on the other side of the cliff were worried about him. He walked on the intact rope towards the cliff, thinking to himself, "What kind of monster is this tough? I can't be held up by it forever. I have to cross the bridge quickly." On the other side, Am then quickly shouted, "Boss, careful behind you." But as he got closer to the cliff, the monster once again threw an ice pillar at the bridge. Tamak was instantly alarmed. Still more? This monster's relentless attacks. Was it determined to keep him here? Tamak quickly jumped into the air, skillfully dodging the ice pillar. Then, he casually threw a fireball at the monster. He sneered, "Then I won't just sit back and take it either." With a loud bang, a massive explosion erupted. But at the same time, Tamak was also hit by its ice pillar before being thrown back by the fire, falling backwards. Seeing this, the people on this side were instantly terrified, and then shouted in alarm, "Boss, don't fall. It's too dangerous." Luckily, before he fell into the river, the scepter in Tamak's hand had grabbed onto a vine on the bridge, successfully pulling him back. He glanced at everyone on the cliff to reassure them. "I'm fine, that was close." Biting his lip hard, Tamak cursed in frustration. "Damn it, I can't believe I'm on the defensive." On this side, Amnon was trying to order everyone to find a way to pull the boss up, but they shook their heads and replied, "But our attack range isn't enough. That monster has already reached that spot." Tamak was now dangling in midair. He thought to himself, "I have to find a way to get to the other side quickly." But at this moment, the monster got close to Tamak. Its grotesque appearance terrified him. Is this the monster's full form? This was the flesh of a demon, a piece of flesh that fell from the body of a demon lord. It survived by constantly parasitizing human bodies. Contact with its skin would cause the whole body to rot at an alarming rate. Tamak's expression was grim. It's like the fused monstrosity from the god temple. This undigested arm must be the player who was harmed in the snow, not even a chance to revive. This was truly beyond Tamak's understanding. He couldn't let it get to the other side. Otherwise, everyone would die. He had to hold it back. With that thought, he looked at the people on the cliff and shouted, "Cut the rope now. Don't let it cross." Hearing this, Zhang Uyen was instantly alarmed. "Cut the rope?" Satluk Trien Yan on this side shook his head and refused. "No way. The guild leader will fall too. I'm not cutting it. Without the guild leader, we can't cross the bridge successfully." At this moment, the monster had gotten very close to Tamak. He grew more anxious. He pursed his lips and said, "If you won't do it, then I'll have to." Immediately after, a fireball appeared in his hand. Tamak didn't hesitate to shoot it at the rope. It quickly snapped in two. He and the monster were left dangling in midair. Seeing this, the people on the cliff were instantly alarmed. They shouted worriedly, "Guild leader." Below, in the river, Tamak tried to hold onto the rope, but the water was too cold. His fingers quickly froze solid. Even letting go of the rope became difficult. Now Tamak was just a meal on a plate for the monster. On the shore, Jiang Uyen's group cried in sorrow as Tamak fell from the cliff. And below, Tamak was fighting the cold and the monster. "The water is too cold. My whole body is frozen. I can't even move a finger. But freezing to death is better than being eaten by a monster." Tamak glanced at the monster in front of him. He didn't want to die like that. It was too embarrassing. Forget it. Staying alive is what's important. But at this moment, the river below suddenly shook violently. Tamak couldn't help but be alarmed. Why is there a strong wind blowing up from below the cliff? While he was wondering what was happening, a creature suddenly shot up from the depths of the river. When they got a better look, they saw it was a phoenix. The system then announced, "Welcome to the edge of the Kunlun Mountains. Legend says that only the luckiest warriors can hear the cry of the phoenix." Everyone was shocked to hear this. Is this really the legendary phoenix? It's hard to describe in words. At the same time, below, Tamak also saw the figure of the phoenix. He frowned and thought, the image of the ice phoenix, to see such a rare phenomenon. But at this moment, Tamak also noticed that the monster in front of him was motionless, and something was glowing on its forehead. There was something like this in my past life. Could it be the legendary Tin Tax Wen Than Bang Feng? In his past life, this crystal was called the Ice Phoenix Origin Soul Crystal. An ice mage obtained it. Later, that scum defected to an enemy country. It turned out that the phoenix's image appeared to seal the evil corpse, saving his life. With this thought, Tamak hesitated. Should he take that crystal? If he took it now, the monster would instantly revive, and he would be swallowed for sure. But he didn't want to miss this chance. He wrapped his legs around the rope. Then he leaned back and grabbed the crystal on the monster's forehead. The seal on the rotten demon was immediately broken. As soon as he got it, Tamak immediately threw a fireball at it. He successfully pushed it away, but just when he thought he had succeeded, something strange happened. The monster was completely unharmed. It held onto the rope with its tentacles. Tamak's face immediately turned grim. "Damn it, it's climbing up again. So fast." On the cliff above, Zhang Yuyen spoke up again. "Mukfan's health bar is still there. He's still alive." Satluk Tree Nan nodded and suggested, "Maybe. Let's all pull and see." "Okay, let's go. Pull the boss up." And then immediately agreed, running over to help him pull the rope. Sure enough, not long after, Tamak was pulled up by them. They were overjoyed. The guild leader is really still alive. Tamak looked up at them and shouted, "Everyone, get ready. Ranged attack team, aim at my position and attack." As he spoke, the people on the cliff began to attack. Arrows, flames, and ice spikes were continuously thrown down into the river. The monster was constantly taking hits. It couldn't chase Tamak anymore. Seizing this opportunity, Am then reached out and pulled Tamak up. Am then said cheerfully, "Boss, you're alive. That's great." Jang Uyen at the side also quickly suggested, "Quick, cut the rope." Sat Luke Trinan immediately nodded. He took a knife and went to cut the remaining rope. With nothing left to hold onto, the monster fell down, but not long after, it jumped into the air again. Seeing this, the players immediately panicked. It's still not dead, and it can jump up too. This SSS rank main city path is too hard. At this moment, Tamak summoned his clone. They attacked the monster together. At the same time, the other mages and archers also quickly attacked the monster. Under the powerful assault of Tamak's group, the monster finally fell off the cliff. After defeating it, and then at the side quickly asked, "What was that thing just now?" Tamak slowly explained. According to the system's introduction, it was a piece of rotten flesh from a demon. Fearing that everyone would worry, he quickly reassured them. "Don't think too much about it. The shadow of demons can be found in many places. It was a special event. No matter what, we survived. Let's keep moving." At the same time, in the real world, at the Kunlun Mountains, the group of archaeologists was still outside the cave. They had set up a tent there to rest and wait for the rescue team. They were facing a difficult problem. Uncle Tan's leg had been latched onto by an ancient centipede. Thien Duong said with dissatisfaction, "How can there be something like this in the cave?" Uncle Tan pursed his lips. An extinct ancient creature. Why did it appear in a mountain cave? Thien Duong looked up at everyone and said, "Let's try to find a way to deal with it." A person replied softly, "I've already looked. Fire and sulfur," he exclaimed in alarm. "In a place full of snow like this, where can we find sulfur?" While everyone was panicking, Uncle Tan suddenly suggested, "Duong too, burn my leg." As soon as he said this, the faces of Thien Duong's group immediately turned pale with shock, but there was no other way. They poured a liquid onto the centipede on Uncle Tan's leg, making it emit a piercing sound. Immediately after, a person took out a lighter but hesitated to use it. Uncle Tan saw this and said, "Burn it. If you don't burn it, this leg of mine is done for. Burn this monster to death. I still have a chance of survival." The other person looked at Tien Duong. Tien Duong frowned and thought for a long time without speaking, but they were too slow. Uncle Tan directly urged them on. Tien Duong sighed helplessly. "Okay, Uncle Tan, I'm sorry." Then he began to burn the threads. The searing heat on his flesh made Uncle Tan unable to bear the pain, and he screamed loudly. The centipede on his leg also couldn't stand it and jumped off his leg. Then it rushed in another direction. The person next to him cried out in fear, "It's coming towards me." Tien Duong wasn't flustered. He took out a knife and cut his own hand. He pursed his lips and said, "Over here, you beast." The other person saw this and reminded him in fear, "Brother Duong, be careful." Thien Duong waited until the centipede got close to him. He took out a bronze basin and trapped it. Thien Duong quickly put the lid on, successfully trapping it inside. At this moment, the other person finally breathed a sigh of relief. "We finally caught this damn thing." He thought for a moment before speaking. "We may have touched something we shouldn't have. The Kunlun Mountains have many myths and legends in history. I didn't expect to encounter a creature from 300 million years ago now." Speaking of which, Duong sighed helplessly. "Actually, besides that ancient insect, I saw something else. And I'm not sure if that thing is alive or dead." This statement terrified the others. After saying that, they quickly went outside, but they saw that something was wrong. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't the position of this ice statue supposed to be facing west? Has this ice statue moved?" At the same time, inside the game, at Phuong Min Lo, Tamak led his people through the snowy mountains. He spoke slowly. "Ahead is the second section of Phuong Min Lo. Everyone, rest here for a while." But before they could rest, Tamak suddenly reached out and picked a flower from the snow. Then he slowly said, "But there's a task. During your free time, remember to look for this kind of flower around here." He reminded them that no matter how many or how few, they had to collect them all. "Before you log off, report the number of small white flowers you have. Give the ones you find to Jang Yuyen. We'll gather here at 10 a.m. tomorrow." Everyone quickly went to rest. Jang Uyen looked at him. She pouted. "It seems my beauty sleep is gone." Tamak chuckled softly. "What beauty sleep, by the way? Give me your WeChat account. I want to add you." Jang Yuyen was a bit surprised. "Aren't you always a hidden master being hunted by various forces? What if my real-life identity gets exposed?" He smiled faintly. Tamak replied plainly, "Because I trust you." Jang Yuyen's eyes widened in surprise. Then her face turned red. She said in a low voice, "Thank you, Great God. That evening, in the real world, in Thien Than City, a match was taking place in the square. A large crowd was watching. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Tamak was also in the crowd. While eating ice cream, he commented that the warrior was too weak. The girl next to him was immediately surprised. "Brother, do you think the archer will win?" He nodded slightly. The girl was stunned. On the screen, the warrior was constantly slashing at the archer, but the girl used a flash step to dodge. This action amazed the onlookers. Immediately after, she shot an arrow into the air. In an instant, a rain of arrows appeared in the sky, surrounding the warrior, causing his health bar to drop to the bottom. The archer really won. The girl looked at Tamak and exclaimed, "How did you know she would win?" Tamak slowly explained, "Her cooldown control is very good. She understands the warrior class very well. Even without a class change, she was guaranteed to win." The winner was the level 15 Nguyen Mui from the Thi Uk Than Guild. The next match would be between her and Tu Kutu. A moment later, Nguyen Mui walked out and looked at the other girl. "Kutu, it's your turn." Kutu said nervously, "I'm only level 12. She sneered back, "If you leveled up more, would you still be in this situation?" Nguyen Mui scolded coldly, "If you don't dare, then admit you're useless." Kutu retorted defensively, "I contributed." She sneered contemptuously. "Contributed what? By working in a brothel?" She even looked at Tumak and called him a country bumpkin, making him self-conscious about the ice cream in his mouth. Nguyen Mui walked down to face Kutu, saying coldly, "Thiuk Than doesn't tolerate Feywit. You either fight me or admit defeat, publicly announce you're useless, and leave Thiuk Than." The people below were clearly enjoying the show, cheering them on to fight. Tutu on this side retorted defiantly, "Mages aren't trash, and neither am I. Even if I can't beat you, I'd rather lose with dignity." "Then come on." Nguyen Mui sneered. Kutu then panicked and cried out, "I spoke too soon. Great God, you're so professional. Can you teach me how to fight? I can treat you to a late-night snack." Tamak sighed helplessly. "Where's your spirit from before? A level 12 against a level 15 with a class change. You're just unlucky. What late-night snack?" He thought this, but in the end, he still agreed. A moment later, inside the game, Kutu quickly logged in. Her ID was Tu Kutu. After seeing Q2's stats, Tamak started to complain. "You're a mage. Why did you put potential points into health and defense? At level 12, your magic damage is only 200. It's not enough." Tamak stood outside Kutu's game pod to guide her through the match. At the same time, in another room, a person watching the battle chuckled softly. Matt really doesn't hold back." The person next to him couldn't help but say, "You care so much about Kutu, isn't Matt jealous?" Tan Lang heard this and raised his eyebrows smugly. "I'm already tired of Lu Matt." The other person complained in frustration. "You're such a scumbag. Your plan to make Kutu the vice guild leader seems very difficult." On the other side, in the battle between Matt and Kutu, Matt shot an arrow forward, causing Kutu's health to continuously drop. Seeing this, Tumak was instantly horrified. "What are you doing? Why are you standing still? Use Fong On to dodge. You fool." Kutu explained innocently, "I was waiting for the great god to guide me." At this moment, it got another arrow before it reached Kutu. It split in two, making Kutu cry out in fear. "I can't dodge all these attacks." Tamak reminded her from the side, "Use Thu An Kwang to reduce the damage." Q2 listened to him and created a shield, starting to absorb the damage, but she couldn't hold on for long. Q2 cried out trembling, "I'm at my limit." Sure enough, immediately after, Q2's shield shattered. At this moment, Matt suddenly spoke. "Your positioning and predictions have improved, but it's all useless. Let's see how you dodge this arrow." Then Matt shot a series of other arrows. Q2 asked in a panic, "Great God, what should I do now?" Tamak didn't answer. He was thinking about what Matt had just said. Q2 on this side didn't know what to do without his guidance. She could only take the damage. A moment later, Tamak finally spoke up, "Prepare a great fireball spell. Tian Longdu is about to run out of time." Immediately after, he started counting down. After 3 seconds, he ordered, "Cast it." Instantly, Q2 launched a fireball. Seeing this, the people outside couldn't help but be amazed. What kind of reaction is that? So fast, so good. She used the opponent's skill interruption to strike first and catch them off guard. Matt really couldn't react. She was hit by the flames, but Matt quickly regained her composure. She sneered, "Q2, you're good, but this arrow, you definitely won't be able to block it." As she spoke, Matt drew an arrow that glowed with light. The spectators were stunned. That was an archer's purple grade skill, the Sorrowful Thunder Arrow. A level 12 mage couldn't possibly counter that, no matter how skilled she was. Tamak recognized the skill. He slowly warned her, "If that arrow lands a critical hit, you won't be able to block it." But Q2 didn't care. She spoke calmly, "It's fine. Fighting this hard has been exhilarating enough." But Tamak wasn't satisfied. "Well, I am not. Let's see your ultimate control. Ice Field Thorns. 4-5-degree angle. Q2 crouched down instantly. She followed his command. An ice barrier formed around her. Instantly, Mat lost her target. Her bow hung uselessly in the air. She couldn't get a clear shot. At the same time, Tamak gave another command. Move half a step to the right. The crowd was bewildered. Even other mages were shocked. They never thought Ice Field Thorns could block line of sight. Mat's face darkened. She never expected Q2 to be so clever. When did you get so smart? Or is it because of that guy beside you? At this thought, Mat sneered. So you need a man to beat me? You really don't know your place. Tamak ignored her. He kept giving instructions. The real test is now. The moment the ice disappears, get in front of Mat. Use Blazing Flash. You must be faster than her. Q2 immediately followed his command. She unleashed the attack. A brilliant light blinded Mat. The tables had turned completely. The crowd was in shock once again. They couldn't stop talking. I'm stunned. Again. How many more surprises can this little mage deliver? Mat was still holding her bow. Tamak instructed Q2 again. Your magic attack power is too low. Use this chance to deal as much damage as possible. Understood, great god, Q2 replied instantly. Then she unleashed a relentless barrage. She hammered Mat with attacks. This enraged Mat. She fiercely bit her lip. If I use Shadow Shield now, the fully charged Thunder Arrow will be wasted. Meanwhile, Tamak issued another warning. The blindness is wearing off. Your skill activation rate is too low. With your current health, you're still in danger. It's time to test your luck, you fool. Just as he predicted, Mat regained her sight. She immediately screamed, I see you, you bitch. Now die. The moment she spoke, the Thunder Arrow flew. It shot straight towards Q2. Tamak calmly gave his orders. Mat is out of mana for another attack. Use Fireball. Don't stop until she's down. Q2 nodded immediately, firing another fireball. The spectators kept exclaiming. Tonight was definitely worth it. This match is so interesting. But the level gap is still too big. But just as they thought Q2 would lose, she suddenly activated Meteor Shower. Fireballs rained down from the sky. Mat's health plummeted. But at the same time, one of Mat's arrows hit Q2. Her health bar dropped to 0. Mat smiled triumphantly. In the end, I'm still the winner. What a shame. You almost embarrassed me. The crowd was impressed by Q2's resilience. But another surprise happened. Another meteor shower appeared in the sky. Mat screamed in horror. She activated Meteor Shower twice in a row. Watching the flames fall towards her, she bit her lip fiercely. You bastard! With a loud bang, a series of explosions erupted. The match ended just like that. Both had run out of health. But the winner was still undecided. The crowd outside cheered wildly. Even though it was a draw, it was still an amazing and surprising match. But at that moment, someone noticed something was wrong. That person immediately shouted, Look, the match isn't over, little Q2. Hearing the shout, they looked at the screen. Q2's wind and fire triple ring equipment had activated its life-saving effect. She still had 1 point of health left. Therefore, the winner was her. Even now, Mat couldn't accept it. She had lost to that blockhead, Q2. Impossible. In contrast, Q2 was cheering with joy. We won, I did it, great god. But when she looked back, she couldn't find Tamak. She only saw the message he left behind. Congratulations, luck is a kind of strength too. Let's get a late-night snack next time. The next morning, Tamak woke up and tried to contact his parents, but he couldn't get through. He guessed they were working in some ruin. He was used to it, so it was fine. Just then, Tamak noticed a message from Jiang Uyen. He couldn't help but sigh. It seems she had worked late into the night yesterday. A moment later, Tamak logged into the game. He glanced at Jiang Uyen and gave an order. Distribute the white flowers to everyone. Divide the members into 10 squads. Each person gets 150 flowers. Jiang Uyen nodded and accepted the order. After giving his instructions, he went to check the Ice Phoenix crystal. These legendary items were indeed treasures. With it, the damage of his ice flower dance was enhanced. Then, he conveniently appointed Amthan and Jiang Uyen as vice guild masters. Amthan immediately cheered with joy. Tamak was a bit helpless. A good member who's willing to spend money on the guild is a good vice guild master. Just then, someone appeared on Phuong Min Road. A figure slowly approached. That person was Ha Thien. The moment they saw him, the others were confused. But then they saw the new member notification. They were even more bewildered. Ha Thien ignored them. He walked up to Tamak. He happily greeted him. Welcome. Ha Thien nodded slightly in response. Thanks. Both of them had their own agendas. What Ha Thien wanted was the hidden information Tamak possessed. But Tamak was also very certain. Once you're on his ship, there's no getting off. Then, he swept his gaze over everyone and spoke. We have enough people. Let's head out to the hidden dungeon, the Snow Forest Altar. As they walked, Tamak warned them. The Snow Forest Altar is a dangerous hidden dungeon. My friend accidentally triggered a mechanism and got swept in. His entire team was wiped out, so you all need to stay sharp and be careful. Jiang Uyen frowned upon hearing this. A friend? Could it be that the advanced information he has, even more than the company, comes from this friend? A while later, they encountered a strange person on the road. Am then walked up and tapped the person on the shoulder. Hey, old man, what are you looking at? But as soon as he touched him, the person suddenly shattered, and Than's health also started dropping rapidly. He exclaimed in shock. What's happening? What is this? I'm about to die. Fortunately, Tumak quickly stuffed a flower into Amthan's mouth. He narrowly escaped death. Then, he looked at everyone and warned them. The rewards of a hidden dungeon are generous, but it also comes with fatal dangers. Don't touch strange things, or don't blame me for not saving you. Everyone immediately nodded. After that, they continued on their way. Although they encountered many statues like the one before, they didn't dare to touch them. Ha Thian, walking behind, thought to himself. There's almost no information about the Snow Forest altar right now. Tumak is certainly not simple. Amthan hadn't recovered from his shock yet. He asked doubtfully, Boss, what are those things anyway? Tumak slowly explained. They are people whose souls and flesh have been stolen. You can also call them husks. Just then, a scream came from the other side. Someone had broken one of those statues. Tumak glanced at Jiang Uyen and ordered, Make your move. Jiang Uyen nodded slightly. Got it. As soon as she spoke, she used her soul imprisonment skill to bind that person. Then Tumak ordered them to feed him a white flower. Am then walked up to him and asked, What's with the sudden madness? Are you crazy? After regaining his senses, the person replied, Just now, I saw that thing move. Hearing this, Tumak explained, That was an illusion. Everyone, hold a white flower in your mouth. If you encounter any unusual situations, swallow the flower first, then determine if it's an illusion or not. Although the white flower was a bit bitter, they could only obey and hold it in their mouths. A while later, they arrived at a vast plain. And what surprised everyone even more was the sheer number of people there. It was a massive crowd. Tumak thought for a moment, then gave an order. Let's go up. Remember, don't drop the white flowers. Amthan was a bit panicked and speechless. Ha Thian, on the other hand, found it interesting. Soon after, their group slowly walked past the statues kneeling on the ground. A numbing sensation quickly washed over them, making them shudder. But at that moment, a sudden gust of wind blew, obscuring their vision. The surrounding statues also began to crack and shatter. They quickly covered their eyes to avoid the flying fragments, and then shouted in panic, These are all fragments of shattered humans. Stay away. It's disgusting. In an instant, the altar in front of them was covered in fragments. A moment later, a figure appeared in mid-air. A deep voice followed. It's been a long time since a living person came here. You all carry the scent of the purification flower. That person smirked and said, Since you've successfully arrived, then come and take a look. This place has been silent for a very long time. Very quickly, the quest was issued. Tumak immediately shouted, Everyone, accept the quest and enter the altar. Following his words, everyone began to step into the altar, surrounding the figure that had just appeared. Just then, a blue light appeared. Jiang Uyen saw something else. She exclaimed in shock, Look, the corpses are moving. Hearing her voice, everyone turned to look. They saw the statues charging towards them. This situation was too sudden. It made them retreat in fear. The number was too large. They couldn't possibly fight back. While they were in a panic, the altar suddenly collapsed. A large hole appeared. Many of the statues fell from above. The altar fell at a very high speed. It soon appeared underground. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Welcome to the Snow Forest altar. The origin of this altar is unknown, but it once had another name, the birthplace of the demon god. Tumak listened silently to the system's voice, then he quickly gave orders. Warriors, lead the way. Mages at the back. Other classes in the middle. Pay attention and support each other. They quickly formed a neat formation. Tumak led the way forward. The gloomy atmosphere of this place made Amthan shiver. He stammered, Boss, why do I feel like we've entered a biological research institute? Could it be that even in Tianqi, there are companies during a crisis? Jiang Uyen spoke seriously. What's certain now is that those husks were once human, and they are failed products. Coming out of this place, if there are failed products, there must be finished ones. While they were talking, Tumak signaled them to be quiet. Something seemed to be appearing in the darkness ahead. They held their breath and waited. Before long, a hand slowly reached out, a set of sharp claws and hands covered in gruesome sores. This was a level 18 elite monster, called a Tichko Thursday. At this moment, Tumak immediately spoke up. You can only be revived after passing this gate. Everyone, be careful. Soon after, they began to attack the monster. A barrage of fireballs and ice arrows were fired, causing it to take damage. In just an instant, its health bar was almost at the bottom. Tumak slowly walked up to the monster that had fallen on the ground. Ha Thian also walked to his side, drew his sword and slashed down, then raised an eyebrow. Simple. But Tamak smirked and replied, "That's not so certain." The moment he finished speaking, the monster that had just been cut in two quickly healed. Its health bar was instantly full again. Tamak hurriedly spoke. "Did everyone see the longer spine? If you don't cut off the bone spine, it will keep reviving." Hearing this, someone rushed forward. "So that's how it is. Watch me cut off this bone spine and kill it for good." He wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The monster was struck. But no matter how he slashed, it wouldn't break, making the person panic. While he was panicking, the monster used its arm to pierce through his body, draining his health bar. Tamak reminded them with some helplessness, the Tichkothu's bone spine is very hard. You need to use fire to burn it continuously to soften the spine. Everyone quickly used fire to attack, but its speed was too fast to hit. At that moment, many more green dots appeared behind the door, startling everyone. In an instant, many monsters appeared here, making everyone even more afraid. Tamak's team quickly fell into chaos. They could only attack the monsters fiercely, trying to soften their bone spines. But it was too late. They were surrounded from both sides. Forced into a difficult situation, they had no choice but to slash wildly, block what they could, and if they couldn't, they would die. But no matter how they slashed, its body could heal itself. Then, it began to relentlessly tear at the players. Tamak saw this and couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect so many Tichkothu to appear so suddenly. They attacked so fast that his team couldn't react. The casualties were a bit too high. Thinking of this, he immediately summoned his clone. Then he used Spirit Energy Burst to attack. He created a massive flame, engulfing the monsters. He quickly warned them. Mages, give everyone shields. Warriors and assassins, go cut the bone spines. Mages and archers, provide support. The massive flame caused great damage to the monsters. Moreover, they were also burned, their defense reduced by 10% and their movement speed by 20%. Seizing this opportunity, Tamak shouted loudly, "Good chance, cut the bone spines now." Ha! Thien obeyed and slashed down fiercely. Just like that, he killed a Tichko Thursday. Seeing this, the surrounding players also started to charge and slash at the monsters. Even the usually timid Amnon rushed forward at this moment. He smirked and said, "I also have to test the combat skills the boss taught me." Before, Tamak had taken the opportunity to teach Amnon a skill. Assassins don't have area of effect damage. They don't have elemental weapons, and even less so, healing skills. At any time, you absolutely cannot fight head-on. Become a ghost in the shadows. Use your speed advantage, move more, and find the enemy's weaknesses. As he spoke, he demonstrated. He appeared behind Amnon in a flash. He spoke in a cold voice. An assassin is the sharp blade that takes a life. Back to the present, Amnon used his speed to move beside the monster. Then he used his dagger to cut off one of its bone spines. However, he didn't press his advantage but moved with extreme agility. Seizing the opportunity when it was distracted, he delivered a finishing blow. The monster's health every was depleted just like that. Amnon cheered happily, "Boss, I solo killed a Tichkothu." But he didn't notice two Tichkothu charging at him from behind. Tamak quickly warned him, "Watch your back." Amnon turned around in panic, but the monster's claws were about to strike. Fortunately, Zhang Yuyan acted in time, creating a shield for him. He breathed a sigh of relief. Almost died. "Thanks, third sister." Ha Thien, at Satluk Tree Nyan's side, wasn't idle either. He rushed from a distance and killed the two monsters. Tamak walked over to Amthan and reminded him of one last point. Never let your guard down. A while later, they finally eliminated the Tichko Thursday. The first round of the quest was completed. Everyone's nerves finally relaxed, and they took a deep breath. At this time, Zhang Uyen and two others began to discuss the monster, concluding it was a special type. Zhang Uyen nodded seriously. Some crazy humans made a deal with evil demons. They secretly created these reincarnated creatures, and those who were modified lost their personalities. Hearing this, Amnon angrily cursed, "Those morally corrupt bastards." Tamak heard this and sneered. After Tianqi descends, that's when morality will truly collapse. Civilization will be shattered. Soon after, Tamak's team rested for a while. It was a long time before they entered the next gate. In front of them now was a large clock. Tamak slowly spoke. "Your test has arrived. This stage is very difficult, and our progress will also depend on our luck. Behind this door are many evil demon monsters, many evil demon lords and god-destroying spirits." Hearing this, everyone immediately panicked, and then exclaimed in horror, "What? An army of god-destroying spirits? Are you kidding me? We're only in our teens. Is this system even playable?" Then, he turned to Zhang Uyen and asked, "Are we going to face a special grade boss like Apophis? It's no different from being dead already." Zhang Uyen sighed helplessly. "An evil demon lord or a god-destroying spirit? This is really..." At the same time, Tamak picked up something. He spoke slowly. "Everyone, choose a white lotus flower, then hide in it." Quickly, everyone followed his words. The challenge officially began. The clock hand in front of them was initially still. Then it suddenly started spinning like a top. Everyone held their breath, praying it wasn't a god-destroying spirit. Just give them the weakest one. A moment later, the clock hand finally stopped. It landed on the evil Shadow Lord, the Black Spirit Golden Crow. Tamak sighed in resignation. Why does it always have to be this one? In an instant, a blinding light flashed. When the light faded, they had fallen into a fiery land. The scorching heat made them sweat profusely. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, "Brothers, look up. 10 suns, how can it not be hot?" There were indeed 10 suns above their heads. No wonder this place was so hot. Moreover, there were many monsters around. Amthan cried out in panic. "Boss, is this really the second stage? I feel like we're about to be done for." Tamak chuckled softly. "Don't be nervous. We just randomly drew the hardest evil demon lord." Hearing this, Amthan couldn't help but say, "Is that something a human should say?" At that moment, a rain of arrows suddenly appeared from the sky. Their target was the Teach Ko Thu on the ground below. In an instant, the monsters were burned to ashes by the flames. Thousands of monsters were all killed. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "The evil cult that harasses the world will surely be burned to dust, never to be reborn. Mortals are forbidden from this place. Leave now." The players were a bit scared and said tremblingly, "We want to leave too, but we were brought here. Or maybe you can tell us where the exit is? Isn't that the boss?" Only Tamak was very calm and challenged the person. "The Artisan God Society will kill all of you. We are just taking a step ahead now, acting on behalf of heaven. Show yourself and fight." His words angered the person. An angry voice boomed from the sky, "Insolent." Immediately after, a flame struck down, burning a player's hair. Just then, a blinding light flashed again. When the light faded, a female figure appeared. This was the Black Spirit Golden Crow. A moment ago, they were terrified, but now the players were mesmerized. They almost drooled. Is this really an evil demon? She's totally a fire goddess. The Black Spirit Golden Crow glared at them and snorted contemptuously. "You foolish mortals." As soon as she finished speaking, she swung her spear. A brilliant flame spread through the air in an instant. The players took massive damage. They were almost burned to a crisp by the flames. Outside, Hathian saw this and couldn't help but speak. "It seems the dungeon's settings have weakened the evil demon lord's power." Tamak nodded slightly. "That's why I brought the team here for a challenge." At this point, he glanced at everyone and sternly reminded them, "Don't you value your lives anymore? A player hit by the HLKO's buff is guaranteed to die." With Tamak's reminder, everyone spread out and started fighting the boss. But no matter how they attacked, the Black Spirit Golden Crow stood proudly. The damage they dealt was extremely low. They looked at Tamak doubtfully. He said helplessly, "Did no one read the introduction? Mages, don't use fireballs. Archers, don't use flame burst arrows. This boss's fire resistance is quite high. You won't be able to deal any damage." As soon as he finished, Tamak threw a bunch of fireballs towards the Black Spirit Golden Crow. In contrast, the damage he dealt was massive, leaving the players stunned. They looked at Tamak in disbelief, as if asking how he did it. Tamak raised an eyebrow proudly. "Of course, I'm not like you all." The Black Spirit Golden Crow was now very angry and shouted, "Insolent, foolish mortals." Immediately after, she flew high into the air, out of the players' attack range. While everyone was panicking, not knowing what to do, the Black Spirit Golden Crow created a brilliant circle, surrounded by flames. The intense heat relentlessly beat down on them, putting them in a state of severe burns. They also received a debuff that drained their health every second. Before long, some people couldn't hold on anymore. Just then, the Black Spirit Golden Crow fiercely swooped down from above, coldly scolding. Challenging a god has only one outcome, and that is death. Seeing this, Tamak quickly shouted, "All mages, use Ice Flower Dance. Slow her down, increase damage." Following his words, a barrage of ice shards relentlessly struck her, causing her to take great damage. This action enraged her even more. "How dare a mortal injure me?" As she spoke, the spear in her hand swept across, and flames erupted. The players were quickly buried in a sea of fire. Tamak quickly reminded them, "Don't clump together, you'll get burned quickly. Everyone, seize the time to increase your attacks." The mages quickly created ice shards and fired them at the Black Spirit Golden Crow. Tamak constantly reminded them to stop when the boss's health dropped to 100,000. Just like that, they attacked like a storm. The Black Spirit Golden Crow was forced into a defensive position. At this moment, anger enveloped her. Her eyes were filled with fury as she shouted, "Disrespectful mortals, receive the wrath of the gods. I will use the divine fire to cleanse your sinful souls." Just then, Tamak quickly shouted, 100,000 health. Everyone, stop. Right now, immediately think of the woman you like. Think very seriously. Focus on it. You must feel immersed. So the players began to immerse themselves in their subconscious. Beautiful women appeared in their minds. Zhang Guyen asked awkwardly, "I don't know." Tamak knew what she wanted to say. He quickly replied, "Think about a man. If you don't have a target, think about me. This is the mechanic. Hurry up." Almost at the same time, the Black Spirit Golden Crow finished activating her Burning Heart skill. The players' subconscious minds quickly disintegrated. Their health continuously dropped. Even Tamak couldn't resist the images from his past life that kept appearing. It made him clutch his head in pain and kneel on the ground. The sounds of someone whispering continuously appeared in his head. Tamak forced himself to stay clear-headed. He couldn't think about these things anymore. He had to think about something that could make him focus, something that could make him feel happy. Perhaps what made Tamak happy was the scene of meeting Jiang Uyen in his past life. She was like an angel who saved him from death. She took Tamak's hand, pulling him out of hell. Jiang Uyen was a glimmer of light in his dark life. Instantly, Tamak's consciousness returned. He quickly looked around and saw Ha Thian still standing there unharmed. Tamak asked doubtfully, "Why are you okay?" Ha Thian slowly explained, "I don't have as many stories as you guys." He was a bit helpless, not knowing how to reply. Then Tamak looked towards Jiang Uyen. She was currently frozen. He sighed softly. "Didn't I tell you to think about me? Am I not attractive?" This Burning Heart skill would drag people into their most terrifying memories. They couldn't escape on their own and would even die. Only by thinking about good things from the start could they break it. Thinking of this, he suggested, "Let's attack that shield together." Soon after, the two of them began to break Hockling Chemo's shield. In a moment, everyone's consciousness also returned. As soon as they regained their composure, they began to whisper among themselves. Someone even sighed in relief. Luckily, Tamak reminded us, otherwise we would have been done for. Seeing this, the Black Spirit Golden Crow immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "Impossible! This is impossible! You mortals! How did you manage to break the Burning Heart technique?" The male players heard this and raised their eyebrows, looking at her with teasing eyes. Hearing this, the Black Spirit Golden Crow's eyes filled with rage. She roared, "How dare you use such a despicable trick, disrespecting the gods." As soon as she finished speaking, she continuously directed flames to attack the players. Those people immediately scattered and fled in fear. The Black Spirit Golden Crow snorted again. "Have you felt the difference between gods and insects yet?" But at that moment, her two legs were frozen, binding her to the spot. The Black Spirit Golden Crow gnashed her teeth in anger. "Damn it, it's just ice. Watch me." But Tamak said coldly, "Dead. Even if a god falls into a crack, they will become food for worms." Then he summoned his clone. She scolded him. How arrogant. But Tamak didn't care, constantly muttering something. "Exhausted and fallen, yet you still think you're a god." In an instant, the Black Spirit Golden Crow's entire body was covered by two energy beams of fire and ice, causing her to suffer massive damage. Tamak didn't stop either. He activated Meteor Shower again, with continuous booming sounds. Seizing this opportunity, the surviving players rushed forward, attacking H-Link Kimo like a storm. At the same time, the ice shard created by Tamak was careful. It plunged straight into her body. The weapon on her body fell. The Black Spirit Golden Crow weakly knelt on the ground, muttering in disbelief. "How can this be? How can I lose? I am a fire god." Tamak heard this and sneered. "You think you're worthy? You think you're high and mighty, yet you don't hesitate to collude with evil demons." The Black Spirit Golden Crow shouted unwillingly, "What is righteous and what is evil? Only strength is the reason for existence." Ha Thian, at the side, looked at her state with some suspicion. After clearing the boss's health, the story becomes quite normal. But I always feel that the NPC's reaction is a bit off. Just then, black energy suddenly appeared around the Black Spirit Golden Crow. She crazily rushed towards Tamak, shouting, "Mortal, the smell on you is not clean. Why don't you go to hell too?" But just as she reached him, a jade stone flew out from his body. It made her movements freeze instantly. Tamak was also very surprised. Broken Ice Phoenix Origin Stone. Could this be the path of phased awakening? While he was confused, the Ice Phoenix Crystal Origin Stone began to absorb the Black Spirit Golden Crow's power. It made her furious. "What did you do to me?" Tamak snorted coldly. "Of course, I'm turning you to dust." He said to the Black Spirit, "I promise that in the future, I will continue to kill gods, so that your kind will fall from your divine altars." The Black Spirit Golden Crow was so angry she couldn't speak. She could only leave a promise before being completely absorbed by the Ice Phoenix Crystal Origin Stone. "We will meet again." Tamak was not afraid, clenching the Origin Stone in his hand. He sneered, "I'm looking forward to it." At this moment, Ha Thian finally realized where this unusual feeling came from. Other teams that kill the Black Spirit Golden Crow don't encounter this situation. Why? Is it because they killed it first, or because of some characteristic of Tamak? At the same time, he was checking the properties of the Ice Phoenix Crystal Origin Stone. He nodded in satisfaction. It had indeed reached the awakening stage. It seemed it needed to absorb the power of gods. But a god-level boss was no pushover. In any case, their mission was complete. They were ready to move on to the next stage. They arrived at a stone door. This was the final boss. Just then, a sliver of light suddenly shot out from the door. Meanwhile, at Kunlun Mountain in the real world, The rescue team for the scientific expedition had finally arrived, but the leader wanted to touch the statue in front of the cave entrance. Although Thien Duong tried to persuade him, the rescue team leader, Kai Vi, stubbornly said, "No way, Dr. Tu. Since when did you become so timid? I must bring this thing back." Thien Duong was in a difficult position, not knowing how to answer. A colleague ran over in a panic. "Mr. Duong, it's bad. That ancient centipede has escaped. Someone from the rescue team insisted on seeing it. When we weren't looking, he opened it." Hearing this, Thien Duong angrily scolded. "What the hell? How could this happen?" Then he ignored Kai Vi and followed his colleague back. A while later, in their camp, an argument broke out. Kai Vi wanted to go into that cave again. Thien Duong angrily scolded. "It's easy for you to say," but Kai Vi was very confident. "What's the matter? We can't go back empty-handed, can we? No rush. If your archaeological team is scared, you don't have to go." Soon after, he led his men out of the rest tent and sneered as he gave an order. "Come on, brothers. We'll go into that tunnel and catch insects ourselves. Just cooperate with the archaeological team." Thien Duong hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he still followed them. Kai Vi nodded in satisfaction. As long as he could find the ancient centipede inside, his mission would be complete. A while later, Kai Vi led his men into the basement. It was still the same terrifying, dark blackness. Their group went deeper and deeper inside. Thien Duong, walking beside them, reminded them, "A little further, and that's where we found the centipede. Everyone, be careful. We don't know if it carries a virus." Kai Vi heard this and sneered disdainfully. "What's there to be afraid of? We have guns. Brothers, check if your guns are loaded. Are the safeties off?" Thien Duong saw how stubborn he was and helplessly advised, "Please don't shoot recklessly. The things inside are very precious. This is an ice tunnel. If we damage the structure, we could very well be buried alive." Kai Vi was about to say something, but then he saw movement in a corner of the cave. He quickly shone his flashlight in that direction and shouted aggressively, "Who's there?" But before he got an answer, Kai Vi immediately opened fire. Thien Duong quickly reminded him, "Kai Vi, what are you doing? There's someone there." Unfortunately, Kai Vi's gun kept firing, the muzzle flash lighting up the dark tunnel. Meanwhile, in the world of Tianqi at the Snow Forest altar, Tamak's group had reached the birthplace of the demon god. The surrounding environment made the players quite panicked. "What the hell is this? An alien? It's disgusting. This stage is too hard." Tamak observed for a bit, then gave an order. "Assassins and archers, you have one job. Place the small white flowers. Warriors, mages, and enchanters. With me, focus all your firepower on the boss. Place the small white flowers directly into the light beams." Hearing his words, everyone immediately followed, placing the flowers into the surrounding light beams. In an instant, the flower was engulfed by the light. Just then, a hand suddenly emerged from the alien-like form. This scene sent the players into a panic. Before everyone's horrified eyes, a monster emerged from the strange circular mass. They immediately retreated. In front of them was a monster named Hoa and Gan, but what was more surprising were its stats. Everyone was even more terrified. Its stats were too bizarre, its defense was unbelievably high. Even Tamak was surprised. It probably surpassed his current attack power, but he still spoke with determination. "We've come this far. How can we give up without trying? The mechanism hasn't been activated yet. Assassins, go find any spots where a white flower hasn't been placed in a light beam." Am then quickly volunteered to search, while the rest prepared for battle. But the damage they dealt was too small. It was like scratching an itch. In that instant, the monster's eyes suddenly turned red, and they couldn't deal any damage at all. It slammed its fist down, instantly killing a player. It killed people without holding back. Its giant claws kept striking down, causing many players to die. Just when everyone thought they couldn't win, Am then suddenly shouted, "Found it! I found the last light beam. I've thrown it in." As soon as he finished speaking, the light beams in front of him burst out into the air, surprising him a little. Seeing this, Tamak also spoke happily. "The mechanism has been activated. Good job, Amthan." In that instant, the light beams seemed to turn into silk ropes, binding the monster. Its health bar continuously dropped. Seizing this opportunity, Tamak also began to fight back. At the same time, he instructed everyone, "Hoa and Gan's defense has dropped to 100 points. Now is the time for an all-out attack. The opportunity is limited." As soon as he finished, everyone attacked at once. A storm of fireballs and ice arrows rained down, causing the monster's health to drop continuously. At the same time, Tamak also created a brilliant flame and attacked. The damage he dealt was immense, but his firepower wasn't enough. It was too late. Tamak persistently threw fire at the monster. Its health bar kept dropping, but it was nothing compared to its massive health pool. He bit his lip fiercely, frowned, and shouted, "It's still not enough. Everyone, attack with all your might." But at that moment, the ropes binding the monster began to break. The flowers inside the light beams also slowly disintegrated. Tamak quickly shouted, "The binding is at its maximum. Melee fighters prepared to retreat, but it was too late. The ropes were broken, its defense kept increasing. All the white flowers had turned to ash. As soon as it regained its freedom, the monster began to attack the players. Many died at its hands. Their deaths were extremely tragic, torn to shreds. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Tamak bit his lip. He quickly gave instructions. Spread out, use flanking tactics. Draw its fire. Exhaust the boss. Assassins and archers, get ready. The next set of light beams is about to refresh. Everyone started to follow his instructions, attacking it with fire and ice. But they didn't cause any damage at all. Just then, Ha Thien rushed forward with his sword. He slashed at it once, but it was no different. The damage was so low, he couldn't even look at it. He exclaimed in shock. A great sword charge only dealt 19 damage. Despite this, he didn't give up. He slashed again, but the result was the same. And even more surprisingly, it could still regenerate health. This made Ha Thien's expression turn a bit ugly. At the same time, the light beams started to appear again, and then quickly spoke up. The light beams have appeared. Quick, put the white flowers in. The moment the white flowers completely fell into the light beams, the ropes once again bound the monster's body. Everyone quickly got into position and began to attack it relentlessly. Tamak wasn't idle either. He continuously attacked with his firepower. Tamak knew this would be a long battle. With the current formation, the entire team could be wiped out at any moment, but he still wanted to test the limits. Meanwhile, on Fuangmin Road, around the snow forest, a group of people had appeared. The leader was Mak Tu Fap. He asked his subordinate in a deep voice, "Are you sure it's Sat Luke Tree in Han's team?" The person immediately nodded. "Yes, but the rising star Mukhthan is also there." Hearing this, Mak Tu Fap immediately sneered. It seems this Mukhthan's background is not simple. The person continued, "Mukhthan's group must have gained some benefits. Should we also?" But before he could finish, Mak Tu Fap's eyes filled with killing intent. He asked in a cold voice, "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" The person bowed his head in fear and wisely shut his mouth. He continued, "You said Muk, then is only level 11, a low-level kid. What ability does he have to attract the leaders of 2 major guilds?" The person was even more frightened. He couldn't say a word. Mak Tu Fap became even more smug. "I really want to meet this Mukhthan. And also, get ready. We'll wait here for them to come out." The people behind him immediately took the order. At this moment, Mak Tu Fap's eyes were filled with determination. "Mukhthan, at this moment, anyone can reach the top. You're still just level 11. Don't blame me if you're not good enough." Meanwhile, at the Snow Forest altar, an hour had passed, but Tamak's group still hadn't defeated the Hoengan monster. Its health bar was still more than half full. He couldn't help but frown. The firepower wasn't enough. The whole team was buffed, but the firepower was still insufficient. They had used the light beam 9 times and still couldn't kill it. All that awaited them was a team wipe. Just then, the monster's health bar filled up again. The players were even more panicked. Its health broke the limit. How are we supposed to play now? At the same time, the light beams appeared again. Everyone skillfully ran towards them and placed white flowers inside. But before they could place all the flowers, the monster suddenly threw its head back and let out a piercing scream. The players couldn't help but cover their ears. Tomak's expression became even more grave. Damn it. It finally used its ultimate move. This is the soul absorption skill. It can't be dodged, and it can't be resisted. Once in the range of soul absorption, everyone will turn into one of those statues. In an instant, the players were frozen into statues. Even Ha Thien and Amden were no exception, though their reactions were quite different. Ha Thien found it quite interesting, while Amden trembled in fear. "Boss, I'll go on ahead. I'm not ready to die." Tamak on this side also began to freeze. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, "We failed. In the end, we still failed. The entire team is wiped out. All our efforts were for nothing." While he was in despair, Jang Uyen suddenly spoke up. "Mukhthan, don't be discouraged. At worst, we can just start over together." Tamak opened his eyes in surprise, then sighed. "I'm sorry for making everyone work so hard for so long. I knew we would fail, and I still made everyone die in vain." But before he could finish, Jang Uyen interrupted him. "You're too competitive. Don't forget, we're in the same guild. We trust you. We follow you. Don't carry all the pressure yourself. We're friends." After saying this, she was also frozen into a statue, but her words kept repeating in Tamak's mind. The word friends. I haven't heard that in a long time. But are they really friends? He had auctioned off the Luli set she needed. He had clearly abandoned the word friends a long time ago. But even for the sake of friends, I can't lose. In just an instant, everyone here had been completely frozen. The monster still relentlessly grabbed those statues. It crazily put them in its mouth and devoured them. At that moment, its eyes noticed something. Lost among the forest of human statues was an egg that was also frozen. Before long, its shell began to crack. When the shell completely broke, Tamak appeared from within. 100 divine power. It was indeed a luxury. So luxurious that in his previous life, he He had never obtained it even until his death. But for this monster, he didn't mind using it all. Upon seeing Tamak, the monster's eyes suddenly filled with panic. Soon after, it crazily rushed towards him. Tamak spoke coldly. No need to rush. The more you rush, the closer your death. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned his clone. Tamak looked at the clone and said, I'll hold it off. You go place the white flowers to activate the mechanism. Immediately, the clone ran towards the light beams, while Tamak stayed to block the monster. The clone continuously threw white flowers towards the light beams. The moment all the flowers were placed inside, the binding ropes appeared once again. In a moment, it had tightly bound the monster's body. Seizing this opportunity, Tamak opened the hand of God, increasing his attack by 100%. Soon after, he created a meteor shower, burying it in a sea of fire. Although Tamak dealt a lot of damage, it was nothing compared to its health bar. He continued to attack it with his firepower until its health bar was only a third left. At this point, Tamak stopped. He retracted the flames and created an ice flower illusion dance. Immediately after, Tamak threw it at the monster. This was a blow he dealt on behalf of Jiang Uyen. But it wasn't over. He created 2 more ice shards. Without any hesitation, Tamak slashed at the monster. He muttered coldly, this blow is for Am Than. Then, Tamak jumped down from midair and asked with a cold smile, how was it? A magic show from a veteran mage. Did you like it? Soon after, a fire sword appeared in his hand. This blow was for Sathan, that is, Ha-Thien. He fiercely stabbed it in the chest. Its health bar was almost at the bottom. One last blow. Tamak activated Meteor Shower twice in a row, causing the monster to explode directly. He had avenged the entire Fong Lin Kok. Tamak raised an eyebrow proudly. Successfully killed. The magic show is over. The Snow Forest altar has been successfully cleared. But at that moment, someone suddenly appeared on the altar. A deep voice rang out again. I didn't expect you to actually succeed. Tamak was a little startled. What's going on? He remembered that in his previous life, this didn't happen in this dungeon. Tamak turned his head and saw a figure in a robe floating there. The person slowly spoke. I wasn't supposed to appear, but the evil aura on you makes me have to pay attention. But at that moment, the person was suddenly bound by something. He couldn't help but sneer. What's the rush? I haven't said anything yet. Are you that eager to get rid of me? Tamak glanced at the person and asked suspiciously, who are you? He answered frankly. Who am I? It doesn't matter. What matters is that you must find out. Who are you? Go to Luangdong City quickly. The answer you need is there. As soon as he finished speaking, the person disappeared without a trace. Tamak instinctively frowned. He was really eliminated. In this sky, could there be a higher existence? Tamak found it very strange. Since his rebirth, the world of Tianqi has been bizarre everywhere. Find out who I am? Because the Snow Forest altar was successfully cleared, Tamak's entire team was successfully revived. Everyone was still confused about how they won. Then they saw the monster's corpse lying on the ground. Everyone immediately cheered with joy. Am then hugged Tamak's leg and cried, Boss, I thought I'd never see you again. You must have helped us pass the stage, right? He angrily pushed his hand away and scolded, Let go. Even Ha-Thien came to thank Tamak. A surprising comeback victory. He thought it was related to that Ice Phoenix crystal stone. However, this must be related to Tamak's secret. He ignored their nonsense and quickly checked the rewards. Tamak achieved an SSS rank for this quest. Seeing these letters, Tamak was immediately happy. Only one of the 3 stages was a perfect score, yet he could still get an SSS rank. Could it be that because without him, the team couldn't have cleared the final stage, so they gave him an SSS score? There were also many other rewards, notably the opportunity to learn a cross-class skill. Tamak's smile could hardly be contained. This was a rare find. At the same time, Ha-Thien also finished checking his rewards and said happily, as expected, finding hidden rewards in Tianqi is the real key to becoming strong. Everyone around was also very happy about this. A while later, outside the Snow Forest, at the teleportation point, Tamak's group had left the Snow Forest altar, preparing to rest. But at that moment, Am Than seemed to notice something. He exclaimed in surprise, Boss! What he discovered was that there were many people around. In an instant, people hidden in the snow began to stand up, continuously shooting arrows at them. He quickly commanded, Warriors, raise your shields. Mages, heal. Everyone else, find cover. But the enemy's attack was extremely fierce. Although they had created shields to block, they still couldn't avoid taking damage. Tamak, Jiang Uyen, and Am then hit on one side. Tamak spoke in a deep voice from a distance. There are dozens of enemy mages quickly approaching. They are well prepared. Am then hesitated and asked, How are you planning to fight? Muk then didn't answer. He sent a message to the guild, starting to explain the plan to everyone. The assassin would go invisible and infiltrate the enemy's mage formation. The 3 of them, Am Than, Jiang Uyen, and Ha-Thien, would act together. Soon after, Satluk Tree Nyan led everyone to charge forward. Even Tamak led Zhang Yien's group of 3 to infiltrate the enemy's army. Seeing this, Mak2 Fap on the other side immediately sneered. Just 3 people dare to face our hundreds. This Muk then really overestimates himself. Soon after, he immediately shouted an order. First, kill Mukthan's group of 3, then bring me all the benefits they got from the hidden dungeon. As soon as he finished speaking, they threw fireballs at Tamak's group. Hathian quickly created a shield, blocking all the flames outside. At the same time, Tamak jumped into the air, skillfully summoning a flame. Mak2 Fap didn't pay attention to this action. He laughed contemptuously. What an idiot, daring to jump into the air. Everyone, focus your attacks on him. Finish him off in one go. Hearing this, he couldn't help but smirk. Then, Tamak quickly summoned Skyfire. A brilliant flame blazed in the air, engulfing Mak2 Fap's players. At this moment, Mak2 Fap finally realized the danger. He trembled and muttered, "This isn't a mage's skill. What kind of skill is this?" After Tamak made his move, the hunt officially began. Their health bars continuously dropped, creating an opportunity for the people of Fong then Kok to assassinate them. Seeing his people die one after another, Mak2 Fap's face immediately turned ugly. I'm level 17 and I don't even have this skill. Muk then must have learned a hidden skill. Everyone, charge. We must kill him. As soon as Mak2 Fap finished speaking, a reckless assassin rushed forward. He shouted fiercely, "Die, Muk Than." The moment his dagger plunged down, Satluk Tree Nan jumped out to take the blow for him. Mak2 Fap screamed in horror. "You bastard!" Tamak asked worriedly. "Are you okay?" He shook his head slightly. "I'm fine. They were targeting me." Tamak quickly killed the assassin and supported him. Zhang Uyen also conveniently healed Satluk Tree Nan. He apologized guiltily. "I've caused more trouble for the guild master." Tamak scolded him in dissatisfaction. "What nonsense are you talking about?" He told him to look. No one cares who they came here for. As long as they dare to touch Fongmin Kok, they will be the enemy of the entire team. From today on, Tamak also had to let others know that his Fongmin Kok was not to be trifled with. Soon after, he continuously commanded his men to slaughter Mak2 Fap's people. Seeing this, Mak2 Fap sneered coldly. He never expected Satluk Tree Nyan to find such a strong backer. Their carefully prepared ambush was easily shattered. His teammates suggested a retreat, but at that moment, a dagger was placed against Mak2 Fap's neck, and then spoke coldly. "It's too late to run now." He froze in an instant, trembling and begging, "Don't kill me." Am then sneered contemptuously. "Why? Are you that handsome?" Then, he glanced at his face. He then opened his mouth to criticize. "Not handsome at all. Die." Without another word, Am then directly slit his throat. Mak2 Fap clutched his neck and knelt on the ground, his face showing unconcealed shock. His teammates quickly turned and fled. He walked up to Mak2 Fap. Satluk Tree Nyan immediately accused him. "It was him who forced us to be a suicide squad." Am then beside him raised an eyebrow and asked, "Didn't he just say he would loot our equipment?" Tamak sneered. "Oh really? I didn't hear that. Mages, revive him, let him say it again." They continuously discussed how to beat Mak2 Fap, how to kill him, making Mak2 Fap so scared that he wet his pants. Meanwhile, at stage 5 of Fuang Min Road, a level 20 wild monster, a snow tiger, was wandering in the snow forest. But at that moment, an arrow carrying lightning came from an unknown direction. It pierced straight through the snow tiger, causing its health bar to drop to the bottom. At the same time, on a high branch, a woman was sitting there, smirking and saying, "That must have hurt." She was from the Haklong Dien, Ap Dao Dat Dat. She looked down below, sighed and muttered, "When will we reach Lamdong City? I heard that the first person to reach an S-rank main city or higher will receive a special reward. I wonder what an SSS rank main city will give." At this moment, a person with the ID Tam Ta Theo Geo spoke up. Dat, the team has finished resting. We can set off at any time." She nodded. "Got it." Meanwhile, at Fuang Min Road, the revival point of the 3rd section, Tamak led the group, explaining the plan as they walked. Hathian beside him asked about the hidden quests in stages 3 to 5. "Do you have other plans?" Tamak sighed and said, "The next stage will be very difficult. Everyone, go level up first. We'll gather at 8 a.m. tomorrow." Following his words, everyone quickly left. Tamak then opened his attribute panel to look. He was a bit surprised. The accumulated experience had surpassed his current level by several million. If he used all this experience to level up, he could directly reach level 15. However, Tamak ultimately chose to upgrade the Arm of Death. The win came in an instant. It made it a bit difficult for Tamak to stand firm. He pursed his lips and muttered, "No way. Could it be that upgrading the Arm of Death skill will cause the God of Death to come out and cause trouble?" At the same time, in the 3rd stage of Fuang Min Road, a snowstorm suddenly erupted, making it difficult for travelers here. They had no choice but to find a nearby cave to take shelter. They were a group of 5 people from the same guild, all level 16. At this time, someone was constantly complaining about continuing to the 4th gate, but the leader remained silent. A moment later, Than Thu Hien slowly spoke. We're about to enter the 4th section, and the snowstorm has just begun. The snow came at a really bad time. There's something wrong with this snowstorm. Last night, she had specifically researched the official documents for the 3rd stage of Fuang Min Road. 2 monsters were sleeping. One type was the Ice Phoenix Rock, and the other was the Ice Bone Jiao. They would only appear and become active during a snowstorm. Hearing this, Than Tu Hoa exclaimed in surprise. The monsters on Fuang Min Road are already very strong. If we add these 2 types of monsters, no matter how strong we are, I'm afraid it will be difficult. Than Tu Huan nodded helplessly. Moreover, these 2 types of monsters are enemies of each other. Every time they appear, a great battle will break out, which is very disadvantageous for players. Everyone, be careful and try not to get involved. Meanwhile, Tamak had just finished upgrading the Hand of Death skill. Tamak looked it over and instinctively frowned. The damage increased by 10%, and the duration also increased to 3 minutes, which wasn't bad. In addition, he also received many rewards. There was also a piece of a treasure map. Tamak exclaimed in surprise, I can find clues about legendary equipment. My next Tai Long equipment set has hope. He was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. The remaining experience he used to level up to 14. In the real world, at the Kunyan Club in Thien Than City, Hu Fong looked at the person next to him and said, Ha Lam, I haven't treated you badly these past few years, right? Ha Lam was his secretary. She sat on his lap, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. Boss 2 is my benefactor. He heard this and couldn't help but sigh. After a long while, he spoke. Tonight there's a meeting with the Ukthan Guild. If there's a chance, we might discuss cooperation. You know what to do, right? Ha, Lam winked and smiled. I know. That evening, at the Than Tru Bar, Tuan Lang had his arms around 2 women, very unrestrained. Hu Fong opposite him kept pouring wine, his attitude extremely flattering. Han Lang smiled indifferently and said, I heard that one of your guilds was destroyed by Mukhthan. Is your team not formidable, or is Mukhthan just that good? Hu Fong bit his lip fiercely, wanting to retort but couldn't. Lam was very tactful and brought a glass of wine over, smiling. Young Master Tan, we are both guilds from the same city. We hope for your help in the future. Tan Lang glanced at her, then smiled and said, All right, all of you can go out. Just leave this beautiful girl with me. Mat, you go out too. Mat left with unwilling feelings. Hu Fong went out with a happy mood. It seemed this matter was about to succeed. Once he had the backing of the Ukthan, he would take revenge on Tamak later. At the same time, at Tamak's house, he was currently lifting weights, his whole body covered in sweat. Tamak took a break and watched the news. He noticed a piece of news. There was an avalanche on Kowloon Mountain, and a scientific research team was buried. And among the rescue team members was the name to Thien Duong. Tamak's face immediately turned ugly. His father was in trouble. He didn't expect him to go to Kowloon Mountain. Was it because he discovered the Ice Phoenix Divine statue? But in his previous life's memory, this never happened. His parents fell into a trap to protect him. Tamak suddenly thought of a reason. Many maps in Tianqi are similar to reality. Could what his father encountered this time be related to him seeing the Ice Phoenix Phantom in Fuang Min Kok? With an anxious heart, Tamak was about to call his parents, but before he could, his mother called first. She said they were both fine, the avalanche had been cleared, and he shouldn't worry. Tamak wanted to ask more, but his mother interrupted. My precious son, wait until everything is over. Mom will bring you here. What your dad discovered this time is amazing. I'll take you to broaden your horizons then. Tamak nodded vaguely, then let out a sigh of relief. It was good that his parents were fine. It scared him. Meanwhile, at the Kunlun Mountains, Diathan hung up the phone and sighed helplessly. Son, the avalanche was just a cover-up to block the news. Although your father is fine, this discovery. At this point, she paused. She looked at the rescue team and said helplessly, Why are they frozen in the dark passage of Kunlun Mountain? What will they bring to this world? What are these ice statues? At Tamak's house, after receiving the news that his parents were safe, he went to bed to rest. But before turning off his phone to sleep, he received a call from Trin U. Tamak instinctively frowned. This girl, calling him so late, what was her purpose? Qing Yu wanted to go to the same main city as him. She also obtained a strange material, a map piece. Tamak saw the image and frowned. It was a fragment of the treasure map he had obtained before. For Qing Yu to find a piece, her luck wasn't bad. Tamak exclaimed excitedly, The treasure map records the location where a powerful 8A fell. In this secret realm, there's a high chance of finding legendary equipment, legendary skills, and even something beyond legendary. In any case, Tamak couldn't show too much excitement, or she would think he was being manipulated. He couldn't lose face. Thinking this, he replied, This thing is useless. But Chinu had already caught on to him. The expression on Tamak's face immediately froze. He sighed helplessly. This is so hard. While Tamak didn't know what to do, Chinu replied. She said she would come to him to give him the map. Tamak felt that this was very problematic, like a map piece right in front of him. He had no choice but to tell her his location. They exchanged a few more words and said goodbye. At the same time, in a villa, Tree Ingu sat on the railing, staring at her phone, and sighed after a long time. Actually, I've already found you, Mukfan. But she didn't understand why. Tumak wouldn't proactively tell her his Tianchi information. Remembering Jiang Uyen, she spoke sorrowfully again. Is it because I'm not as pretty as her? After a long night, at 8 a.m. the next day, everyone had gathered in the game. Everyone had also leveled up. Looking at Amthan's level, Tumak couldn't help but suggest, your level is higher than mine. How about we play the life and death command? Amthan shrank back in fear, not daring to make a sound. Just then, the mechanical system voice rang out again. Stage 2 of Fuangmin Road, Kunlun Mountains. Players, please be aware. Am then heard this and complained. I checked the information yesterday. The number of these two strong monsters is very large. I didn't expect them to have awakened. Tamak said very calmly, just follow me. Let's go. Meanwhile, in the cave where Tiu Haiyan's group was sheltering from the snow, as everyone gathered, Tiu Huyen said seriously, everyone thinks that the higher the main city's level, the better. But no one has reached an SSS rank main city yet. Players who went to main cities with different difficulties have already reached level 25. We can't fall behind, and we can't delay any longer. She thought everyone would be scared, but they all trusted Tiu Huyen very much. She thought for a moment, then spoke again. I believe that as long as we can reach Lam Dong City, all our sacrifices will be rewarded. Let's attack together and get out. The Thanman squad will not be timid. After that, everyone left the cave. Tiu Huyen reminded them as they walked, we don't have an assassin. We can't sense danger. Everyone, be careful. They slowly moved forward, but they hadn't gone far when Tiu Huyen realized something was wrong. She quickly warned everyone. Before long, an ice phoenix rock suddenly appeared in the sky. Everyone immediately scattered, then used their shields to protect themselves. Fan Qiuvu was the attacker. She took the lead and attacked. Tiu Kiet watched the leader's health. I'll be in charge of suppression. Tiu Nan, Tiu Hoa, you two attack. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone relentlessly attacked the ice phoenix rock. But at that moment, the ground suddenly shook violently. Tiu Huyen shouted in panic. There's something coming up from under our feet at high speed. Everyone, be careful. But before she could finish speaking, a monster burst out of the ground, sending her flying. The monster that just burst out rushed towards the ice phoenix rock in the sky. In an instant, the two monsters started fighting each other. The shockwaves from this battle were too great, sending the members of the Than Mang squad flying everywhere. Tiu Huyen quickly said, go, let's get out of here. It quickly dodged and regrouped a while later. At this moment, the ice phoenix rock spat out an ice ball. With a loud bang, an explosion occurred here. Tiu Huyen led everyone to run away, but they hadn't run far when many Icebone Jiao monsters appeared in front of them, blocking their path, which panicked them quite a bit. Not only was their path blocked on the ground, but many ice phoenix rocks also appeared in the sky. They were surrounded by two groups of monsters. They were sworn enemies. They attacked on sight. Earth-shattering explosions erupted continuously. Two hordes of monsters clashed, one from the earth, one from the sky. They charged at each other relentlessly. The battle's shockwave was immense. Tiu Kie was caught in the crossfire. His health bar dropped by half instantly. Qiu Vu rushed to support him. She looked at Tiu Huyen and asked, Big sis, what do we do? Tiu Huyen bit her lip. We can't escape. We'll all die this time. If we can't escape, then we fight. Just then, a magic fire array appeared in the sky. Tiu Huyen looked up in shock. Who is that? Flames relentlessly burned the monsters. Inside the inferno, Amthan's group was seen. They charged into the fray, slaughtering everything. Amthan shouted, follow the boss. Let's rake in the EXP. A shocking scene unfolded. The two ferocious monster hordes were now trapped. They were like fish in a barrel. The army of Fong then Cox slaughtered them. Tiu Huyen's group watched in speechless awe. Amidst their confusion, a deep voice echoed from the ashes. Before absolute power, everything else is meaningless. Tiu Haiyan's group turned in shock. They saw who was approaching. They were stunned. It's Mukfan. Why is he here? Tiu Huyen stepped forward gratefully. Thank you. Tamak shook his head and smiled. It's nothing. He recognized them. In his past life, this group had made a name for themselves. They were known for being ruthless fighters. Then, Tiu Huyen suddenly spoke. Lord Mukfan, can we join your guild? We promise we won't hold you back. The people behind her were surprised, but they all wanted to join. Tamak calmly replied, go find Amthan. I don't handle recruitment. Soon after, Am then arranged for Tiu Huyen's group of 5 to join Fan Lin Kok. He led the group forward. Brothers, let's keep moving. We'll clear out the Ice Phoenix and Frost Dragon's territory. 3 days later, Tamok's group arrived. They reached the 5th stage of Feng Min Lo. Tamok scanned the area. Then he spoke. This is the final hurdle. Crossing this lake will begin a new chapter. Everyone had leveled up significantly. They had killed thousands of Ice Phoenixes and Frost Dragons. They were the best EXP monsters this year. Now, they were finally approaching the main city, but the trial of Michael was still incomplete. As he pondered, a system notification appeared. Cross the shattered sky to reach the mysterious Lamdong Citadel. Legend says a terrifying water monster lurks beneath the heavenly lake. Zhang Huiyan frowned and muttered, "A deadly water monster?" Tamok remained calm. "We must kill it instantly. If we alert it, we'll have no chance. Without knowing its mechanics, it's impossible to beat." Meanwhile, members of Hoak Long Dien were watching them. Tamta Theo Geo spoke in a low voice. Dat, I've never seen this team before. They must be new." The player Bichai Vodich chimed in excitedly. "Their leader is the one who got the first kill achievement twice." Dat whispered a warning. "Be careful. Don't let their assassins spot you." She then continued. "The situation seems difficult, but Tian Koi wouldn't create an impossible path to an SSS-ranked city. Keep an eye on them. We might learn something unexpected." Tamok didn't know he was being watched. He was carefully instructing his team on how to cross safely, and then eagerly volunteered to go first. He happily recited the instructions. 2 parallel blocks. Choose the left one. Uneven thin lines. Step on the thinner side. Red spot. Go south. Circle around the ice. Circle around. But he trailed off. He couldn't remember the rest. He stopped speaking. Tamok and the others sighed helplessly. A moment later, they followed the path Amnon had made. They carefully moved forward. Soon, they were about to reach the shore. But just then, something unexpected happened, and then saw something hurtling towards them. Luckily, Hathian reacted quickly. He created a shield to protect them both. Unfortunately, an arrow from a distance shattered his shield. It pierced through and dealt damage. Worse, the impact sent him stumbling. He landed on an ice block he shouldn't have touched. Immediately, the lake's surface began to shake violently. Everyone panicked. Tamok's expression turned grim. Hathian's defense was already high. His mountain shield also absorbed some damage, yet the arrow still dealt 700 damage. This opponent was no pushover, but the most important thing now was the beast under the lake. In an instant, the monster burst from the water. It dominated the entire lake's surface. The moment Tamok saw it, his panic grew. This was the colossal beast, Yuan. It inherited the bloodline of the 9-headed Hydra, Kuan. It guarded Luong Dong Than. Just then, Yuan spat something from its mouth. Tornadoes began to form on the ice. Everywhere they passed, a life was lost. Before long, Tamok's entire team was wiped out. A moment later, at the 5th stage's revival point, Am then was fuming about the attack. He shouted aggressively, "Who did that?" Tamok scanned the area. He spoke in a cold voice. "You spied on our route. You sabotaged our crossing. Since you've already made your move, why don't you show yourselves?" Hearing this, a smug voice echoed in the air. "So we've been discovered." As expected of the great Lord Muk Then, holder of 2 first kill achievements. As the voice faded, a gust of wind swept by. The entire Hoak Long Dien guild appeared. Leading them was Dat. She sneered. "We're here." "So what?" Tamok's brows furrowed. "So it's them again." In his past life, they were the undisputed #1 guild, the elite of the elite. They used life-or-death duels to weed out the weak. Losers were kicked out. They were formidable opponents. Hoak Long Dien was powerful. Tamok's team would surely be wiped out, but he was confident he could take down their leader. With that thought, he spoke coldly. "We're not to be trifled with. Apologize for what you just did." Hearing this, Dat's face showed disdain. She pouted. "What did you say?" An apology was impossible. In fact, she wanted to thank them. Without them, she wouldn't have known how to cross the lake. Bichai Vodich urged her on. "Hurry up and take them down so we can get to Lamdong Citadel." At these words, Am then exploded with rage. "Bring it on. I've had enough of you. This ends when one of us is dead." Hearing him, the others quickly rallied behind. Dat's expression shifted slightly. Letting them go wasn't an option, but they were tough to deal with. More importantly, other teams could arrive at any moment. A prolonged fight would be bad for Hoak Long Dien. With this in mind, she stepped forward. She spoke arrogantly. "Everyone's goal is Lamdong Citadel. I propose a one-on-one duel." Then, Dat pointed at Tamok tauntingly. "If you can beat me, I'll apologize." Tamok snorted. "That's exactly what I wanted." A smile crept onto Dat's face. She smirked. "Let's see if the legendary Muk then lives up to his name." As she finished speaking, she fired an arrow. Tamok wasn't idle either. He immediately threw a fireball. A massive explosion shook the ground, but Dat's arrow pierced through the ashes. It flew straight at Tamok. He dodged quickly, falling into thought. A heavy bow shot. Impressive power. It can break through a fireball, but its accuracy is low. Right now, his health was low. He couldn't be reckless. First, he had to hide and heal. Of course, Dat wouldn't let him get away. She drew her bowstring again. She prepared another arrow. She sneered, "You're a cunning one, but you won't escape." Tamak was a little surprised to hear that. Before he could think, the arrow pierced the ancient tree he was hiding behind. The potion vial in his hand cracked. Everyone watched with growing anxiety. Hathin couldn't help but click his tongue in awe. You really can't underestimate this girl from Hoak Long Dien. In contrast, the members of Hoak Long Dien were extremely smug. Don't think hiding will save you. Dat is no ordinary archer. This arrow isn't finished yet. He can't escape. Those words reached Tamak, making him suspicious. Not finished? What does that mean? Just then, he noticed something. The arrow's energy hadn't weakened at all. In the blink of an eye, it split into 3 arrows. They shot towards Tamak with blinding speed. This was the skill Dark Heart Pursuit. The 3 arrows had a 100% hit rate. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't dodge. Tamak's face darkened. In that critical moment, he summoned his clone. He made it take the hit from all 3 arrows. Tamak finally let out a breath. That was close. His clone was nearly destroyed, but now he had discovered her weakness. Outside, Dat was surprised. She laughed coldly. "I didn't expect you to use a clone to block that move. Let's see how you'll dodge this next one." However, at that moment, Tamak burst out from the bushes. He used Wind Shadow to charge at Dat. This surprised her. She thought, he's trying to attack while I'm charging my power. It seemed Tamak had seen through her one-shot kill strategy. Too bad for him. He's dreaming. Even without a full charge, Dat was sure her arrow could nearly kill him. Thinking this, she shouted triumphantly, "Watch this." But just then, someone warned her. Dat, look out above." It was too late. Tamak had summoned his clone to distract her. Her arrow shot into empty air. He smirked disdainfully. "How could you miss?" Immediately after, Tamak activated the skill Dark Thorn Strike. It sent Dat floating into the air. The onlookers were stunned. They shouted in disbelief. "That's a warrior skill. How does a mage like him have it?" A smile touched Tamak's lips. He raised an eyebrow tauntingly. Surprised? This was a reward from the Snow Forest altar. He had gained the ability to learn skills from other classes. Dat bit her lip fiercely. She cursed unwillingly. "Don't get cocky. The second half of my arrow auto-attacks. This time, it only targets the real body. It just needs to graze you." But before she could finish, Tamak's clone appeared in front of her. She was left speechless. Without hesitation, the clone struck out. It sent Dat flying. It seemed she would crash shamefully to the ground, but he quickly pulled her back. Tamak gave a meaningful smile. "How about this?" As he spoke, the purple arrow in front of her pierced her body. Her health bar instantly hit rock bottom. Tamak laughed coldly. He smirked. "You only have 4 HP left. One light touch and you're dead." Still not apologizing, Dat screamed defiantly. "You scoundrel, I won't surrender." Tamak wasn't in a hurry. He spanked her on the butt. He asked coldly, "Are you going to apologize?" This cheeky move infuriated the Hoak Long Dien members, but Amthan's group was thrilled. They never knew he played like this. Meanwhile, Tamak kept spanking Dat's butt. He was forcing her to apologize. Each spank dealt 1 point of damage. The damage was low, but the humiliation was immense. In front of the watchful crowd, Tamak was spanking Dat like a child. This made her cry out in grievance. "Even my father has never hit me." Tamak showed no sympathy. He pouted. "Crying won't get you out of this. 1 point left. Are you apologizing or not?" The members of Hoak Long Dien were furious, but they were powerless. They could only resort to verbal attacks. Tamak ignored them completely. He was waiting for Dat's answer. The humiliation was too much. Her eyes filled with tears. "I'm sorry," Tamak coldly demanded. "Apologize to my entire team." She looked at them resentfully and shouted, "I'm sorry to all of you. Is that good enough?" At that moment, Amthan wanted to tattoo "Boss is so cool" on his face. He looked at Hathian smugly. "I told you the boss would win. Wasn't that awesome?" Hathian nodded slightly without a word. Jang Uyen just held her head in her hands. On the other side, a Hoak Long Dien member spoke worriedly. Dat, it's good that you're okay." She was still embarrassed. Her voice trembled. "Don't talk about this anymore." Tamak glanced at them. He spoke in a low voice. "I won't pursue the earlier matter, but we're crossing the lake first. Any problem with that?" Hearing this, Tamta Theogeo wanted to curse him out, but Dat interrupted. "I agree, but on one condition. In 3 days, I want a rematch." He raised an eyebrow. "Is that necessary?" She shouted fiercely. "Yes, for my dignity, but don't use any dirty tricks. Do you dare?" And so, it was settled. They finally scheduled a solo match. It would be in 3 days at 2 o'clock in the Lam Dong Citadel Square. With the agreement made, the 2 groups went to Lam Dong Citadel one after the other. Tamak led his people inside. The soldiers immediately bowed to them. Amthan couldn't help but feel proud. These soldiers are saluting us. Just then, the system displayed their rewards. They had successfully entered Luongdong Than. The rewards were incredibly generous. Someone exclaimed, "All our hard work along the way was worth it." Tamak looked at them seriously. "You've all worked hard. Now, let's not waste time. Whoever can advance their class should do so." At his words, everyone quickly dispersed. The Thean Koi world civilization progress was only at 1. To activate trade routes between main cities, it needed to reach 2. The first to arrive reaps the benefits. A new start, a new future. Tamak looked at the scroll in his hand. He whispered to himself, "One of the benefits of the SSS rank city reward. It took a lot of time, but this scroll lets me skip the tedious class change quest. It's worth it." Then, he immediately used it. 3 new classes immediately appeared. This included the Spirit Mancer. There was also Spirit Mage and Talisman Master. Tamak smiled with satisfaction. These 3 are excellent. The Mage class is truly captivating, but the strongest among them is a class I couldn't afford to develop in my past life. With that thought, he immediately chose a class. Very quickly, Tamak successfully changed his class. He became a powerful Talisman Master. His skills also changed. Bone Slaughter Formation was enhanced into Bone Flower Dance. The 5 Elements Talisman was a special skill. He needed to be careful when using it. He also received new Talisman Master skills, Myriad Talisman Ritual and Thunder Flash Step. Myriad Talisman Ritual was an AoE attack. With the Tula God Mage buff, he would become an invincible human war machine. The teleportation skill with added damage, Thunder Flash Step, was also amazing. Tamak even enhanced his demon-repelling talisman. Finishing his upgrades would be perfect. There was so much to do. The jewelry quest, establishing a guild, and gaining Kunlun reputation. There was also the invitation from the Divine Temple. But the biggest mystery was the identity of the person he met at the Snow Forest altar. A moment later, Tamak approached a reputation merchant. He was a muscular man. He wore a human skull helmet. 4 swords were slung on his back. He held a pipe in his hand. He looked at Tamak. "What do you want?" Tamak answered directly, "I want to exchange some reputation for items." The merchant laughed loudly. "What can you get with your measly reputation? Here, besides Kunlun reputation, you need to meet other prerequisites." Tamak thought for a moment. Then he asked for a quest. The reputation merchant offered him quests of the highest level. He said they all had the same difficulty. Then he made Tamak choose one. Tamak randomly picked one, but the merchant went back on his word. "These quests are too simple. Let me give you another one." Tamak exclaimed in surprise, "A dangerous level quest is easy? Won't the next one be even more dangerous?" However, the quest acceptance timer had started. He had no choice but to accept. The reputation merchant took out an item. "Take this. Go to Back Than and find Back Miet. She'll know what to do." Tamak took the item from his hand, a special intimacy quest. The reward must be extremely generous. But, go to Back Than and find Back Miet? At this thought, something clicked. Tamak's face twisted. He remembered. Back Miet was the NPC who caused a wave of terror throughout the world of Thean Koi. Her hands were stained with the blood of countless players. Tamak hesitated and looked at the merchant. He asked quietly, "Can I not accept this quest?" But the man remained silent. This made Tamak even more anxious. His silence was a clear answer. The quest was forced on him. Tamak had no choice but to leave. "I wonder if that Back Miet is normal right now? If she's like she was in my past life, this is a suicide mission." Just then, the merchant suddenly spoke. "Young man, secrets are not easily uncovered." Tamak was startled and glanced at him. Was he intentionally saying that to me? He doesn't feel like an NPC. Or am I just overthinking it? What secret is this world hiding? On the other side of Luongdong Than, Tamak found a blacksmith. The blacksmith gave him a quest to find his lover. Tamak accepted it immediately. At that moment, a system notification popped up. Thanks to the efforts of all Thean Koi's heroes, the world's progress has reached 2%. Tamak was happy to hear this. Things are looking more and more promising. At the same time, the rankings for the Tien Than Ngoi Long server appeared. A top player had emerged. He ranked first in both personal strength and weapon leaderboards. The world chat exploded. Everyone was curious about this top player, Thick Yen Chao. Tamak, on the other hand, admired this person. He not only had a level 15 legendary weapon, but it was also upgraded twice and enhanced to plus 15. That's so unfair, but after thinking it over, he cheered up. A tall tree catches the wind. This thick Kian guy will easily become a target. He put the matter aside. Tamak found a place to message his guild members. The person who messaged the most was, of course, Than. Tamak read his message and was immediately annoyed. He chose a class based on looks. This guy is always goofing around. He sighed helplessly. Tamak continued messaging everyone about the upcoming plans. He scheduled a meeting for 10 a.m., 2 days from now. After arranging everything, he sat on a rooftop to watch the moon. He couldn't help but sigh. The night view of an SSS-ranked city is beautiful. The moon in Lamdong Than really is rounder. In the real world, at the secret research base under Mount Kunlun, Thien Duong pushed Uncle Tan in his wheelchair. He told him about Kai Vai. He was going to prison for selling information to the enemy. Uncle Tan snorted. Serves him right. Thien Duong sighed. It's a shame about the injured researchers and your leg, Uncle Tan. Prison is too light a sentence for him. Diep Than, beside them, added angrily. It was all because of money. Uncle Tan nodded. You're right. Do you know how much other countries offered for the Vinco sample? 100 million. If this wasn't an era of peace, those pirates would have brought warships to steal it long ago. Hearing this, Thien Duong shook his head regretfully. It's a shame that even with all this time, our research hasn't made any significant progress. Right now, we've only drawn some minor conclusions about these ancient Z creatures. As for the Ice Phoenix statue and the Ice Soldiers, there's been no progress at all. Just then, Thien Duong spoke quietly. Oh, right, Uncle Tan, you should come to the cold storage. The Ice Soldiers in there seem strange. Uncle Tan was startled. What's wrong with them? Let's go see. A moment later, they were in the secret base's cold storage. This was where the Ice Phoenix and the other statues were kept. Uncle Tan looked them over and asked suspiciously, Are all these Ice Soldier statues hollow? What about the others? Are they all like this? He thought for a moment, then spoke again. Are you suspecting these Ice Soldiers are host bodies for the parasite? That hole. But after speaking for a while, he got no response. He called out uncertainly, Duong too? What's wrong? He saw that Thien Duong's face had turned pale. He trembled and muttered, That Ice Soldier. It moved. Meanwhile, in Thien Than City, after logging out of the game, Tamak went out for a late-night snack. He had to meet Bac Nayet tomorrow. He felt a little scared. But at this point, fear was useless. He decided to eat first. While he was happily eating, a girl approached his table. She waved at him as a greeting. Great God, what a coincidence. Are you alone? Tamak looked at her blankly. Who are you? Q2 looked a little hurt. Great God, you don't recognize me? I'm Lac Q2. You helped me win the competition last time. Only then did he remember who she was. Hearing Tamak remember her, Q2 beamed. She casually took a bite of a meat skewer. Then she smiled. I treated you to a late-night snack last time. This time, you can treat me. No problem, right? Tamak was a little speechless. Q2 didn't know what he was thinking. She continued to eat and chat happily. Great God, are you on the Thien Than Noi long server? Tamak replied bluntly, No. She sighed, her tone full of regret. I was going to say that an entrance to a secret map was found in Than Jiang main city. I wanted to invite you to team up. An entrance to a secret map? He asked in surprise. Q2 slowly explained. A stranger accidentally solved its mechanics. Then they found the entrance to the secret map. People have already gone in. Tamak casually commented, Is that map the Thanda secret realm? Q2 was a little surprised that Tamak knew. He said he saw it on the forums. The players of Than Jiang main city are quite lucky. They've already discovered a new secret dungeon. The cross-city communication feature also started today. Tamak quickly messaged Jiang Uyen's group of 3. They would meet tomorrow at 9 a.m. at the teleportation tower. They were heading to Than Jiang main city. But when he saw Than's reply, he truly regretted letting him into the guild. He then sent a warning message. If you're not there early, you'll be left behind. And then immediately started whining, but Tamak simply kicked him from the chat. The next morning in Lamdong Than, Jiang Uyen's group had all arrived. Tamak saw them bouncing around. He asked dryly, Why did you come? Am then replied cheerfully, Girls are not as important as the boss. Then, Than took out his blade. He showed it off proudly. I changed my class to Shadow Slaying Blade Master, as long as it looks cool, plus 10 enhancement lighting effects. Jiang Haiyan had changed to Luminous Healer. Her healing power would be much greater now. Ha Thien, however, hadn't changed his class yet. Then asked doubtfully, Why haven't you changed your class? Ha Thien shook his head. I haven't decided yet. Tamak was also surprised. This is an important decision. Think it over carefully. Just then, Jiang Uyen spoke up. I received news that Hoak Long Dien is teleporting all its players to Lamdong Than. Tamak frowned. This isn't good for us. We need to focus our strength and develop together. A moment later, at the teleportation tower in Lamdong Than, a cute little fairy appeared in the air. She smiled cheerfully. Dear heroes, where would you like to go? Tamak answered directly. To Than Jiang City. Hearing this, the fairy winked. Many heroes are going to Than Jiang City today. The wait is about 2 hours. Tamak wasn't surprised. Then, the fairy suddenly spoke again. There is a secret method that lets you skip the wait, but the cost of this magic is very high. It will be 5,000 coins per person. Without a moment's hesitation, Tamak pointed at Then. It's just a teleportation fee, right? Then glared at him, but in the end, he paid for everyone. A moment later, they teleported to Than Jiang City. Just as the fairy said, the place was crowded with people. It was likely because of the secret realm. They also ran into some familiar faces. It was the group from Hoak Long Dien, led by Dat Dat. They had all changed their classes. Tamak observed her secretly. So she became a mystic controller, not a bad setup. 1 arrow, 1 kill. Too bad for her. I'm not an ordinary mage. When Dat Dat saw Tamak, she made a losing gesture, but she also secretly sent him a friend request. She reminded him not to forget their solo duel. In a small forest at the entrance to Thanjiang City's secret realm, a large crowd had gathered. This secret realm had also appeared in his past life. Tamak could be considered an expert guide. They quickly entered. The scene inside was completely desolate. It resembled an ancient world from myth. Jiang Uyan sighed. Even the apocalypse has different cultural themes in different regions. This place is like our Sunhai myths. Look at those ancient mountains over there. But Tamak shook his head. Those aren't mountains, they're ancient giants. Information about the giants quickly appeared. He pointed in one direction. Let's go. We'll head towards that one. Hathian looked where Tamak was pointing. He exclaimed in shock. Is that a sword hilt? Amthan, on the other hand, was terrified. We have to go to the top of that sword hilt? That looks intimidating. Regardless of their reactions, they followed him. They soon reached a clearing. But just then, Amthan suddenly cried out. What just hit my head? Jiang Haiyan glanced at him, annoyed. What's with you now? Always so jumpy. He quickly shook his head. I'm not kidding. Immediately after, Amthan saw dark shadows floating in the air. They were circling around the group, but when he blinked, they were gone. He shouted in frustration. They're gone again. They were right there. Amthan panicked and drew his sword. He gritted his teeth. No physical form, defense and HP are both 1. And they're immune to attacks? What kind of monster is this? Hathian heard him and answered calmly. They're phantoms. Amthan looked around blankly but saw nothing. Yet the sensation of being hit remained. He cried out in pain. Ouch. This thing can actually deal damage? Hathian glanced at Tamak. Is there a way to fight them? At that moment, Tamak activated the 5 elements fire talisman. In an instant, a circle of fire surrounded the 4 of them. Jiang Huan said worriedly, this can protect us temporarily, but we don't know how many phantoms there are, and we're still far from the mountain that Thayan Day transformed into.